TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Ming of Revolution. I got some late breaking news the revolutionaries can use. Israel is under bombardment by all kind of different missiles. Lord have mercy. I'm so proud of Iran. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. Well, we knew this day would come. I ain't gonna lie, last night, I was kind of down and depressed with Israel attacking Iran, and I just didn't have the remote control to fast forward to now. Well, we're here now. And we know U.S. can't protect Israel, and Israel would not get away with what they did to Iran yesterday. Let's start off with some of the retaliation from Iran. Plenty of military bases was hitting Israel, just tit for tat. Also, last night, 2 Israeli U.S. F-35s were shot down. Those pilots have been arrested. When that video hit, but you can see the faces on the media right now. They so shocked. They was bragging last night. They so shocked because they thought they had wiped out this missile power that Iran had. I'm glad they didn't. But they really gonna be shocked when those 2 pilots is presented before the world. And I hope they NATO. Yeah, this is something that the U.S. media they act like they're gonna show people a video of what's going on in Israel. Let's start with this. If you want to show people what happened to Israel, all you got to do is start with this video, which I've been watching. I'm at work getting this shit ready for y'all because I couldn't wait to get here. This video shows you what we got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We see 11 missiles in our vision right now. Every last one of them is hitting Israel. Bam. That's a hypersonic missile. That's a hypersonic. Now, what we just seen falling from the sky at a fast rate, that's a hypersonic missile. Never regular missile, hypersonic missile. Boom! Another hypersonic missile was hit. Now we're finding out it ain't no defense for those hypersonic missiles. It ain't nothing no air defense systems can protect Israel. This is a real war now. That's why it's World War III. Because Iran is showing the whole world. We not finna lay down and let Israel do whatever we want. Remember, the Iranians is the only people on the planet who never did this shit to the Israelis. This is something that wasn't supposed to happen. Long time salute. And I'm glad to see Iran standing up strong for their goddamn thing. Look at all the missiles, bro. When you listen to the media, and we're going to have to listen to some fake news today because we got to compare and listen to how sad they are. They're saying some missiles hit Israel. Not some, a whole lot of missiles hit Israel. Not no some. They trying to show their people a couple of missiles. I'm showing y'all Israel got their ass tore off the bone with these missiles today. Yep, you read what you're saying. They was talking all that shit last night. I'm so glad Iran was being patient. They were gonna get their get back.
Oh my God. Yo.
I should have never played with Iran. That ain't a fight. That ain't a fight for survival now. I'm sure you can take that in.
Yo.
It's going to be happening to you today.
Wow.
Yeah, they're not the Palestinians. Huh. It's not the Palestinians, man. Israel said they're going to be attacking Iran for weeks. You're going to be getting attacked for weeks. That's not Iran is showing the world they're not Palestine, bro. You're not going to just attack them. Remember, the Israelis is like Zelensky and Ukrainians. They're going to lie about what was hit. Iran got satellite photos of what they hit. Iran know exactly what they hit, and they targeted their defense. The head of the Israeli military probably dead right now. Head of the Air Force probably dead right now. I saw a plane. Benjamin Netanyahu ran. He in the U.S. right now. He on TV acting like he in Israel. He's scared to death. He got up out of Israel because he already knew what was going to happen. Yeah, don't cry now. This is the first wave. Iran said they got about 3 waves of attacks. They finna slap these way harder than they hit them. Iran is fake news is just on TV saying Israel had
Subscribe to One India and
Israel had destroyed Iran's missile capability. So don't be expecting what we just seen. They say don't be expecting that. You know, because Israel had destroyed those type of capabilities. We all know those was lies, though. But just listen to this guy. We just got y'all just roll up that good dinner, relax, get y'all something to drink, man. If y'all don't drink, I get you a grape juice or something. If y'all don't drink, we got a lot of work to do today. You know, we gotta dig through the bullshit media so we can see what's really going on.
Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Enriquez now, the former.
Look what they decided to show you. Apartment building. They're showing you this apartment building because they saying Iranians targeting innocent civilians. Well, Iran had an apartment building hit too. Y'all remember that last night? A whole apartment building collapsed. Y'all targeted one of their leaders, killed everybody in the apartment building. This is called tit for tat. They opened up Pandora's box. And when the CNN is talking to this dude, he not caring like he usually care because the whole world saw what y'all did last night. Usually people be outraged. How could Iran attack? And everybody knows this was retaliation, brother. Y'all started this.
Former spokesperson of the Israeli Defense Forces, Colonel, what do you make and what are you hearing about the response from Iran's military?
Yeah, good evening from Israel. Just came out of the bomb shelter myself.
He was hiding.
Luckily, nobody was hit in my vicinity, but definitely, as we know, impacts in Tel Aviv. So far, I do not know of dead Israelis, only wounded. And I think this is more or less advancing according to plan.
Now, I want y'all to understand, I just showed y'all a video where the missiles were hitting the ground, a whole bunch. They show you a video where their air defense is shooting into the air. This is called propaganda.
I think it was anticipated from yesterday that the Iranians would do what they are doing now, to fire massive amounts of ballistic missiles towards.
They just showed you 2 missiles get through. I told you they're saying a couple got through, maybe 4 or 5. That's a lie. I showed you 11 missiles hit Israel at one fucking time. 2 hypersonic missiles then backdoor and hit Israel. This is
what they claim is military targets, and that may be the case, but effectively hitting civilians. And where this leaves us, I think, is with now perhaps the ball coming back into the Israeli court and Israel having the option to decide whether to expand the target bank that Israel has been attacking so far, which so far has been limited to military personnel, and people related to the nuclear weapons program and nuclear facilities. Israel, of course, can expand that to national infrastructure and to other things. And I think that
and the CNN dude gonna ask me about this. He's saying, Iran, you've attacked more than just military facilities. That's a lie. What? You talking about this building getting hit? You hit some buildings too. Iran said last night they're gonna mirror what Israel did, but it's gonna be a tough response. everybody you tried to kill, they're going to target those people. You probably have a couple of nuclear scientists they did. They're not going to tell us about those scientists get killed. They're probably going to say they died years later of cancer because they don't want to break the invincibility lie that they've been giving everybody. Israel supposed to be invincible. And these missiles, you're not supposed to see these missiles hitting Israel. Why? Because all of the U.S. air defense systems is in Europe. It's in Israel. The THAAD system, the Patriot missile system, the Iron Dome. None of that shit worked. This dude just said, well, now maybe we will open up our data banks and target infrastructure in Israel and Iran. Do it. And that's exactly what the fuck Iran gonna do to y'all ass.
Minister Katz is insinuating here is in that direction. I'm not sure that decision has yet been made by Israel. It's still early minutes, and it depends on how many casualties and what kind of damage we'll see in Israel and how many more missiles the Iranians will fire. But I think before this Iranian attack against Israel, I think the question was, what are the Iranians going to do? Are they going to de-escalate, or are they going to try to get even with Israel? It looks as if they're aspiring to escalate, and I think Israel will see that hand and raise by the capabilities that Israel has.
Well, let's talk about that, because if the defense minister of Israel is saying that Iran crossed red lines when it, quote, dared to fire missiles at civilian population centers in Israel, and indeed we're looking at scenes of what look like apartment buildings in Tel Aviv.
Now,
if Minister Katz
very
also
important that you listen to what they just said, because that's a war crime by Israel. Israel has military facilities and military, like Ukraine doing, around civilian infrastructure. That's a war crime. You cannot put your CIA buildings, you cannot put your military headquarters around civilians. Your military and CIA and all, that's legitimate targets. So when you're trying to hide them amongst the people, you're doing what you're saying Hamas is doing. You're using your civilians as human shields. You see? When they can show us Iran targeting sites inside, and we know, because these people would went plumb crazy if Iran was just targeting innocent people. Hey, fuck no. They're hiding their military sites amongst their population, and Iran showing the world we can go right through those buildings and get your motherfucking ass. So when they talk about strategic and surgical, that's what these strikes was. Maybe some civilians get killed, but they're targeting your motherfucking military.
also says that the Ayatollah regime, the Iranian regime, is going to pay a very heavy price for its criminal actions. They're saying,
whatever.
Does that?
Whatever. Salute. We in here. Salute, family. Salute to my brother, Brooklyn Zoo, for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family. Help me keep the lights on in the house revolution. But I just, like I said, I gotta be honest with y'all. I just feel so much better. I didn't feel good laying down last night seeing Israel talking all that shit. I didn't know what was the situation with Iran. Now we know what the situation with Iran is. They took a punch. And immediately, this is called immediate. No, they just didn't. Because we ain't military professionals. We don't know when you get hit, just start firing stuff off. No, they waited. They was patient. They calculated. They got with Russia on some satellites, seeing where Israel was trying to hide, making sure everything was set up. Then they attacked they motherfucking ass, nigga. And the U.S. is saying they were helping Israel to shoot this stuff down. Shoot what down? That's humiliation. U.S. need to mind their business.
Does that mean that the Israeli defense forces feel as though it would be appropriate to now respond with an attack on civilian centers, population centers in Tehran? Is that what that means?
No, I mean, Jake, as you've seen in the early Israeli strikes were as surgical as a military strike can be, and they were focused on military targets and the people that were related to the nuclear program, and with extremely little collateral damage, if any. Of course, the IDF won't be, wasting ammunition on causing wanton destruction in Iran. Israel will be focusing its capabilities on specific military objectives of military importance. But what I think here is that where it's leaning is that this could lead us into Israel now starting to attack infrastructure that is of national importance and perhaps related to the economic capabilities of the Islamic regime. And perhaps that is what Minister Katz is kind of paving the way for.
Well, go ahead and do it. See, these people playing with fire. Iran, I believe Iran now. Now I can go back to believing them. I didn't know. I like, oh, wait, boy, y'all been bluffing. Now I believe them. If you economically try to do anything to Iran, hit some economics, they already said what they're going to do. Shut the Strait of Hormuz, no oil, no gas. That's going to devastate the U.S. economy. That's devastate all the world economy. Nobody's driving to work. No one's doing none of that shit. Gas is $100. You won't be riding around here. So Iran just sitting back like, I know they like, do whatever you say you're going to do because we're not telling y'all what we're going to do. And Iran also targeted these people nuclear facilities. So they're not going to tell us about that.
Let's be honest here. If we look at the balance of capabilities as they have been displayed so far in this encounter, as Colonel Layton also spoke about, there isn't parity. Israel has air defenses, and Israel has proven its capacity to peel away Iranian air defenses. That's and is operating in Iranian airspace now with extremely limited restrictions. And that is no small thing. And I think the Iranians are aware of it. It's a dangerous gap.
Whatever you say you're doing cool, but what we see is Israel is under bombardment, and this was so disgusting about these people. It's with the Russia-Ukraine war. As soon as Russia tear Ukraine ass up, I do my research. Military facilities will hit, air bases hit. They always do this shit. Go to some building where an air defense missile done hit a building, and this is what show us the shit that was hit. When they talk about Iran, they're going to be naming all kind of stuff, we talk about Israel and show you this building. That's called propaganda, bro. Tell the truth. Give us the full truth. Show us everything that was hit on all sides. Hell no, they're not going to do that because they said Israel was invincible, and they not.
Gamble that the Iranians are doing because they are gambling without really having solid defenses left. And it could open this up to a much broader conflict where everything in Iran, infrastructure and
Iran not gambling because even if Iran, and I believe their air defense system is working properly, they just can't protect the whole fucking country. That's too much. If we're Russia can't protect their whole country, some shit get hit. And that's what happened last night. They are protecting priority stuff, priority shit. And I'm waiting to get the video. 2 F-35s was shot down. And there was credible news sources that I was paying attention to. And 2, I don't know if it's NATO or Israeli or U.S. fighter pilots, they've been arrested. So Iran, they like Russia. They're not just going to parade these people on TV. They got their ass, and it's going to be some back channels. But this man over here talking about Iran, they're totally defenseless. Come on, bro. It looks like Israel is defenseless.
Cities that are not only related to the nuclear program or the Revolutionary Guard Quds Force could become targets, and that has not been the case so far. So we might be witnessing an escalation and a transition here from one group of targets to another.
So Barak Ravid, who's a CNN commentator and also a journalist with Axios, one of the best sourced reporters on the Middle East that exists, he and a colleague reported earlier today that 2 Israeli officials told them that Trump and his aides were only pretending to oppose an Israeli attack in public and didn't express opposition in private. We had a clear U.S. green light, one of them claimed. The goal, they say, was to convince Iran that no attack was imminent and make sure Iranians on Israel's...
Yeah, that's one thing that's true. Iran got to stop falling for that bullshit. Hezbollah fell for that shit. They got to stop fucking watching TV and the news, listening to Americans, listening to people, Western people speak and thinking that's bullshit. They mislead you like that. And Trump absolutely misled Iran, made Iran think that Saturday was the deadline. But I don't even know Iran. Why the fuck? I don't know what's up with the Persians. They make a bunch of mistakes at times. Why the fuck would you be? You're supposed to be on guard, ready. Never listening to them. But Nasrallah from Hezbollah did the same fucking thing. They said they was negotiating with Israel. Instead of staying where he was supposed to stay, he came to a certain area to have a meeting about what was going on, and then they got his ass. Because they knew if they pretended it was peace, he would leave his protected area. See, they can't be listening to him. Trump baited Iran. But what make you laugh, make you cry. Because you didn't wipe, you're supposed to wipe them all out with the first shot. Now the Iranians is finna live up to what we thought. It's revolutionary martyrs, and they ready for this all-out Royal Rumble. Somebody gonna give up. Who gonna see? Israel saying, well, we're just gonna destroy Iran. No, Iran is saying we both gonna be destroyed. And that's what Iran supposed to be saying. Fuck it. If we go, you go too.
Target list wouldn't move to new locations. Netanyahu's aides even briefed Israeli reporters that Trump had tried to put the brakes on an Israeli strike in a call on Monday, when in reality the call dealt with coordination.
So targets wouldn't move to different locations. They watching these people. They watching their movements. They wanted them. Trump running on social media saying, no, a deal is near. I want a deal. Oh, he never wanted a fucking deal. He ruined, not only has he ruined his credibility, Putin, I can guarantee you Putin right now already told his people, wrap that Ukraine shit up. I'm not even worried about doing no deal with them. I can't listen to Trump because they're going to try to, they would try to whack Putin. They would try to do the same shit. Xi Jinping. Oh, and Kim Jong-un came out today and said the U.S. got their hands all over this shit. He said he was Iran. Say U.S. need to get wiped off the map for this bullshit. See what they did? Kim and North Korea never going to negotiate with the U.S. again. They ruined anybody taking the U.S. serious about negotiations, bro. It's just going to be war.
Coordination ahead of the attack, Israeli officials now say. I don't know if you know anything about that, but what is your response to that reporting?
I usually treat every report that I hear that doesn't name a source, but sources, anonymous sources, with a lot of skepticism. Having said that, judging by the results of the amount of senior Iranian military and nuclear officials that were obviously unaware of the threat that they were under and were eliminated by Israel, it would indicate that there has indeed been a very successful deception of the Iranians, and that the Iranians were led to believe that they are safe and that they can continue to develop nuclear weapons, that they can continue to fund terror organizations and continue to aspire.
Never develop no nuclear weapons. That's a lie. And they're not going to get away with that shit. They the ones funding terrorism. They the ones support Al-Qaeda. They the ones support ISIS. The world, and this is bad for us. This is bad for the world in general, that Trump played his fucking self like this, made an ass out of himself. Then he went on Truth Social today saying he warned the Iranians. They didn't want to listen. I tried to tell them. They didn't know what was coming. Now he's saying it get worse. You need to make a deal or else. Just like these people are so unaware of the reality of things. They're talking about it get worse. It can only get worse for us. It can only get worse for us. The Iranians have said if they're going to be wiped out, then they're going to put an end to nobody's going to have a good Christmas this year.
For the destruction of the state of Israel, when in fact Israel was preparing and eventually executed quite a successful military strike on them.
So whether or not President Trump was part of the deception, there was a deception that was successful. Jonathan, Israelis, I believe, are being told that they can leave.
That was not the success came from Israel is very capable at assassinating people. They're the best on the planet at that was an assassination. And I got to give Scott Ritter his credit. We're gonna listen to he was right about they was gonna go for a decapitation strike, meaning hit the leadership. But he said the U.S. was gonna do it. No, Israel was gonna do it at the behest of the U.S. Trump said, I gave y'all 60 days. On the 61st day, Israel did this shit. The U.S., and they better be lucky, Russia's telling Iran, just get Israel. Don't get the U.S. right now, because that's going to complicate shit. And then the World War III going to happen immediately. Everybody got to fight because the U.S. going to have to save Israel. Just get Israel, and the world going to make sure the U.S. understand this is a one-on-one fight, bro. This is a one-on-one fight. Israel versus Iran. It's not Israel and the U.S. No, this is Israel versus Iran. And we're finna see, the world finna see who can win.
The bomb shelters, is that correct? And does that mean that the wave of this Iranian retaliation is over? And how much more do you expect in terms of counterstrike?
I think we're in for a long night and in for a few very challenging days,
Yeah, he know it.
the way that it's looking. And I think that the Iranians have still enough missiles and capabilities to fire. The good thing is that
y'all said. That's not what y'all said till y'all ass got tore off the bone. These people were saying, I'm telling you, just while the missiles was landing, other stations didn't get the report. They were saying Iranian capabilities devastated. They probably won't even have the opportunity to retaliate. And I had to look out like, damn, bro, I was unsure. I didn't want to bring y'all that type of shit. I'm glad I didn't. Iran say, what? We told y'all we got 100,000 missiles. We told y'all we got tens of thousands of drones. We told y'all we got underground missile cities. Now the world knows they wasn't lying, nigga. You ain't knocked out nothing. Your ass is in a war now, bro. And you got to fight back, Israel. Don't.
That we have almost minute level details, the amount of minutes before impact. We have that based on the radars and the other sensors that we have. And so we go to shelters according to the Home Front Command orders and directives, and we go out when they tell us that it's safe. And that's also a level of, investment in public safety and security that the state of Israel has done in order to protect its civilians. And I think that is commendable. But at the end of the day, I think we're looking at a few tough days where there will be counterstrikes. And I think that now the Israeli establishment, the Israeli Air Force, Mossad, and others, perhaps additional forces as well, will retaliate against the Iranians. And maybe then the Iranians will continue.
You heard them? Additional forces. Bitch, stop begging for the U.S. and France and Germany and Britain to help you. That's the additional forces. No, bro. It's just you versus Iran. Ain't nobody else y'all get this out the way. It's you versus Iran. And you know what? What should happen is like what we see in Ukraine. Fuck it, NATO, y'all steady feed Israel weapons like y'all doing. And China, Russia, North Korea, and all the rest of the revolutionary nations, they going to feed Iran shit. Now, look, Israel and Iran, they not right next to each other. If they was next to each other, nigga, Iran would invade Israel. That's a fact. Nigga, Iranians would invade Israel and seize property. But since you got Syria in the way, then you got Iraq, these nations in the way, the only way they can get it on, and Iran use submarines on their motherfucking ass. Iran got submarines. That's why the U.S. needs to be careful, bro. Iran got submarines too, man. Anyway, so what we're going to see is it's going to be a missile and an air campaign. That's what it's going to be. That's the war that Iran ready to fight. They've been building up a missile capacity campaign. They knew if they fought Israel and they got to devastate the U.S. military base in the Middle East, they was going to need all those missiles. And the whole world has witnessed their drone capabilities in the Ukraine war. They don't have play drones. Them drones, when they send them, just like when Russia send them, their ass going to come and hit them targets, bro. And if you waste your ammunition, then the ballistic missiles going to hit your ass. Once you get to firing at them drones, you finished anyway, because that's just decoys. And if you don't hit them, then they're going to hit you.
Continue to retaliate. In terms of the bigger context, I think it's super important that we remain cognizant of the fact that the negotiations, according to the U.S., are still open.
No, it's not.
And that path exists for the Iranians to choose.
If they negotiations. Iran pull out of negotiations. They say it's just war now, bro.
Choose to stop
you didn't
trying
hear that,
to
you've been underground living like a motherfucking groundhog.
Develop nuclear bombs, and if they choose to relinquish enrichment in Iran, then that is an option that exists, but that is the option that exists, nothing else. If they continue to try to obfuscate and delay and continue to enrich uranium to military grade and aspire or rush towards nuclear capabilities, that's not going to happen, and that's an offer, that's something of the past. And I think it's important that the Iranians understand that.
All right, Jonathan Conricus, former spokesman for the IDF. Thank you so much.
Oh, boy, you live underground. We don't respect you. I can't respect you. You living like Zelensky. Y'all had y'all time. It's Iran time to shine now. All right, it's just so much. Y'all just relax. It's a good day for revolutionaries, though. Last night was pretty depressing. We didn't know if Iran was going to rise up and do what they're doing today. I told y'all they fucked up when they killed the Revolutionary Guard leader. That's you crazy enough. Written supreme leader, the leader of the Shiites on this globe. Are you crazy, bro? You think that? Are you crazy, man? You threatened? Hold on, where my boy at? Khomeini. Let me see my boy one more time. Man, I need to. Khomeini need to go to see my boy. You crazy, man? That's the leader of the Shiites right there. That's not the leader of Iran. He the supreme leader of Iran. That's the leader of the sect, the Shiite branch of Islam. Hundreds of millions of them. That's their leader right there. You threaten to wipe him out. You threaten to kill him. You might have even tried to kill him last night. Are you kidding me? I told y'all what was going to happen. I told you they wasn't going to get away with killing the head of the IRGC. Are you crazy? And the Iranian Revolutionary Guards, that's not the Iranian military. You have an Iranian military. You got to deal with them. But then you have the head of their special forces, the head of their like CIA, the head of their like Mossad, and he have plenty of forces. They got their own boats, own planes, own everything. You killed their leader, bro. And then as soon as the other leader came into power, he said all hell was finna break loose, bro. They got every right to deal with Israel now. Just how they want to deal with them, harshly. Come on, man. That's the supreme leader right there, man. They ready.
On the night of June 13th, Israel launched a massive rocket and bomb attack on the territory of Iran. It is well known that during this attack, Israel used dozens of F-16 and F-35 fighter jets, armed with air-to-surface rockets, and Blue 109 hardened bunker buster penetration bombs. Israel used the airspace of Syria, Iraq, and Jordan to destroy numerous facilities in Tehran and
See, I know they use Syria and Iraq. Jordan is gonna pay. They're gonna get their ass tossed the bone. Remember, I told you that they're gonna pay. Iran gonna deal with Jordan. And they should same thing Israel getting, they should start bombing the motherfucking. They probably gonna do that. Start bombing the military bases in Jordan. Syria and Iraq has been crippled. Iraq by the US, Syria by Al Qaeda and shit. You see. But I told you, what's good for the goose, good for the gander. Iran got the permission. They're gonna use Syria and Iraq to tear into Israel motherfucking ass. That's a fact. And Iran got plenty of freedom fighters in Baghdad right now that's ready for the all-out war. So this thing finna get real good.
And other Iranian cities. Reports indicate that in order to disable the Iranian air defense systems, Israel used dozens of kamikaze drones that were launched from the territory of Iran. As it turned out, the drones had been stored in secret bases in Iran for several months, waiting for the right moment to launch.
Now, that's a key part. The drones have been stored in Iran. Iran has a security problem. They've been having a security issue, and I believe a lot of their people, a lot of their security forces is just corrupt, and the almighty dollar get to them like it get to Americans who used to work for the Soviet Union. That's a problem. When you can offer somebody $100 million and they can stay in the West, they'll sell their own fucking country out. That's just a fact. But somehow, and I believe Israel, they had the drones in Iran. They say for over a year. I believe them because they've been putting out some magnificent shit on Hezbollah. They say they had the drones stored in Iran, and when the time came, that's how they beat the air defenses. And you would say, damn, you sure? That's just what happened to the Russians in Ukraine. So just like Russia knew, Mossad helped Ukraine pull that off. They're damn near the same type of moves. Ukraine had already had the drones stashed in Russia. So if they could do it to Russia, you know they damn sure can do it to Iran. So I believe that. They had the drone stashed, and when they went to pull off the operation, they just had to go. They just had to say, they had to, fire them off. That would start the shit off, catch you slipping. Russia was caught slipping. Iran was caught slipping. But they bouncing back though. We was caught slipping in Pearl Harbor. Is how you punch back. and they punching back right now.
Independent monitoring services recorded numerous explosions in Iranian cities such as Tehran, Natanz, Kermanshah, and Tabriz. Later, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu officially stated that Israel was forced to attack Iran because the criminal regime of that state had begun developing nuclear weapons. According to Benjamin Netanyahu, Israel has struck at the very heart of Iran's nuclear program, destroying leading Iranian nuclear scientists, as well as Iranian military leaders.
That's true too.
The Israeli Prime Minister called this radical step a necessary measure, since Iran had begun enriching uranium and was ready to produce nuclear weapons in 12 months.
And this is something the world needs to understand. Iran is a nuclear power now. It's only a matter of time before they let the world know they have nuclear weapons, and the whole world gonna be able to thank Israel and the U.S. for that shit. And Iran's not a show. Now, just like people say, man, Israel can wipe Iran off the map. Iran is proven. Now, what if we put some nuclear warheads on these missiles that's hitting Israel? This should wake Israel and the U.S. ass up. We can hit you now. You need to stop this shit before it's too late. If you're thinking it's just gonna be them, that's not true. That's not true. It's gonna be you too. But I believe that's what the 1%, those in elite, those in power, they won't, because it only makes sense they won't, there's too many people on this planet. They want population reduction. They want a nuclear war. They want hundreds of millions, billions of people to die. They want Pakistan and India to go to war. They want that. They need Iran and Israel. It won't make sense like that. They will sacrifice Israel for hundreds of millions. Then a billion people to go up in flames. Hell yeah, they'll sacrifice Israel.
Our attacks are aimed at negating the Iranian threat to Israel's very existence. Our missile and bomb attacks on Iran will continue until Tehran completely loses its ability to create weapons of mass destruction, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said. Furthermore, Benjamin Netanyahu also called on Israeli citizens not to leave bomb shelters for a long time. According to him, Israel's military operation against Iran will last for several days, and Tehran will likely launch retaliatory missile strikes against the Jewish state.
They already did it. We know that. Salute, family. Support and love.
Meanwhile, on the morning of June 13th, the first details of the Israeli massive rocket and bomb attack on Iran began to appear. According to the Iranian Foreign Ministry, Israeli missiles rained down on nuclear facilities in Natanz, killing 2 nuclear physicists, Faridan Abbasi and Mohammad Mahdi Tiranchi. In addition, Tehran has also officially confirmed the death of 3 of its generals. We are talking about the commander of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, Major General Hossein Salami, and the Chief of Staff of the Iranian Armed Forces, Major General Hossein Bagheri.
That was another mistake.
In addition, General Ghulam Ali Rashid, commander of the Qadim al-Anbiya Central Command, was also killed in an Israeli missile attack. At the same time, reports indicate that this general was killed along with his son by a cruise missile that struck his house. In addition, Iran also officially announced that Israeli missiles struck residential areas of Tehran, killing several children.
This was really this was assassination campaign. It was assassination campaign, and they really efficient at assassination campaigns, you know. But they couldn't get the supreme leader. Either they didn't want all to just Iran just to do it all in one. Because you kill a supreme leader, they probably would have got very emotional and just shot everything at you, which would have been militarily unsound thing to do. But that's when Israel saying we're gonna be fighting you for days. The supreme leader, he need to leave and go to Iran. You know, I guess they probably go to Russia. Russia should not allow them to kill the supreme leader and some of the president too. They should be taken to China or something. Because as long as they live in the Iranian nation can survive. You know, you kill the supreme leader, kill a couple of more military leaders, then it's inevitable. Some of these people might want to get bought off by the U.S. and Britain and France. That's real talk. You do not want a civil war in Iran. That's what they need to avoid. So to avoid a civil war or somebody else stepping up and going a different direction, you got to keep the nucleus of who in power. The supreme leader and his top military officials have got to survive this shit.
Amid all this, Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, addressed the nation. During his speech, he vowed that a bitter and terrible fate awaits.
Hold on, revolutionary salute to our brother Terry Ross for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is real life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family. Salute.
Israel. In addition, he also promised a tough response to the United States, which blindly supports all of Israel's criminal actions. At the end of his speech, Ali Khamenei called on the military to adequately respond to all enemies of Iran. It is noteworthy that an hour after this statement by the supreme leader of Iran, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said that the United States did not participate in the Israeli attack on Iran.
Family who just sent that to our family right there, teammate. I appreciate that love, family. Help me keep the lights on in the House of Revolution. I know he is now. Salute.
On the night of June 13th, Israel took unilateral action against Iran. I officially declare that the United States is not involved in launching missile strikes against Iran.
Yes, they is.
Our top priority in the region remains the protection of American forces. Iran must not harm the interests of the United States and its military personnel in the Middle East, Marco Rubio said.
Already killing them.
Thus, the United States wants to protect its military bases and soldiers in the Middle East during the upcoming Iranian retaliation strike. However, observing current events, it appears that Iran is gearing up for a devastating retaliatory strike of such a power, that the adverse effects of which will impact not only Israel, but also its primary ally, the United States.
See this? See that? They haven't destroyed this shit. That's why it's crazy. You haven't destroyed these underground missile facilities. They just proved it. Israel is playing with fire, bro. Fire. Starting some shit they can't finish. They're going to drag the U.S. into this shit, but that's not going to make Iran stop firing these motherfucking missiles, though.
At the moment, in anticipation of an Iranian...
People dead right here. My boy right here on the left. They killed that man. These people stupid, man. You can kill a revolutionary. You won't kill a revolution. You can't kill this man, and that's the end of the Iranian missile program. What the fuck is wrong with you? They already told you. It's not in that, just in the head of individuals. This knowledge, this extreme wealth of knowledge has been spread out. It's being taught. It's in the Iranian bloodline now. These is who they are. A warring nation. You cannot assassinate people, and then they don't have the capabilities anymore. That's crazy.
Retaliation strike. The entire Israeli military and political leadership is in the heavily reinforced underground bunkers, and the country's air defense is in full combat readiness.
Nah, that shit didn't work.
In addition, Israel has also called up tens of thousands of reservists and increased the combat readiness of its divisions on all borders. By the way, Iran also increased the combat readiness of all its divisions. All of this indicates that a genuine regional war has begun.
It's begun. It's going down.
And if humanity fails to nip this war in the bud, the United States will have to join the war on Israel's side.
Iran finna check. That's why Saudi Arabia done already came out and strongly denounced. You better strongly denounce it, or your ass get wiped out too. Them fake shit. I want them to deal with United Arab Emirates, them racist bastards. They helped kill Gaddafi. I want them to deal with Qatar. I want Iran just to deal with those goddamn phony ass Arab nations. Deal with them. They was in on it, especially Jordan. Kick their motherfucking ass right now.
Which will in turn compel Russia to start providing military support to Iran, resulting in a risk that the world could plunge into World War III. U.S. President Donald Trump also added oil to the fire. In particular, he officially stated that the United States would protect Israel in the event of a retaliatory strike from Iran.
They tried.
Against this backdrop, insiders in the Kremlin confirmed that Moscow has already warned Washington about the inadmissibility of U.S. military intervention against Iran. Simply put, Moscow has made it clear to the Trump administration that if the United States goes to war against Iran, Russia will do everything possible to ensure that Iran wins this war.
Come on, man. I already know. Putin.
Even though Russia itself is fighting against the Ukrainian army and NATO forces, Moscow has enough opportunities to strengthen Iran's military potential.
Man, Putin, a loyal homie, man. Iran came to his defense and helped him when he took on NATO. The world, South Africa, it's some allies who've been helping them. They scared. They on the fence. Iran lows. Zelensky is Nazis, and we're gonna help Putin. Them drones help change the motherfucking war. It was no stopping them. The NATO study saying they're gonna send in game-changing weapons, never did. The game-changing weapon was the drones that the Iranians sent in the beginning that was terrorizing Ukraine. Terrorizing. Destroying, those drones was destroying NATO's tanks. NATO's air. They were like, this is crazy. $20,000 drones destroying multi-million-dollar tanks. It was drones have changed the battlefield. It's a new war. But the Iranians helped do that. So Putin would never, I said it yesterday, never let the U.S. wipe Iran out. That would hit his legacy. You can't let your friends go out like that. So he's warning Trump. He's letting them know, if you stick your pinky toe into that war, it's gonna go bad for you, and I'm gonna make sure it go bad for you. Trump better listen, man.
At the same time, it is also worth noting that the conflict between Iran and Israel has already had a positive effect on Russia. The fact is that after the Israeli missile attack on Iran, oil prices have already increased by 8%.
Come on, man.
Moreover, amid an upcoming Iranian retaliatory strike against Israel, the West shifted the information agenda to the Middle East, putting Ukraine on the back burner. In addition, the Western missiles.
Putin got rich. Soon as the missiles start dropping, oil prices went up like I told you it will. And if Iran blocked that Straits of Hormuz, game over. The more oil costs, the richer Russia get. This is a win-win for him. The U.S. and Israel gonna get their ass bloody, gonna get a bloody nose, and he gonna make billions of dollars in revenue. Come on, man. He's laughing at them.
Missile systems, artillery shells, and air defense systems promised to Ukraine have already changed course and headed for Israel. It is clear that Russia will exploit this situation to completely defeat the Ukrainian army on the battlefield.
That's a fact.
Well, the head of the Kiev regime, Volodymyr Zelensky, finally understood that Ukraine needed to negotiate peace with Russia during the talks in Istanbul. However, instead, this dead man walking decided to escalate, as a result of which he signed a death sentence not only for himself, but also for the Ukrainian statehood.
See how this goes? See, Putin is very smart. Putin wants the U.S. to get sucked into that problem over there. Putin wants them to get sucked into that problem that's going on right now in Israel, because that means they got to get the fuck out of his business in Ukraine. Okay. It's just, oh, my boy, he going, all right, I see you, boy. I got you. All right. Here, see, huge Iranian response. We're going to check that out later. I know Iran slapped him around. We're proud of you, Iran. But that's just salute to all y'all in here, man. Appreciate y'all showing up to get this news y'all can use, man. Because the House of Revolution kept telling people World War III was here. Somebody popped up in our chat the other day and said, why y'all talking about World War III all the time? Bitch, because we're trying to warn you, dumbass, to get your house in order. Now you ask, well, you're not welcome here no more, nigga. You don't know what's going on, nigga. Yeah, we told y'all. They thought we was crazy, y'all.
Strike on Israel as air raid sirens blare all over that country. And, all of us sitting back and wondering, well, how complicit was the United States in all of this? They have been playing the dumb card. We had nothing to do with this. Marco Rubio sending out messages saying we had nothing to do with this.
And then just hours later, President Trump saying, I warned Iran. Yeah. I warned them if they did not come to a deal within 60 days that Israel has our weapons, knows how to use them, and that we would send more, which is a not so tacit admission that the United States funded the attack and helped the attack, if not trained for it, and was aware of it. Now, we can't parse the tea leaves right now. Did President Trump actually know, or was he caught unawares and then he had to pretend that he knew, or was he actually playing dumb all along in order to lull Iran into a false sense of security, thinking the United States was on their side? I have a hard time buying that one, because who would be dumb enough to trust the U.S. government? Who would be dumb enough to
How
think,
many times do you have to be duped by the U.S.
has
government?
our back.
Right.
It's all going to be okay. They want peace. The United States has failed to secure peace in Ukraine, has said that, and this sort of makes sense a little bit, because this week we covered how Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth had said that we're going to scale back weapons to Ukraine. He said scale back. He did not say stop. But could that be because he knew that an all-out war in the Middle East was pending and that we would need those weapons in the war in the Middle East? I mean, I don't know how you see that this will not hit American shores.
So let's take you through where we are right now. So overnight, Israel launched a devastating strike on Iran. It was many months in the making, if not years. We're hearing years, but others saying months. It was a long time in the works. And Israel confirmed destruction of Iran's Natanz nuclear facility today, and Iran also confirming that. Here you can see it being struck.
They did not confirm it was destroyed. It was hit. No Iranian nuclear facility is destroyed. That would mean the nuclear radiation would be everywhere. It was hit. Russia already told these people it's impossible to destroy those nuclear facilities. They are underground and they are hardened. So no. Brother, you got that part wrong.
The IDF released, by the way, this graphical depiction of their strike of the nuclear power plant and nuclear facilities. Here you can see. So this is the actual strike of Natanz here, and here's the graphical representation of this. Now take a look. So the IDF then releases this. So they had this graphic like ready to go. Like, you know that they had this thing ready to go, probably in the works. Like, here's exactly what they struck, all of the different targets, different containment facilities going underground, the power lines that, of course, supply power to that. Israel says it flew over 200 fighters into Iran, hit 100 plus targets, including Natanz, the main nuclear weapon site. 6 Iranian nuclear scientists also killed in this as part of all of this. Look at this, using bunker busting bombs in order to do that. So they had this target ready to go. Here is the Natanz nuclear facility. You can see the remnants of that as a result. And here you can see the multiple targets, the multiple nuclear facility targets. You can take a look at that.
So this was the targets across Iran, and Trump has said that the people that he was dealing with, well, CNN reports that Trump said that the negotiators for peace are all dead now. And yet he says that he intends to still go to negotiations on Sunday, 2 days away. So I'm not sure what that means if he says we expect to still negotiate peace and negotiate an end to this with Iran on Sunday, but everyone's dead. How does that work, Clayton?
How are you going to meet with Steve Witkoff? And by the way, Trump says
bring in a medium.
So every one of these people is dead. He said the hardliners, of course, that we were meeting with, they are all dead now. And so how are you going to have this meeting? Are you going to have this meeting on Sunday with Steve Witkoff? You're going to go there. Hey, how was your weekend? And what did you guys do this weekend?
And is the United States to be trusted? Why would you do that? Why would you sit in a room with the United States that has inflicted this attack that they said they were actively trying to avoid?
Yeah, it seems like currently, like the U.S. Like currently, it seems like the U.S. policy is like to try to negotiate peace by arming one side against the other. That is not a good strategy. That's not how it works.
And I mean, we're going to speak to Scott Rutter about this, but if he's available to show up, there are so many questions, because if Iran did have a nuclear weapon, wouldn't that have been used by now in the wake of this attack? Is the burden of proof dead now, because we saw that Iran released documents this week about Israel's own nuclear program, and the Western world ignored that. The IAEA has shown to be compromised. and they provided cover for Israel's justification. So we have continued questions about this. And will that proof now, the burden of proof, be dead? Will it be, we just don't, we'll stop asking because we're in full on war, the same way weapons of mass destruction was the impetus for a war. And if you don't see how this is now the same plan that just works over and over again, then I don't know what else there is to see. That weapons of mass destruction, Glenn Greenwald on his show today, on his feed, I don't know if this was live or not, pointed out how Israel has been saying that Iran was weeks away from a weapon since 1982. 1982. How is that possible? That we never needed any burden of proof. The Obama administration, like a good dog, tried really hard to find it, sanctioned the hell out of Iran, and never found it. So we will never need to know this, right? We'll never need to know. The same way we know that the Japanese were about to surrender before we bombed them. And will it take now 40 years of us having to argue?
What they just did to Iran is what they wanted to do to North Korea. It's called a decapitation strike. You kill the leaders, kill the military leaders, and blow up and knock out their potential to fight. And the US be planning, US be training, they be having war games, and that's what be pissing Kim Jong-un off all the time. Because when you see the US and South Korea war gaming and act like they having training, it's decapitation strikes. And Kim keep telling them they practicing until they not. They're trying to catch you slipping, but their plan is to do just what they did to Iran. Immediately go for the leaders, try to knock everybody out quick as you can. You see, but Kim Jong-un done balanced the power and let them know they're gonna die. He can reach the U.S. He got submarines. He's gonna wipe out Guam. He's gonna wipe out the bases in Japan. He allowed them to know I'm not tripping. Iran need that potential. See, Iran. They need the nuclear weapon. They don't need it to win a war, but they do need it to keep these crazy, ravenous bastards from doing what they're doing right now.
Thank you. I'm just curious about that.
So again, according to reports inside Iran, Iran is confirming now that radioactive radiation has been recorded as a fallout from this attack. What happened? What happens next on all of this? Secretary of State Marco Rubio insisted that the United States played no role in Israel's attack on Iran on Thursday, describing the campaign as unilateral action, saying we are not involved in strikes against Iran, and then adding our top priority is protecting American forces in the region. How can those two things be true at the same time? We're really focused on protecting our own forces in the region. 50,000 Americans that are sitting ducks in this region right now. If you really wanted to protect those individuals, you would not have been funding and providing weapons and coordinating an attack on Iran. That's one way to prevent Americans from not getting killed, is to not have anything to do with Israel attacking Iran, which we now know, of course, is exactly what happened. So again, we're watching all of this very, very closely, and now we have the update.
And all those punk ass Western nations, they need to be paying attention, because what's happening to Israel could happen to they punk ass France, Germany, all of them, Britain. They need to stop talking shit to Iran, because they don't want no war with Iran. They talking shit. Iran to kick their motherfucking ass. But if it can happen to Israel, it can happen to any of those nations. It can happen to the U.S. because the best of what we got is in Israel. So if Israel cannot stop the missiles from falling in the U.S., damn sure can't stop them from falling on our goddamn head. And that's why Iran been telling them, don't fucking play with us, because we hit all these bases in the Middle East. But they keep playing. So we here now.
Iran. So overnight, just a short time ago, Iran launching a devastating attack inside of Tel Aviv. Speaking of people inside of Tel Aviv in bunkers right now, being told to shelter in place in bunkers. Air raid sirens, of course, going all across Israel at this hour. And you can see, and apparently they weren't able to stop any of these hypersonic missiles or any of these cruise missile attacks inside of Tel Aviv. So this idea of this Iron Dome being an incredible, sophisticated protection against it is just garbage.
Iran said they was going to use some weapons that they had never used before. So we soon will, like Russia introduced new shit. Iran got some new shit too. They technologically advanced, so we probably going to find out some of this shit was some shit Israel and the U.S. didn't even know they had. Some of these bombs hitting Israel, probably some shit that the West didn't even know they had. They just hitting their ass with it. We finna find out tomorrow or later after what actually they used on Israel last. But what we see is they couldn't stop them.
And you can see, of course, and remember during the last attack on October 1st, it was a devastating attack, and Israel told us, oh, they got, pretty much took care of everything, when the truth was anything but. It was devastating and took out multiple military targets all across Iran, all across Israel.
So, well, hopefully we'll talk to Weapons Inspector Scott Ritter coming up here soon. Do we have an update on that, or we just don't?
I was talking, so you can take the next thing here, and I'm going to figure that out.
Okay. So what we still don't know is whether those targets have hit civilian infrastructure or whether they've hit military infrastructure. One thing is clear is that we won't have to wait long. Now, President Trump overnight did say, we will defend Israel. So what exactly does that mean? Does that mean we will continue to defend Israel from arm's length, or will we have military intervention and military support along with the IDF? Now, imagine that. American troops alongside the IDF that is currently conducting ethnic cleansing of Gaza, and we will stand with them. This is something that I will let you in a little bit on Redacted Chat, is that the boys on this show, which are Philip and David and Clayton, are mad and pissed and emboldened because we have to call out exactly how the United States is being led into another war in the Middle East that we know that we will not win and that will cost American lives and will escalate on our own shores. I, on the other hand, felt like I want to quit. But what would I do otherwise, right? Besides this work, besides this journalism, I want to know how the rest of you are taking this, how you feel, having, I don't know what our collective feeling is, and whatever brings you comfort. If you're mad, if you're scared, if you feel like there is someone today, I read a tweet that said, if you want to know what Trump is going to do next, listen to Netanyahu, because clearly he's calling the shots. Is there anything that the United States can do now to stop this runaway train, or is this the biblical end of times that has been raised many times by conservatives and Democrats alike? Written in the stars, so to speak, right, Clayton?
Yeah.
And so it's the damn Epstein file, bro. The Epstein file has our leaders where they can't do shit but what the Israelis tell them. That's why they like SEALs, trained SEALs. You're like, damn, all y'all can't be this fucking sick. Y'all this can't be real. Well, when you compromise, and you talking about what P. Diddy, all these people done party like Diddy. All these people have been compromised. All these people, the Israelis, because if you don't want to, the Israelis have caught these people and put some in their punch, and they done some shit. All these dudes, all these individuals, these women, they call them male escorts. These men, they call them female escorts. Washington D.C. is just like Hollywood. It ain't no different. And it's called the Israeli honey trap, man. And they all compromised, bro. That's just a fact.
So again, what's happening right now is Israel is being hit very, very hard by Iran. And, again, over the past 30 or so minutes, we've seen a massive attack, a massive onslaught inside of Israel. And we knew that this was not going to take 2 months, of course. Here are attacks inside of Tel Aviv at this hour. And again, a lot of people wondering, was this going to be 2 months like the October 1st attack, which took 2 months for Iran to respond? Yeah, Iran, of course, saying that they are going to hit them and hit them hard.
I thought Iran, I didn't know, but this was a quick. Russia don't even respond this quick. Russia usually take a couple days. Iran was pissed off. This call immediately spinning the block and getting you some get back.
As hard as they possibly can. Iran's president, of course, on Thursday threatened to destroy any country that eliminates the government's nuclear facilities. Now the world will learn specifically what that looks like. Are we going to see a massive response? I mean, are they going to hit all of Israel's nuclear facilities? Are they going to target residential buildings just like Israel did? Yes. The massive amount of high-rise buildings all across Tel Aviv are sitting duck targets right now. And those families there overnight that are sheltering in place.
They already say everything Israel doing, they're showing it. Whatever you do, we're going to do to you. And that's some real power. They're showing. They telling Israel, no, we got the capabilities. And all that Trump, we will defend Israel. Bro, you're going to get humiliated because you can't stop those missiles from falling. You're a liar. You can never stop a hypersonic missile, and Iran has them. Come on, man. The U.S. need, and don't play with Iran either, because they can sink them U.S. aircraft carriers, and then that's just. But if you this is Iran point of view. If y'all already planning to kill all our leaders, they might as well take them bastards out. Look what the Houthi rebels were just doing to the U.S. Navy. They had to tap out and get a peace deal. Man, they playing with Iran.
They have a lot of those more sophisticated buildings have bunkers built inside the interior walls of most of these apartment complexes and condominium complexes all across Tel Aviv. So families right now are sheltering inside of those bomb shelters. I've seen pictures from friends who are inside of Tel Aviv where their like little children are literally in cribs inside of these bomb shelters, inside of these facilities as we speak. Earlier this week, some sources in Washington said basically Israel's ability to fend off Iran's retaliation is virtually impossible. They're not going to be able to stop Iran's retaliation, which of course would lead to the United States being involved in this. So any idiot out there that thought that the United States wouldn't be involved in this, you need to get your head examined. The United States would be involved right away. Now, we know that battle carrier groups have been moved out of that position. They're being moved back into position now in order to protect Israel. So Americans are going to be sitting ducks in this. I mean, how does this end? Does this end peacefully? You know, does Iran just come to the table and say, yeah, that's fine. You killed most of our top nuclear scientists. You took out all of our nuclear energy program. You took out all of our nuclear program, whatever that is. You decapitated our top leadership, and we're just going to come to the table with send Steve Witkoff back so we'll have lunch with him.
Well, here's what will be expected of you. And I'm on the verge of tears right now. Here's what will be expected of you is a yellow ribbon, a flag on your car, and a support the troops, right? But if you have followed Redacted, and I had hoped to get Dan McKnight on, hopefully he'll join us next week from Defend Our Troops, or what is his organization? I will get it for you in a second. He has said to us many times.
If the U.S. military, now's a time in history where they got to step forward, arrest Marco Rubio, Donald Trump, Lindsey Graham, arrest the top military brass in the U.S. military who right now and put us in this situation, that will redeem U.S. government. That will redeem them with Russia, China, and the rest of the world. If they don't, then I'm telling you, Putin, I know Xi Jinping and Putin, they're already sitting back like, damn, bro, we might have to nuke these people, bro. I know they're thinking about the survival of because we are the Nazis right now. They looking at the U.S. is the real problem. And they might have to nuke these motherfucking people because they just out of fucking control and they're not going to stop. Attacking Iran nuclear facilities was a red line for everybody in the world. And we actually living in that time right now. Everybody knew if you attack Iran nuclear facility, that's World War III. And we keep saying World War III, that's what they said. They said that meant the world was going to go to war if you did what Israel just did last night.
Many times that veterans are the most anti-war group that you can find because they've seen hell and they do not want it for the next generation. So support the troops does not mean support them to fight. It means support them not to have to. And so we will be asked for repetition of this propaganda that is they hate our freedoms. Either you're with us or against us.
Our troops just caught hell fighting the fucking Taliban. The Taliban have no planes, no tanks, no missiles. What? Our troops just caught hell for 20 years and then were defeated. They fought brave, but they were defeated. The Taliban had no tanks, no planes, no artillery systems, no missiles. So you're finna push our troops into a fight with the Iranians who have all of the above, who can hit you anywhere you at, who ready to die. Come on, man. That don't even make sense.
us. If you don't support the war, you're aiding the enemy. Support the troops. Yellow flags. This will be demanded of us. But because we still have these platforms, because we still have X, then we can push back. You have to be ready to be called an Iran apologist, a regime supporter, a terrorist supporter. This is the same. We've been through this since 2022 with Russia. What were we called, Clayton? Russian propagandists, Putin supporters. What else? Russian
stooges, whatever. Yeah.
Clayton on Wikipedia married someone who was from Russia. Apparently, this is going to happen. This is coming for us. So, anti-war voices, get ready for the name calling. It doesn't feel good, but it's coming.
Well, and so this one of the big things I wanted to talk about today is the false flag attacks, which are inevitably going to be happening this weekend. So one of the big concerns, of course, is that you have this No Kings event that's supposed to happen tomorrow, of course, where all of these anti-ICE protests are going to be taking hold across the United States, and that, of course, is going to be a front for potential false flag attack violence. So you're seeing across. You're seeing all across.
I already told y'all yesterday. Well, we already put that together, Clayton. You was in the audience listening. Listen, they have been saying forever, Fox News. You see, we learned that what they do, and I learned it from the Bin Laden situation. What they do to see, they go into the media and they plant stories so later on they can say, see, Bin Laden wants to hit towers. Then they don't say it no more, but it's there. We said that a year ago. Y'all didn't listen? Bin Laden wants, Al-Qaeda wants to, they plant the little bullshit stories. It's really, they're going to do this, but we told you it was them. They have been saying for years on Fox News, they already picked their little station, Iran and Hezbollah is working with the drug cartels. Iran is working with they is okay with Venezuela. Venezuela is not working with the drug cartels or working with the narcos, but they're going to make you think that. And then there is some of these motherfuckers, they absolutely will work with them, some ex-Iran traitors, some ex-Lebanese traitors. Work with them. They got them on audio talking, Iranian talking, Hezbollah talking. They talking to the cartel, and they'll tell you, that's the Iranians doing this. So when all these some bullshit happen with these protesters in America, some shit get blown up, some shit people get killed. Oh, they see that was the Iranians getting their get back, and they used the Mexican cartels. Trump them just labeled the Mexican cartels terrorists a couple of months ago. All that's part of it, you see. Yeah, y'all are terrorists along with Hezbollah and along with Iran. You see the axis of terror right here?
Across Twitter right now, and X, of course, people discussing, hey, come out to these big protests, and other people warning, of course, that in fact we are going to see massive potential Iranian attacks at these protests or false flag attacks across the United States. That there are sleeper cells of Iranians inside the United States right now, and tomorrow we could see massive violence against the United States on June 14th. Warning us, of course, once again, that Iranians are here and they're going to attack all of us. Now, I ask you to just sort of take that with a grain of salt and they're going to try to drag you into this war. Yes, you're going to be tying yellow ribbons around trees, and they're going to tell us that we need to have an enemy in Iran. I don't recall Iran actually attacking. When has Iran attacked us? Do you guys remember Iran attacking us? Has Iran attacked us in any kind of way?
Well, no, the narrative is that Iran has the money behind Hezbollah, behind Hamas and other Lebanese groups. And that because of that. Now, again, the propaganda is beautiful because we saw just immediately after Israel's attacks that the headlines were preemptive strike. Well, that's not a thing. Recall how China's military policy is no first use. This is not what that is. This is first use. Full stop. So we can call it preemptive, which is so interesting, right? Because this was preemptive, but the war in Russia was unprovoked. So where's the provocation here that they will sell us? Where is it? I'm so curious.
Oh, we got a couple of super chats we want to take here as we wait for some of our guests today.
There was one that wasn't a super chat, but I want to call out because I had said, I want to quit, but I don't know what else I would do in a world crumbling around me. And someone said, I'm a nun and I feel the same way. And I just want to cry because what else can we do?
Catherine in our
chat. Say all right. Like, you don't want to hear that from me.
What? No, I don't.
That was rude.
What? No, I'm just saying. Don't be. I'm saying someone's saying you're so far off base. I was saying all right to this. You're so far off base at what you're saying. What do you exactly, Catherine? Exactly how are we off base on this? Like what Natalie just said. Like how is she off base on this? Can you elucidate that point?
Mm-hmm.
And where is the super chat you mentioned? That's what I was.
It wasn't a super chat. You can go back to that. It was just like someone else who feels the same way that we're in this fight. We don't want to be. Kyle says, could this be the reason Trump didn't end the war between Russia and Ukraine? Keep Russia busy so they can't help Iran. I mean, it's possible. It's also possible why you're hearing all these crazy protests this week, right? As a deception for like what we're going to see this weekend. I won't die for Israel or Zionist garbage, Nick Bravo says. And was that the blue one? I was trying to find the one you were talking about here. It was fast. And Mighty Megatron in our Rumble chat says, when someone calls you a Nazi, tell them thank you. Flattery will only get... he won't say that part. There we go. Colonel Douglas McGregor joins us now for our weighing in on all of this to make sense of what's happening in the world as Iran has now fired back, struck targets. We knew that this was coming. It didn't take 2 months for that to happen. Like the last time, Iran waited 2 months before this attack. It was almost immediate. Colonel Douglas McGregor, great to see you. Thank you for jumping on with us today on this emergency broadcast. How are you?
Good.
What do you make of, first of all, maybe you can sort of paint a picture on exactly what happened here. How did this happen? And then what happens next?
Well, I don't know if you saw the tweet, or X as we call it right now, that I sent out. But yes, I think we need, we need to understand that's essentially what's happened in a nutshell. First of all, President Trump, whether he admits to it or not, has made us a co-belligerent. He's essentially admitted by his actions and some of his words that we were in on this from the very beginning. And this is really disturbing, because from this point forward, I don't think anything we say, anything this government says, is going to be taken seriously by anyone in Moscow or Beijing or Tehran or Ankara or anywhere else.
Come on, bro. It's mind-boggling. How could you knowing Putin, you want the big negotiating with Putin. You just ruined all of that. Xi Jinping too, I told you, they got to sit back and they got to be thinking, should we just nuke I told you, the only reason they haven't killed these people is because they don't want to kill a bunch of civilians, bro. But they got to think about their populations at the end of the fucking day. They got to weigh this. They want to kill a bunch of America, a bunch of people off the West. But if that is what's going to save their civilization, they just might have to do that. Because you can't negotiate with these backstabbers who lie to your face while they plotting to wipe you out and kill your people. You can't do that. And that's exactly what Trump just proved, that him and Americans and the West, that's what they're doing.
And that's the worst part, because clearly he helped to lull the Iranians into a false sense of security and set them up for this disastrous attack. So that's one thing. So the other thing is that short run, everybody's running around in Israel and declaring victory. Israel's supporters, I should say, their paid agents in the United States are supporting or are, telling everybody how happy they are. But in truth, this looks an awful lot like an Iranian Pearl Harbor to me. And nobody here today remembers, I was born shortly afterwards in 1953, but the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor, they sank some ships, and then they too celebrated and sailed home. It didn't work out very well for them. And I think the Israelis are in a similar position. The Japanese could have landed and seized those Hawaiian Islands, and then it would have been hell for us to get them back. It would have taken at least 2 years. Who knows what might have happened? Fortunately, they didn't do that. The difference is that Israel cannot consolidate its victory over Iran. But they're assuming that they'll have help from us, that we will jump in with both feet and rescue them. In the meantime, the Iranians are firing all of their older missiles. And by older missiles, I mean old technology. And the old technology is being shot down, which is the goal. They want the Israelis to waste all of their inventory on these old missiles before they start using the really high-end, devastating material. So I think this is just the beginning. The other part of this is that we're now going to see the rest of the world sort of link arms around Iran. Because if you're sitting in Moscow or Beijing or Ankara or anywhere else, and you see what's happening to Iran, you say, well, look, if we don't stand by these people, inevitably we'll be next. We'll just be one more dead name on the list, like Gaddafi. So
Revolutionary salute to our Queen. Faith speaks life for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, Queen. Salute.
I think all in all, this is a catastrophe for Israel. But in the meantime, it looks wonderful for Israel, or at least that's what their supporters and agents in the United States want everybody to think.
Now, I think that there will be people who say, look, you supported Trump and this is happening. What I would say to that is we were speaking out against the war machine that was the Democrats. And Trump was the only space between full-on war that the Democrats were not going to stop Israel from doing this. It might have happened 6 weeks ago if they were in power. But I do feel like this is a betrayal of Donald Trump. This is something that Tucker had said. It would be a major betrayal of his supporters. And so would Trump have played Bibi's game knowing that we trusted him?
Yes. He would not be in the White House today if it were not for wealthy billionaires that support Israel and support Bibi Netanyahu, who funded his campaign and put him into the White House. I think he knew from the beginning that once he saddled up with the likes of Miriam Adelson and a whole range of others that fall into that category, that he was going to have to do their bidding. Remember, he's been down this road before. In 2019, in June, we came close to doing something very stupid with Iran, and Donald Trump said no. He walked away from it. This was the global hawk that was shot down on the edge of the air defense zone in Iran. Well, he was still a free agent. I don't think he is anymore. I think he's entirely dependent on the lobby, as well as on the usual class of suspects. I mean, I'm tired of this Republican versus Democrat bit, Natalie. I just think it's a uniparty. We need to come to terms with the reality. We're not represented.
Yeah.
I mean, not to talk about like our personal lives or anything, but it was, up late last night, very difficult time sleeping. Natalie having trouble sleeping. You thinking about how is this going to affect the United States of America? I don't see in any way. Maybe you could explain to me how exactly any of this benefits the United States of America. I want to put up a slate here. I think, Philip,
people don't realize how serious this is. This is not a game. This is life-changing, world-changing event. Historically, 20, 30, 40 years from now, if these people don't get us wiped out, this is going in the textbooks. What Israel did, and that Trump allowed it or went along with it or was pumped into it, and that it absolutely changed everything. And this was absolutely the beginning of the end. They absolutely finished now. No more deals, no more negotiations. Iran already negotiated with y'all in good faith. Then y'all ripped the deal up. Then they decide to sit down again, and y'all are negotiating, but you're baiting them in, lull them to sleep, make them think it's negotiation while you try to kill them and attack their nuclear program.
If we have this is a slate of all of these senators. Look at this. And members of Congress. All of these people, almost immediately, we stand with Israel. We stand with Israel. We're praying for Israel. Join me in praying for Israel. These are all members of Congress. Senator Katie Boyd, Representative Darrell Issa, every one of them, lockstep, praising Israel, God's chosen people. Glenn Beck tweets, we're praying for Israel. On and on and on the list goes.
For treason.
So how is this going to affect the United States of America? Well, of course, looking towards tomorrow when we're hearing about there's Iranian sleeper cells. I'm just worried about false flag attacks. My wife is worried about young men being drafted into war.
It's definitely Iranian sleeper cells in America waiting on the word. I didn't say that. They wasn't, but it's not. They're not working with the cartels that the CIA talking about, and they're going to work with the protesters. They're going to do. No, they're waiting on if it's a maximum war and all hell done broke all the way out in Iran, and then they got to go blow up some of our bases, some of our nuclear power plants. They got to do some strategic asymmetrical shit, not shoot up crowds of people. That's the Israelis. That's the CIA. So they talk about people say that's Al Qaeda, ISIS type shit. That's the U.S. government type bullshit they do in people countries. No, the Russian, the Chinese, the North Korean sleeper cells will be just devastating military targets and maybe bridges and shit, critical infrastructure. But they're not gonna just be shooting in the fucking crowds and bullshit. No, you know who that is if that happened.
To fight in this boondoggle of a war, what do you think we're going to see?
I think the first thing we do have to consider very carefully is that whenever you have these kinds of crises, there's almost an immediate alliance overnight between criminality, ideologues, terrorists, and corruption. They all tend to cooperate very effectively. Many years ago, people were shocked to discover that Islamist terrorists were cooperating with members of the IRA in order to achieve their aims. This is back in the 90s. Well, that's what you're going to see happen here in the United States. Remember, we've got probably 30 million people came into the United States under the last administration about whom we know absolutely nothing. We have no idea what they think, where they've come from. We don't even know where most of them are. You've heard Tulsi Gabbard make that statement publicly. And she's also pointed out that we see a lot of evidence in Mexico and in the United States that these groups of people that came in illegally are using tactics reminiscent of what we saw in the Middle East when we had troops on the ground in Iraq and Afghanistan. So I think we have to bet that we're going to see trouble. Just look at Los Angeles. Los Angeles has an estimated 1.2 million illegals in it. Now add to that particular fire the drug cartels, Islamist terrorists or Islamist sympathizers, and people who may just be disgruntled. You know, somebody who stands on the sidewalk and you hand him a $50 bill and said, by the way, here's a Molotov cocktail, go around the corner and throw it at the police. This is what we're dealing with at every level. We have nuclear power generation systems. We have power grids all over the country. You know, along with shopping malls, we have military installations in many states that are not really that secure, that are not heavily guarded. Anything is possible, and I see almost no good news on the horizon. And I do worry about the parade tomorrow. And I was in the Army for most of my adult life. I love the Army, and I'm glad that people are recognizing it's 250 years since the Army was first formed. But this does worry the hell out of me because nobody in that parade is interested in harming anyone. They are simply marching as part of the tribute to this 250-year history. But I don't know what's going to happen.
You know, if past is prologue, what will happen is that someone like me will pick up a book in 20 years and say, oh, that was all a lie. That's me reading Scott Horton's book and saying, gosh, but we have a voice that we didn't have before. I see now, I am so mad watching Fox News saying, I'll share this with you. I was watching Peter Doocy. Peter Doocy said, I'm on the White House lawn. I will tell you this, that Trump has said many times that the war in Ukraine is not our war and the war in Gaza is not our war. And Hannity goes, bye, Peter, bye. Cut him off. Because there was this indication that maybe Trump doesn't want these wars, and they cut him off. And it's full on that this was justified. And so now we see no space between the leftist and the right media at all. It's a war to sell. But we have independent media. So is there any kind of seed there that can make this different?
Well, I think you have chaos media. In other words, lots of different places, but they all tend to peddle the same narrative. I can turn on MSNBC and hear what you hear on Fox these days. I think you and people like you represent the alternative. What we don't have are big, powerful platforms that are adequately funded. You know, where are the billionaires that actually care about the country? We've got lots of billionaires who are hopelessly devoted to Israel and devoted to this idea that the world is a better place when we're bombing people everywhere. Those people are willing to spend their money to control the narrative and to disseminate what they want. We need people who are simply interested in the truth. You know, we don't have what I would call authority media. You used to be able to turn on the television during the Vietnam War, and when Walter Cronkite came on in 1968, and he said, or 69, after the Tet Offensive, he said, it's time for us to get out of Vietnam. This isn't working. It doesn't make sense. People are dying pointlessly. It's time for the government to find a way out. Well, everybody believed him because he was truthful. We didn't expect him to lie to us about anything, and he didn't. What have we got now? Well, we've got you, Natalie, and we've got a lot of other good people, but we don't have the power behind you. Redacted needs more than, the sampling that you read.
And we're shadow banned on a lot of platforms.
Yeah, and then we get, it's deeply disturbing. Colonel, because of your military expertise, I want to ask you now in Tel Aviv. So Glenn Greenwald moments ago posting this 2021 New York Times piece about the new IDF Supreme Command Post, which is in the heart of Tel Aviv. And they built this massive bunker system for the IDF, and they specifically built it beneath civilian buildings in Tel Aviv. They call it Fortress of Zion. And it was, of course, deliberately placed there to be so it couldn't be attacked without seemingly hitting civilian sites.
But they say that's what Hamas is doing. They say that's what Hamas is doing, right? Building their underground tunnels under civilian buildings. So they have to knock the buildings down just to get to Hamas. They say they have to do it. And shame on Hamas for hiding up under civilians. That's what Israel said. They set themselves up. And Iran already said they will hit those buildings to target those people if they hit their buildings like that. So Israel put themselves in position. Go ahead, hit the Iranian civilians because they're going to hit your goddamn civilians looking for you. And
what do you
that they're hiding under that Pacific civilian population? That's already documented. So when Iran target that, the world not gonna want to hear no hollering. That's just collateral damage.
Where do you see Iran's targets? Are we going to see a lot of civilian infrastructure struck, mostly military targets, and then will Iran over 24 hours say, okay, we're done now, let's let cooler heads prevail, let's go back to the nuclear negotiating table?
Hell no,
we see moments ago hypersonic missile attacks inside of Tel Aviv, and they can't stop it with this Iron Dome. So maybe you could just talk military, tactically and strategically here for Iran.
Well, Iran, first of all, has an almost inexhaustible supply of missiles.
Come on.
And they have alternative sources. They can not only build their own missiles, they can get additional components and warheads from other sources.
Inexhaustible. I told you, this the fight they want. You build your military for the fight you plan on fighting. This the fight they planned on fighting with Israel or the U.S. They never planned on having a land conquering battle because the U.S. don't have no land to conquer in the Middle East. They just have bases to get hit by missiles. Iran is countries between them and Israel. So they prepared Hezbollah to seize the Israeli territory. That's why Israel dealt with Hezbollah before they did this shit. This is how you know this shit was all planned, because the one army that would have invaded Israel, that was Hezbollah. But Israel took their ass apart. That's just a fact before they did this shit. But Iran is prepared for the launching of missiles for months. They have hundreds of thousands of them. They're an advanced missile nation. This is the fight Israel shouldn't have picked, because they definitely going to lose it. And the U.S. will lose this fight with Iran.
Sources, whether those sources are North Korea, China, Russia.
Just think about that. Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, United Arab Emirates, Qatar. Just what happened to Israel will happen to all of those U.S. bases. Iran already said that. Iran already said that to stop them, the U.S. would have to put boots on the ground and send millions of troops into Iran. Come on, bro. That's not going to fucking happen. They don't have them. And then it's going to be devastating for their military, because you lost to the Taliban. Iran is supreme guerrilla fighters. They ready for that too.
As I said before, potentially even Pakistan. And now the Turks are coming online and saying that they support Iran. And I'm sure that there are others. So I think there won't be a shortage of things for the Iranians to fight back with. The real question now is, what do we do? And I think President Trump is already signaling that he'd like to go back to the negotiating table. No. The problem is that no one believes him. He's destroyed his credibility. I don't think anybody's going to show up to negotiate with him about anything. So I think this is going to go on, and it'll get worse the longer it lasts. And eventually you reach the nuclear threshold. That's what's always worried me, because as the Israelis become more and more desperate and realize just what a terrible position they are in, that's when they threaten the use of a nuclear weapon. Now, the danger, of course, is that by that time, others will have provided nuclear weapons for use against them. In other words, unless there is some sort of miraculous come to Jesus moment.
And guess who spoke up this morning? Kim Jong-un. He said, blame the U.S. Israel is a puppet colony. It's the U.S. hands all over this. Kim Jong-un, I keep telling y'all, he itching to fight NATO and the U.S. because they already know if they could just focus on him, they would get him. So that's why he jumped into the war with Russia. He itching because he know this is the best fight to have, a gang fight, us versus y'all. And he's correct. He is correct. It will be North Korea Iran don't need to enrich a motherfucker thing. North Korea will give them nuclear weapons to attack Israel with. What Israel gonna do? Fight North Korea? Man, get the fuck out of here.
Moment in Israel, and I don't think it's going to happen there. This is going to reach a climax, and the climax is not good for Israel. It's going to be disastrous for the Middle East, disastrous for the world. But it may be unavoidable now.
It's unavoidable.
The Israelis are operating
living in a time
on a degree of self-congratulation, self-importance, self-love that you can't even begin to imagine. And you just pointed out a good example of where their thinking lies. If they're going to be defeated, then I think their attitude is, we'll pull the plug on everybody and kill everything. And that's a catastrophe too.
I don't know what to say about that.
Well, I'm just projecting the future right now. I don't know what's going to happen.
Right.
But the Iranians, contrary to popular belief, whatever mistakes they've made, and I don't think they've made very many. I mean, everybody says, well, they should have given up enrichment. Not really. That's a sovereign right. And enriching uranium for purposes other than military is totally legitimate. Lots of countries have it. Lots of countries do it. The Indians and the Pakistanis both have nuclear weapons. They're too smart to use those things against each other. So in a sort of perverse kind of way, there's been a mutual balance of terror there that has helped to preserve some degree of peace. The problem we have right now in the region is you've got one country that has nuclear weapons. They want to maintain that monopoly, and they're willing to do anything against anyone to keep it. And that's where we are. And we, unfortunately, have encouraged it and underwritten it. Now, could this affect us here at home? Could people become so frustrated with us that ultimately they just attack us as well? I think we're going to see that in the region. It could actually spread to Europe because we have military installations there that the...
Listen. I'm telling you that China, Russia, North Korea, these nations, their intel agencies are meeting up, and they've been getting real close, and it just makes perfect sense. You have to. The U.S. is irrational. Israel is irrational. They're using a junkyard dog to pretend like it's them, and then they think that just like when Putin told the U.S., we won't just destroy Europe and you in this fight. Your oceans won't protect you. You're going to get some of this too. Israel just made a preemptive strike because they said that they had to do that because Iran was blah, 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 blah. With that same rationale, China, Russia, North Korea, they might have to make a preemptive strike. And if you're saying Iran was saying they would destroy Israel, what the U.S. been saying they would destroy North Korea forever. So they might have to make the strike they have to make.
Iranians and others in the Middle East could attack, but it could also happen to us here in the United States. Remember, the southern border, Mexico, is America's soft underbelly. In other words, it's the place you go for strategic advantage against us because it forces us to fight on multiple fronts. We're not prepared for that in Mexico, but it could happen.
Yeah.
Militarily, I mean, did you guys prepare for when someone would hit nuclear facilities? So we now have confirmation from the Iranian side. Well, you know, the Israeli side, of course, told us that Natanz nuclear facility in Iran was destroyed. Iran is now saying there is radiological disbursement, and they're trying to contain it. So radiation is now escaping from this, and I don't know how many other facilities. I mean, what are we talking about here, Colonel? I mean,
well, you could
nuclear fallout across.
That will also bleed into Qatar, which has been trying to mediate our peace talks, which was supposedly an ally.
Well, Natanz, of course, is a facility that was not very deeply dug in. It's also a smaller facility. That doesn't mean it's any less disturbing what you're describing. And Iranians are talking about evacuating up to 1 million people to get them away from the Natanz facility. I don't see any evidence that the Israelis care at all about that. In fact, they may be celebrating it. And that's part of the
in fact, the Zionist line is we love the Iranian people. We're only against the regime. We want to free you, in fact, from life with cancer.
Yeah, right. Well, I wouldn't place too much value on that statement. I don't think the Israelis care at all. In fact, their real goal has always been the destruction of the Iranian state, because they equate the Iranian state with their existential threat. That to them, that's the ultimate threat.
Revolutionary salute to our family, to Rio Scott, for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family. Salute.
And I was over there in 2020, and I told them that I didn't agree with that I thought of all the various Muslim states they were dealing with, the Iranians were the most amenable to negotiations. But I think the Iranians have taken a position, either you do what we say or you have to die. Now they're facing the Turks. And the Turks, in my judgment, are infinitely more dangerous in the long run to Israel than the Iranians ever were, because the Iranians aren't going to invade anybody. The Iranians don't want to project power anywhere. The Iranians aren't building bases around the world. The Turks, on the other hand, they can project power. They have the largest army in NATO, and overnight they can mobilize over 1 million troops and put them into the field, and they are within striking distance of Israel. And when you get that close to Israel, can you use a nuclear weapon right on your border against the Turks? I don't think so, because then you put your own population in the position where the Iranians are now with Natanz. I just don't think the Israelis have thought this through carefully, for all their self-love and claim of intellectual superiority or supremacy, and they are very intelligent, skilled, and talented people. I don't think they've thought it all through. I think the danger now is greater than it's ever been. I don't see how you end this without fundamentally destroying Israel. That's the biggest and the dumbest aspect of this whole thing, that the Israeli state itself stands an excellent chance of not surviving this.
Some people in our chat are saying, Trump is a traitor, treasonous. Others are saying Trump tried to stop all of this, and that he didn't, that he didn't know any of this was going to happen. That Trump was really trying to push us towards peace. He didn't know what was going to happen, that he's the arbiter of peace here. I don't know that I believe. I mean, for months this has been planned. I don't buy that for a second, that the Trump administration wasn't in on this or worked part and parcel with them. We just got word a few minutes ago that the U.S. Navy is now shooting down Iranian missiles. So the U.S. Navy is actively involved in this right now.
Of course, they have to be. These are Aegis-class destroyers. They have a role to play. I'm sure before long we'll see lots and lots and lots of troops show up. Now, when I say troops, I'm talking about combatants at sea, vessels, submarines. And by the way, I would fully expect to see the Russians show up with their submarines, the Chinese with their submarines. I would watch carefully what happens in the Strait of Hormuz. Look at what's happening right now with the price of oil. And that's the tip of the proverbial iceberg. I mean, inflation is going to skyrocket. In other words, whatever Trump was trying to do that made sense could easily be destroyed by all of this.
Well, Colonel McGregor, thank you so much for your time. And, you can take a victory lap. You've been saying this is escalating for a long time, probably with no pleasure. But that's the reason we rely on your expertise. So thank you so much. And again, yes, as soon as I saw your brilliant tweet about this is a Pearl Harbor moment, we know we're in for the long haul. This is not a blip in the history of modern civilization. So please follow him for his analysis online. And we will be talking a lot, I'm sure, as this continues to escalate. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Colonel. Great to see you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
What do we do, folks? What do we do? All right, we're going to talk to Scott Ritter in a bit, right? Is that where we're going? I'm
I think
trying
so.
to follow the conversation of who's going next.
Yeah, it's been a quite a fluid day. So let's bring in former UN weapons inspector, U.S. Marine Scott Ritter right now. I think we have him lined up. Here it's a crazy day. Everyone wants Scott's perspective, and we are no different. Scott, welcome to the show. Can you hear us okay?
I can hear you fine. I apologize for running late there, but as you said, it's my day's no longer my day. I don't own it.
Yeah.
No, well, everyone wants your expertise, and for good reason. You warned the world about the lie that was the weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, and that they did not have them. Congress didn't listen to you, the world didn't listen to you, and then millions of people died as a result of this. So now we're sitting here watching Israel saying we had to defend ourselves. We struck the Natanz nuclear facilities. Radiation is falling out. We had to do it because Iran was days away from a nuclear weapon, and they did it right before nuclear talks on Sunday. How did we get here?
Well, we got here because the United States of America could never reconcile the fact that we lost an ally in Reza Shah Pahlavi back in 1978-79. We got here because of our support for Reza Shah Pahlavi. The people of Iran viewed the United States as an enemy. In a moment of passion, students captured the U.S. Embassy, held American hostages for hundreds of days, and it led to a failed rescue mission that had 8 American bodies left on the sands of the Iranian desert. We've never forgiven Iran for our failure there. It happened because of our intervention in Lebanon, where Iranian-backed militias blew up a Marine barracks, killing 241, 242, 203. I can't remember the exact number. American Marines, soldiers, sailors. We've never forgiven for that. We got here because we illegally invaded and occupied Iraq, and Iran supported the Shia of Iraq to resist this, and hundreds of Americans were killed because they were fighting Iranian-backed militias. We've never forgiven Iran for that. We got here because we've allowed our prejudice against Iran to be exploited by the Israelis to the point where we have denied Iran the right to have nuclear enrichment capability that was permitted under Article 4 of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, which Iran is a signatory to and has adhered to inspections, but Israel is not. We've got to this point where we've embraced Israel's regime change policy focus on Iran so that we don't know how to live peacefully in coexistence with Iran, and we've been seeking to remove the Iranian regime through sanctions and by using, intelligence-driven, uprisings inside Iran. We got here because we've made ourselves incompatible to the existence of the Iranian government, and we've embraced without hesitation Israeli policy. So, there's no logic behind what we're doing here. This is basically just, one bad policy stacked upon another that's been shared by administrations, Republican and Democrat alike. And until we learn how to think of Iran as a nation that we can peacefully coexist with, and we're not threatened by the fact that it's governed by, a Shia theocracy, we'll always be susceptible. And until we can distance ourselves from Israel and allowing Israel to, dominate our national security priorities in the region, this kind of conflict is inevitable.
Now, I want to ask you about the burden of proof, because we have had our Archduke Ferdinand moment already. Israel said they had the weapons. We knew it. The IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Association, said, yeah, they're not in compliance. That's the rule. That's what and that was based on a vote. Iran released documents showing that the IAEA was political, as if we needed that proof. We talked, you and I and Clayton, when the IAEA, Rafael Grossi, went to the Zaporizhia power plant in Ukraine and said, yes, there are bombs here. Can't tell where it comes from. When Russia had proof that it came from Ukraine, we knew that they were political stooges. And so has the burden of proof now been put to bed? It doesn't even matter anymore because the war is off to the races.
Well, it does matter. I mean, it matters for a number of reasons. First of all, it matters because we are going to get into a debate going forward about the legitimacy of Israel's actions. Already you're seeing pushback around the world as what Israel did, this Pearl Harbor moment, as Colonel McGregor so rightfully and articulately said.
And they're going to get like the Japanese.
It's a violation of international law. It violates everything the world's supposed to stand for in terms of conflict prevention. And it's predicated on a lie. I have said, and I've been on record saying this, that Iran is somewhat to blame for what's happened here because they have waved the red flag in front of the Israeli bull. They have gone beyond that which is explainable under their.
Only thing gives Scott credit for is he said that they was going to do this, but he said the U.S. was going to do it. But he was crazy. He said they was going to do a decapitation strike to try to knock out the potential for Iran to fight back and go after their leadership. They did. I didn't even think they was going to go after their leadership. I thought if they attacked the nuclear facility, all right, they might try that and get to attack the military leaders. That's crazy that they tried that. They might as well attack the supreme leader too. But Scott was right about that. But to say Iran is wrong, Iran is absolutely have all the right in the world to do everything that they did. All that antagonizing. See, he is still of the dominant society, so he still feel like you have to listen to him at times. No, they did not ever have to listen to the Americans or the Israel. Even to sit down with the U.S. to discuss that nuclear program was a humiliation for them because they didn't have to. Who the fuck is the U.S. to talk about nuclear anything with? They're not. Who? That's outrageous, but they did it anyway. But to say they have to capitulate, no, fuck no. They just have to go to war. So yes, they could have capitulated like Gaddafi, or they could have capitulated like Saddam Hussein, or like Bashar al-Assad in Syria, but they would have had the same fucking results as all of those individuals. And Assad had to flee to Russia. The other two people is dead.
Their peaceful nuclear program to enrich uranium to 60%. And when asked why, and I asked this to Iranian officials, they said it's because we want to be seen as a threshold state. That means that a state that could, if pushed, cross the threshold into being a nuclear weapons state. That's unacceptable under anybody's terms. So Iran created this, even though everything Iran did was legitimate and legal under, the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. They in responding to the irresponsible policies of the United States and Israel, they helped create the conditions where Israel could justify its actions, saying that Iran is just one step away. But Iran doesn't have nuclear weapons, and I don't believe Iran will pursue nuclear weapons.
He said they helped create the conditions by doing what they wanted to do legally and lawfully. He's saying that's creating the conditions. He said they should have just had no nuclear enrichment ability, meaning they wouldn't have had been able to advance the medicine department, that type of stuff. Do all kind of different type of advanced technology that has nothing to do with nuclear weapons. You see, that's what he said. Japan doing it right now. All kind of other nations. About what he's saying. Well, Japan is a nuclear weapon state. They got material. It's ridiculous, but it's just that imperialist inside of him, he can't let go, saying Iran, they just was wrong. They should have just bowed all the way down. No, that's an outrageous take, and that's why a lot of people reacted how they react with this guy. A lot of people very upset with Scott talking like that. Now he taking a victory lap because they was attacked. Oh yeah, they was attacked. So what? Now Israel's getting attacked. You said it would be a decapitation. They tried to decapitate them, killed a couple of military leaders, but Iran and smacked them back. Now the fight is on. Now it's a fight now.
Even though they said that if Israel attacks its nuclear facilities, they could very well do so. But the IAEA is also to blame here because they've been played like a fine-tooth fiddle by the United States and Israel.
Only Israel.
I know for a fact that when I was a weapons inspector in the United Nations going into Iraq, that Israel played a very important role in providing intelligence information that was designed to paint the Iraqis in the worst possible light. How do I know? Because I spent 4 years traveling to Israel working with Israeli intelligence on these issues, nuclear, chemical, biological, missile, and I know the role Israel played. I also know for a fact that American inspectors on the ground gather information that is very useful for targeting the inspected sites. And how do I know? Because the data that was collected while I was inspector was shared by others with U.S. Central Command and used to launch weapons against Iraq. So we know that the IAEA has inspectors in Iraq.
You double crossed Saddam. You a double crosser, Scott. You got some good analysis on Ukraine at the time, but you a fucking double crosser. And you want your passport back that the U.S. government sees for your ass because they still thinking about sending you to prison, saying you were compromised by Russia. So all this Iranian bashing, I think that's what he was trying to get a pardon by Trump. So he able to say Trump is an idiot and all that shit, but your ass was trying to threaten Iran on the low for Trump, I feel like, you see. But you set Saddam up. You just said you went over there and you got some data and your data was used to target some of the shit. See what I'm saying? Even back then, y'all bastards couldn't be trusted. So you wanted Iran to give what? You the data? Give y'all data so y'all could do y'all dirty business? Come on, bro. Stop it. You living half the hog off that work you put in the 90s, double crossing Saddam Hussein. Excuse me, y'all.
In Iran, who have gathered sensitive information about the technical layout and the physical characteristics of Iran's site that were used by Israel to strike. That's condemning. And we also know that the IAEA has allowed itself to be used politically. For instance, this report that was put out by the Director General, the Board of Governors, Iran is not in non-compliance. This report is ridiculous on the face of it because every single point it's made, first of all, doesn't point to the existence of an Iranian nuclear weapons program. It shows that there's a technical issue of dispute between Iran and the IAEA that the IAEA won't allow or won't accept Iran's explanations. But there's nothing about the things that have been pointed out that point to a weapons program.
So, Scott, there's a lot of maybe misinformation maybe floating around out there, and people in our chat are saying there's no radiation fallout.
And this, you'll appreciate this super chat. This is above your pay grade. This is
my pay grade. Yeah, Joe Biden.
That was what Biden said
to you, right? That's what Biden told you. That's what Biden told you.
That's what Joe Biden said about you.
This is above your pay grade, Scott.
I don't dispute. I mean, it's curious because people that said that before Biden were Madeleine Albright, Secretary of State, and the Secretary of Defense said that. These were the two people that wouldn't appear with me in the Senate hearing because they knew that I knew the truth. Truth has no pay grade. I don't mean to be mean to the person in the super chat, but I won't say the word because I respect.
Oh, I think that's a joke. I think that they're pointing out
if it's
that
a joke,
you have proven.
I'll laugh at it. Yeah,
yes. I don't think they actually mean it anymore. They're pointing out that we were effed by not listening to you the first time.
Yes, we were effed because they didn't listen to you the first time. But I want to ask you about the radiological fallout, if there's any fallout. So according to Iran, the Natanz site that was struck, Iran confirms that radioactive radiation, their words, not mine, has been recorded as a result from this attack, and they are trying to contain it. So here is the Israeli graphic on their attack. So Israel released this, this graphic. The IDF released this graphic to show us all. So they, of course, been planning this for a long time. So what does this mean? They struck this facility. As Colonel McGregor pointed out earlier, this facility was not terribly dug in. It was more of a smaller facility than some of the other facilities. And Iran says radioactive radiation has been recorded out of containment. So what does that mean in your expertise?
These facilities are used to enrich uranium, and the vehicle of enrichment are centrifuges that are fed uranium hexafluoride. Uranium hexafluoride will, you basically take the raw yellow cake and then you'll turn it into a gas and you'll spin it and you'll start to separate the isotopes. And what you're looking for is uranium, I think it's U-236. I could be wrong on that. Maybe don't quote me on that. You're trying to get a higher concentration of a specific isotope. And so you run it through the centrifuge and you get increasing levels. So the gas is in the centrifuges and it gets captured in a vessel, a containment vessel. And that containment vessel can then be used to, feed it in for using. There is residual tails and other things. By attacking this, the Natanz facility, what's happened is this uranium hexafluoride, enriched to whatever level that is there, has been released from its containment vessel, and so you have radioactive contamination. This isn't the equivalent of what's going on in a nuclear reactor, et cetera, but it is hazardous to life. It can cause radiation exposure, et cetera. And it's the reason why the world community has said that you don't attack nuclear facilities. Israel has violated that red line, and it appears that they have damaged or destroyed centrifuge cascades and their associated uranium hexafluoride feed to the extent that you have.
Right, we got Tassim News saying Iran shot down 2 Israeli jets. I told y'all that there was F-35s. 1 female pilot is captured. See, they already letting you know it's a female pilot, so they absolutely see these people not gonna be able to hide this type of shit for long. Why y'all had that female pilot out there trying to bomb the Iranian society? Iranians have her under arrest. Oh my goodness! Why did y'all try this type of shit?
Radiation in the wild.
How bad is this going to get, Scott?
Well, I mean, I don't know, exactly. I think we just saw 3 waves of Iranian missile attacks that appeared to strike Israel, and Israel having virtually no capacity to defend itself against these attacks. They shot down some missiles, but many missiles hit their target. If Iran is able to continue strikes of this nature, Israel is a sitting duck. We also saw that as Israel attempted to strike Iran today, they had some success, but in the area of some facilities, the Iranian air defense has reconstituted itself, and Iran claims to have shot down 2 Israeli aircraft. So we have a trajectory of escalation that shows that things are getting worse.
Shot down 2 Israeli aircraft. It was the F-35. Those are American advanced aircraft. They don't want to talk about that. See, military techniques is very, very technical, and people are probably wondering why some of the shit wasn't shot down at certain times, because you can't show you can't open up your air defense systems at time, because sometimes they trying to hunt them like Russia does. You probably baited the Israelis in, didn't fire some of their air defense systems in, then they opened up with that S-400 on their ass, knocked their ass out the goddamn sky. You see. Trump, you better stop it.
For Israel, and Iran is starting to stabilize its capabilities. If this is an existential struggle between Iran and Israel, then Israel will have no choice but to escalate. How do you escalate? You escalate by striking Iranian leadership targets, or you escalate by striking Iranian energy targets.
And Iran gonna do the same. Iran gonna strike their leadership. It's gonna be tit for tat, and the world gonna say yes, that's legitimate. Israel fucked up. Whatever you do, Iran gonna do back to you. Iran already said that. You strike energy sites, they're gonna strike your energy strikes. You target politicians, they're gonna target the politicians. They're already doing that. Come on, this is gonna turn ugly real quick if the U.S. don't hurry up and step in.
Would then prompt an Iranian escalation. I think Israel's goal right now, if this war, because I've always said that Israel doesn't have the ability to initiate and sustain a strike. They could always attack Iran, and they prove that. Israel's weakness is that they can't sustain these attacks. They can't run a campaign by themselves. and they failed to deliver the knockout blow. Iran has proven that.
See?
So now Israel's.
That was when they lost, bro. That was when they lost. And he said this, and he don't want to say he was wrong. He said that when they first pulled off he said the U.S. was going to do it. They're going to launch a decapitation blow that's going to paralyze Iran, and they're not going to be able to retaliate. That's what he said, and it's going to open them up to all kind of missile runs. He said that. He was wrong. They absorbed the first blow, shot some planes down, then they retaliated early the next day, and now it's raining hell on Israel, and he know himself, this is a battle that the Iranians, I told y'all that before, they built their military to fight this fight. Missiles for days, drones for days. Israel don't have that. Israel not ready for that type of war.
His only choice is either to capitulate, which politically they can't do at this juncture, or to try and drag the United States in. And I think that's what you're going to be seeing from now on, is that Israel is going to make a concerted effort to get the United States to become directly involved in this attack. Iran's job right now is to focus its effort on limiting this war to Israel and delivering punishing blows against Israel. And then as Israel has shown, the fact that it's not invincible, to allow Russia and China the opportunity to intervene diplomatically and bring this thing to an end. Nobody's talking about the role played by Russia and China here. We are looking at a situation where the United States and Israel is attempting to pick off and eliminate an important ally of both nations. And if they allow Iran to be pulled away, this speaks volumes, and it's not good for Russia.
Putin already came out and spoke, and he's already said they will not allow it. He ain't got to see one thing on Putin. He ain't got to do a bunch of talking. He got to do a bunch of actions. How the fuck do you think Iran shot down 2 Israeli advanced fighter jets, U.S. fighter planes, F-35? That's Russia doing a bunch of fighting. They gave Iran the advanced motherfucking air defense systems and the weapons to do that type of shit. Putin already said he will not allow Iran to fall. China not going to allow that. They just did hundreds of billions of dollars in contracts. They need that oil to come up out of Iran. Come on, man. This is a game that they're not thinking clearly, but the problem is they probably is thinking very clearly. They want depopulation. How do you get it? World War III, nuclear war.
Who signed a strategic framework agreement on January 17th. Iran has stepped up to the plate to help Russia. And if Russia is seen as standing by idly while Israel and the United States achieve regime change, this is not a good thing. The same thing with China. The other thing is China needs to send a signal, too, that what goes around comes around. And if the United States actually thinks that it can go and pluck off an important Chinese ally like Iran, then maybe it's time China demonstrate that they can pluck off an important American ally like Taiwan. A couple of years ago, we were talking about, oh my God, a war in Ukraine, but we can't conceive of the war expanding to Iran, and we could never conceive of the war expanding to Taiwan. I think today all bets are off. And if this conflict in Iran is not resolved soon, you are looking at the real potential of a spin-off conflict between.
It makes perfect sense. I thought that when the war started in Gaza, China would make that move. And I said that on record, but they sat back. If the U.S. is sucked into this war with Iran trying to help Israel, it makes perfect sense for China to go ahead and take care of that Taiwan situation, because the U.S. would not be able to help Ukraine, help Israel, and help Taiwan. They won't be able to do it. And they'll be overextended, and it'll be the perfect move to make on the U.S. ass. And if the U.S. try to defend Taiwan, then it'll be over for them. That everything gonna collapse because they're gonna be thin everywhere else.
Between China and Taiwan in the not too distant future, because China cannot allow the United States to go around, and neither can Russia, to pluck off important allies like Iran.
I don't know if you just heard that, but that was thunder when you said that. So you've been punctuated by the gods.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
Literally the moment you said that.
Yeah.
Thunder struck
outside. All right. Thank you so much.
God is on my side. Okay,
yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thanks, Scott. Thanks I know you got a crazy day. I appreciate it. Thanks, Scott.
Have you ever heard this quote from Henry Kissinger? Just came to mind, is to be an enemy
Hi, everybody. Today's Friday, June 13th, 2025, and our friend Larry Johnson is back with us. Welcome back, Larry.
I wish I would say I was happy to be here. This is not a happy time at all.
Yeah. Larry, what has happened? Here is what Donald Trump tweeted yesterday, and he said that he wants to negotiate. We remain committed to a diplomatic resolution to the Iranian nuclear issue. It seems that as Israeli reported, that the United States helped Israel to make some sort of comfort in Iran, that they're trying to do something diplomatically with Iran, while behind the scene they were trying to do everything to facilitate the Israeli attack on Iran.
Yeah, Trump's lying. Donald Trump is a liar. He admitted today that he knew the date and time of the Israeli attack. He knew everything. Then he said, they've killed a bunch of people that we were talking to. The Iranians better learn their lesson. You know what, Iran and Israel has been just as bad. Netanyahu and his government, they're bragging, we negotiated with some Iranian Air Force leaders. Boy, we tricked them. We got information out of them that they didn't realize we were getting, and we used that to target and kill key leaders. Okay, so this is like a Hollywood script for Israel. This whole decapitation nonsense. If we just kill the upper leadership, the problem's going to go away. That would be true if it was just a one-person organization. Actually, come to think about it, the decapitation strategy, Jews have been using that now for over 2,000 years. There was this other Jew by the name of Jesus. He got decapitated. They took out the leader there. That killed Christianity off, didn't it? No, it didn't. And that's sort of the foolishness of this strategy. Look at all they killed. Go back to the early days of Hamas. Sheikh Yassin, an old man in a wheelchair. They killed him. Boy, that isn't going to stop Hamas. New leaders keep rising up because it's not a one-man charismatic organization. It is something organic. Look at all the assassinated Nasrallah, again, using the same ploy that apparently they used here, or they used here the same ploy they used against Nasrallah. Nasrallah was meeting at a specific site in Beirut in order to discuss an upcoming ceasefire, to work out a ceasefire, a peace agreement with Israel. And Israel used that as a ploy to kill him. Has Hezbollah gone away? Has Hezbollah been defeated? Israel launched all the pager attacks. Again, they killed a bunch of people linked to Hezbollah. That has not destroyed that organization. It continues to exist. So this attack on Iran, I think it's troublesome on so many different levels. First, it is an overt act of war. This is no different than the Japanese attacking Pearl Harbor on December 7th. And I'm not going to go into all the back and forth about how Roosevelt knew that was happening and may have allowed it in order to create a December 7th event to get the U.S. into war. But I think if President Pezeshkian wants to stay in power, he has no alternative but to declare war on Israel in accordance with Article 51 of the UN Charter. And what's interesting is that agreement. Go back and look at the security agreement that Russia and Iran signed on January 17th. While it was not an explicit defense pact at all, the language in the first 2 or 3 articles, I don't recall which one specifically, but the precise number, but I do recall that it talks about basically any attack against Iran that was in violation of Article 51 of the UN Charter would be dealt with, to basically elicit a response, not necessarily militarily, but definitely a response from Russia. And see, here we get into this broader issue that, 2 weeks ago, Trump was bragging about, oh yeah, I talked to Putin, and Putin. We talked a lot about how Russia's going to help us with Iran. Oh, really? What? Putin made offers to assist, and Trump said, "Oh yeah, we'll do that. We'll work on that together." And then this morning, Trump's bragging, "I knew all along where this attack was going to take place, and we're all in favor of it. And in fact, Iran better come to the table and surrender now, or else there's going to be more like the United States is facilitating this, enabling it." Now, I fully expect that Russia's counsel to Iran at this point is, do not, even though the U.S. is complicit, even though they're responsible, you can exact revenge from them later. Confine your attacks to Israel. Israel's the one that has overtly violated Article 51. Don't give the United States an excuse. And so if Iran confines its attacks to the targets in Israel, we're going to, I think, this is going to escalate. There's no way that this cannot escalate. Or there is one way, and that's if Iran completely collapses the civilian.
Ordered this before Iran got its get back too, so keep that in mind. They're not going to talk about the get back that Iran has already got. They're just talking about the sneak attack.
And Islamic leadership collapses and they surrender. I don't see that happening. But Iran suffered a very serious blow, and it's now we're going to see who's calling the shots, whether it's the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei or the IRGC. I know they've had several of the top leaders killed, but again, it's a military organization. They've got other generals and other colonels that'll step up and fill those positions. And what may be happening is you'll get somebody who's far more radical and much more oriented towards action than the previous guys.
As we talk, they've been replaced. The commanders of Iranian army, the Iranian IRGC, but Larry, when you look at the United States, even we assume that Donald Trump said to Israel, go ahead, go attack Iran with decapitation. With the level, because he said the outcome is excellent. He wanted just decapitation.
Let me stop you there. You didn't give permission. The United States was engaged in planning with Israel to carry out this strike, okay? It's not permission, it's planning. Military assets were allocated. Intelligence was being shared. Weapons were being supplied. So the United States was not some passive sitting by on the sidelines and said, oh, look at that. No. U.S. was directly involved.
Do you think that with the outcome, with what we've seen so far with the Israeli attack, did they achieve what they wanted to achieve?
No, that's the story that's being put out right now. We'll see. It's always with these kinds of strikes. Remember the early days in the first 24 hours, 48 hours when we bombed Iraq back in 2003? Oh, great victory, celebration. Hey, a month later, George Bush, mission accomplished. How did that turn out? So Israel can inflict and has inflicted quite a bit of damage, but the extent of which we don't know. They've targeted airfields, they've targeted military sites. I mean, it's impressive the number of attacks they've been able to pull off on this compared to the one on October 27th. The one on October 27th was easily defeated, and maybe it was that defeat that led Israel to step up its planning to figure out how to counter that. And I don't know if Iran was sitting back on its haunches and saying, oh, well, we got this under control or what, but, it certainly, in the last, 24 hours, Iran got its ass handed to it. And you know, if it does not act with force, we're in trouble. And I see our great friend Professor Morandi has showed up alive and well, and I'm thankful for that.
Hi, Larry. Thank you
Welcome,
very much.
Professor Morandi. Welcome.
Thank you, Nima.
Professor Morandi, tell us what's going on in Iran. What has happened, and why did the United States decide to go with the plan of Israelis to attack on Iran, maybe the U.S. plan?
Well, first of all, I'd like to apologize, but the internet, they've slowed down the internet connection for military purposes. So my connection may not be great. If there's a problem, let me know. I wish I could hear what Larry has to say because he always has words of wisdom. But the Iranians were expecting an attack. I don't think, this is my personal assessment, that they expected Israelis to cross all red lines and to attack senior officials. I think the expectation was that they would strike military targets and perhaps the nuclear program, or begin with anti-aircraft systems and radar systems and so on. And that, I think, was an important miscalculation on behalf of the Iranians. And they are regrouping as we speak. The new commanders have been put in place, and they have to begin work. And so my expectation is that the Iranians will respond, and they will respond severely. But there's no doubt that the Israeli regime hurt Iran. And but there's a lot of misinformation and disinformation. A lot of the things that you see online are not true. For example, I read in some of these well-known Telegram channels that a city was bombed, and I actually had a very close friend who lived in that city. It's a small city, and I called him and I asked him if he's okay, and he said nothing happened here. Or, for example, some of the footage that's online about some of these strikes, they're AI, they're not real. Some of them are real. But the point is that there's a heavy amount of psychological warfare now being engaged, carried out against Iran, both through the Persian media channels, but also, of course, through Western media, social media. They own the media. They have the upper hand. So there's a lot of rumors, but from people who I know, who I trust, when I get information, they debunk some of those rumors, and they turned out to be correct. And so, for example, I knew about General Bagheri's martyrdom from these people before it was announced. But the very same people, or General Hajizadeh, I heard from them before it was announced. But the same people said that certain airstrikes, certain targets, the news that was coming out was not correct. So these are people I do trust. But it's been a very difficult day. Just 15, 20 minutes ago, there's a sound of explosion. And I don't know if Iranian air defenses hit something or if there was a strike. It's unclear from here, but it's war. But you have to keep in mind, Nima and Larry, that Iran is very much alone. This is NATO supporting this genocidal regime. You've seen the French and the Germans and others all siding with the Israelis, saying they have the right to defend themselves. This was unprovoked. The German statement that someone read to me, Ali Nima read to me, said that Iran was violating its regulations in the IAEA, which is not true. Iran is well within its rights, according to international law, to do what it is with its nuclear program as we speak. The body, the board of governors is very much politicized. It's dominated by the West, like other international institutions created post-Second World War. And they said that the Iranians have fired drones. Iran has not yet fired any drones. There may have been some drones fired from the resistance in Iraq, a handful maybe, but Iran has not fired anything. But the Germans are trying to blame Iran, whereas the Israelis have killed Iranian civilians. When I woke up, I was awake when when they started striking Tehran. But early in the morning, the footage began to come out on social media. Children lying dead on the streets, just like in Gaza and in Lebanon. They'd be thrown out of their buildings, their homes. Women massacred, neighbors of targets massacred, families of targets massacred. That's basically so. One of the targets was very close to our home, and they've been targeting areas. They were targeting areas across Tehran. All of these are war crimes, but the West supports it, and which is not a surprise because they support the Holocaust in Gaza. But Iran is very much alone. Regional countries are not going to help. Turkey, its air bases, its U.S. bases in Turkey are being used to help Israel, both offensively and defensively. The same is true in Qatar and the Emirates and Kuwait and in Bahrain. So just like in when they were bombing Yemen, these radar installations, these air bases, these military bases were being used by the United States against Yemen from these countries. So these countries are assisting Israel. Erdogan is assisting Israel. They're all assisting Israel. Forget the rhetoric. They're all, bound to the West. So it's not easy for Iran, but Iran's key assets are deep underground, and they are untouched. And these new commanders are preparing themselves, and they say that they are going to hit the Israeli regime hard, and I'm confident that that's going to happen.
Larry, Professor Morandi mentioned the way that the European leaders were reacting to what has happened. Here is what Macron said, that France has repeatedly condemned Iran's ongoing nuclear program and has taken all appropriate diplomatic measures in response. In this context, France reaffirms Israel's right to defend itself and ensure its security. And when you look at the mainstream media, they're somehow picturing the situation as it was a preemptive attack on Iran. Why did they try to do that?
When I went to training at a secret CIA base back in January of 1986, the slogan on the base was admit nothing, deny everything, make counter accusations. If you look at what Macron's saying, if you look at what the Germans are saying, this is an organized intelligence information campaign to portray Iran as the demon, as the villain. When it's a damn lie is what it is. But the lies don't matter in the West, unfortunately. And now you've got Donald Trump caught openly lying. On the one hand, said, "Oh yeah, we want to do diplomacy," and then, "Yeah, I knew when this was going to happen. I know everything." He knew all about it because, as I said, before Professor Morandi came on, the United States was actively involved in planning this attack. This is the size and scope of this attack. I'm frankly sort of astounded by. But it also gets to the broader point of Israel can't sustain it, just as the United States could not sustain operations in the Red Sea against the Houthis. This is designed to try to win a quick propaganda victory. I share Professor Morandi's view that significant Iranian assets are buried deeply underground, are quite secure, and will be employed against Israel. But this is not going to be a quick war. If I'm Russia counseling Iran, I would say, don't attack the United States, at least not yet. Don't make this a Iran-U.S. war. Keep this as Iran-Israel. And let the United States, if the United States decides to get involved, which I think it actually may at some point, but which will be ultimately, I think, to the severe detriment of the United States. At least it will be clear to members of the global South who the villain is in this. I find it hard to believe that Vladimir Putin is feeling better about his relationship with Donald Trump and the United States, because Trump lied, and it's not just this. The attack that took place on the Russian strategic bombers on June 1st. Again, Trump, I didn't know anything about that. I think that's a lie, in my judgment. So the other thing that we're seeing here is Israel's, and Professor Morandi didn't hear my initial comment about, the Jewish decapitation strategy started with Jesus over 2,000 years ago. And how has that turned out? Didn't lead to the elimination of Christianity. The assassination of Nasrallah didn't lead to the elimination of Hezbollah. And now this assassination of senior Iranian officials in the West, they keep believing that if they just kill off some key people, the government will collapse, the mullahs will be thrown out into the streets, and a U.S.-backed democracy will rise up. That they really believe this. And I don't know if the Iranian officials understand that is a genuine, deep-seated belief in the West. But that is one of the dangerous factors that's driving this whole madness.
Yeah. Professor Morandi, as Larry said, it seems that in the West, they're assuming that this attack was some sort of regime change attack, and this go and hit the regime, that they're going to be dissolved, they're going to be gone. Your take on that?
Yes, there's no doubt that this is a so-called regime change operation, and the United States and the West has been attempting to overthrow Iran for well over 40 years. That when they supported Saddam Hussein in his invasion of Iran alongside the Soviet Union, that was the intention, to undermine Iran, and they've been working against Iran ever since. And I think that now it's no different. And I agree with Larry. In the United States, they do believe that if they just, and they've been saying this for decades now, that if they just give a little push, that Iran will fall apart and everything will be fine, and Iran will become a democracy like Saudi Arabia and the Emirates and Syria and all of these wonderful democratic countries, or like the United States, where they're now, we see what's going on there. So, of course, the objective is never democracy. They are deterring democracy across the board when it doesn't serve their purposes. But in any case, they do have that firm belief. And that's because they believe their own propaganda. They hire these Iran experts or these Iranians who go to the United States who know what needs to be said. They will say what needs to be said, and they will fund them. And then these people will fund the politicians and the people in power to come to give speeches and to participate in their programs, and then they get more funding. And they have this, this narrative is very, very deep and strong and entrenched in the United States, and it fits with the American exceptionalism notion that is Iran obviously the people of Iran don't want to be something different than us; they want to be like us. So all of these reinforce one another. But I think it's clear that the opposite is happening. People in Iran are outraged. They see the statements made by the French, the Germans, the West. They see that to the IAEA chief, he is unwilling to condemn the Israeli regime for striking Iran's nuclear program. And they see the dead children and the dead women on the footage of them on the streets of Tehran in their own neighborhoods or in neighborhoods nearby. And that is going to have the opposite effect. Now, as I said, this is the first day. It was a surprise attack. The Iranians were expecting an attack, but they didn't know exactly when and how and in what way. But so it still constitutes a surprise attack. It is a very dark day today. People are very upset, and the images coming out, of course, as I said, a lot of it is not necessarily true, but it's not a pretty picture at all. But Iranians are very angry, and they're not angry at the government because the government didn't do any wrong. The government didn't bomb anyone. The government didn't assassinate anyone. The government just supported the people of Palestine and is opposed to the genocide. And Iran being the only country alongside Yemen that has been actively opposing the genocide in Palestine, this is the price that it's paying. So, the Americans can wish all they want, and they'll continue to think this way, and they'll continue to say so because it serves their purpose. But I think that ultimately, what we're going to see in the coming hours, I suppose, or I don't know exactly when, but in the days ahead will be a heavy Iranian response. I think that Iran's striking the United States will probably depend on U.S. actions. And but if there is a conflict with the United States, which is quite possible with Trump in power, then I think it's very clear that the countries in the Persian Gulf will be swept away very swiftly. Remember, Iran has tens of thousands of missiles and probably tens of thousands of drones, if not more, that are long range and that are targeting Israel. Iran has hundreds of thousands of drones and missiles that can destroy everything in the Persian Gulf and on the other side of the Persian Gulf. And the Persian Gulf is very narrow, it's pretty narrow, and Iran controls one side of it. And it's full of oil and gas installations, tankers. If there's war in the Persian Gulf, that's the end of the global economy as we know it. That would be a catastrophe that it's difficult for me to contemplate what the world would look like.
That's their nuclear weapon. That is the nuclear weapon that Iran possesses. If you try to play with them and destroy their economy, destroy them as a nation, they can nuke the global economy by destroying the oil fields, closing the Persian Gulf, closing the Strait of Hormuz, and they absolutely can do it. The Houthi rebels just closed the Red Sea, and the U.S. couldn't open it back up. The Iranians got way more capability. That'll be the end of the global economy. Nobody driving cars and vehicles. Gas is outrageously high. Operations, factories get shut down. They can do that.
Like under those circumstances.
All on the table.
So we'll have to see where that. So we have to hope that Trump is sane enough not to stay out of this. But he looks very much like he wants to be a part of it from his statement. But in any case, I'm expecting an Iranian strike. I don't know when, but this will take some time.
Continuing
this war.
Yeah. Larry, Donald Trump, what does he want to do? Do you think that he wants to escalate? Because as Israel was attacking Iran, he said that right now is the best time to negotiate, to talk with Iran, and because he feels that Iran would be in a weaker position to talk with. That's why he arguing that was the main strategy, in my opinion. They wanted to put Iran in a weaker position, but that doesn't change the mindset of Iranian. He knows that Iranians know what would be their red line. Your take on that?
Well, the Iranian government has not chosen to consult with me and ask my opinion. If there are any Iranian officials making the case that the talks with the United States should continue, I think those officials should be immediately removed from office.
No, those officials are agents.
There is no negotiation with the United States. Negotiations rest on a premise that if I tell you something, or I put my name on a piece of paper, or I sign a commitment on a piece of paper, that I'm going to do what I claim I'm going to do. And I'm trusting you that you're going to honor that agreement and do the same. The United States has not abided by and held up any agreement. JCPOA, Donald Trump used it like toilet paper, threw it away. And, the French and the Brits, did they honor that agreement? Absolutely not. And, again, it's not to be too critical of the Russians and the Chinese, but they got played for fools. They literally thought, oh, we can sign on to this. We'll play with the West. We'll go along with this international rules-based order. We'll all get along. Sorry, it's bullshit. It's a lie. This is all about Europe and the United States wanting to take over and control Iran. It goes back to when they overthrew Mossadegh in 1953. They want control of the oil, the resources. They don't give a damn about the Iranian people. They can all fucking die for all the West cares. It's the resources, it's the money, it's the oil. And it's sorry to be so cynical and angry about this, but this has been going on for too long. It's got to stop. And the countries that are capable of stopping it aren't doing anything to do it. I think Russia up to this point, it's still being played for a fool. Now they do understand that they're fighting NATO, and they're trying to be cautious to keep from escalating this. But the West is showing no such compunction at all, pulling out all stops. And this particular attack on Iran, it was prepped this previous week with the release of that, I'll call it the fabricated IAEA report claiming Iran was in violation. It was all this was to lay a public predicate to justify military action, in the same way that that Saddam Hussein has weapons of mass destruction. We got to stop him. This is just another iteration of that strategy.
Professor Morandi, Larry mentioned the way that Iran sees the talks. How do you feel about that?
He's absolutely correct. The Europeans, they pretend as if Iran is violating international law. Iran is well within its rights within the regulations and rules of the International Atomic Energy Agency. With regards to the nuclear deal that we had with the P5+1, the Iranians were abiding by their commitments completely, yet the United States was violating the deal. The Europeans were violating the deal. Then the United States under Trump tore up the deal, and the Europeans disregarded all of their commitments completely. So even after that, when the Europeans and the Americans completely put aside their commitments, the Iranians were abiding by the deal for a full year afterwards. And then during the second year, they gradually decreased their commitments. So who is to blame? Western journalists who've been following these issues know this. But those journalists who I know, who I've met, who I've discussed the nuclear program in detail, they lie. In the media, in the Western media, they repeat what the talking points that their government wants them to repeat. So what you'll be hearing in the Western media is that the Israeli regime is carrying out targets on Iran's nuclear program, that they are accusing Iran of making nuclear weapons. They won't tell you that they've been saying this that Netanyahu has been saying this for 30 years now, that Iran is on the verge of making nuclear weapons. They won't tell you that International Atomic Energy Agency inspectors are in those nuclear facilities. They go to those nuclear facilities regularly to inspect.
Actually, Professor, let me correct you on one point. 41 years. Netanyahu made the first claim in 1984 that Iran's just a year or two from getting a nuke. 41 years. You were just a child back then.
Yeah, exactly. So it goes back even further than I thought. This is the utter hypocrisy. So they justify murder, they justify death and destruction through misinformation and disinformation, and through sheer lies. But again, this is not new.
Man's got to pay.
We've been witnessing this in Gaza for over 20 months. Remember when the Israelis first began bombing hospitals and the West tried to say that it was Hamas or the resistance that did it by mistake or on purpose. And then they kept bombing more and more hospitals, and they started killing kids in their incubators. And then the West just moved on. The Western media. Only recently, in the last few weeks, have there been criticisms of Israel, and now you're seeing the Western media trying to distract attention away from that and suddenly make Iran the bogeyman in order to justify and legitimize the actions of this barbaric monster and his monstrous allies in government and the opposition in Israel, because overwhelmingly the Israeli population support genocide.
Larry, who was the guy, the main planner of what has happened in Iran? It was Israel that Donald Trump decided to get along with them, or it was Donald Trump to make a better position for him to negotiate with Iran?
No. I guess I sort of reject the premise of your question that Trump's got zero interest in negotiating a legitimate deal with Iran. Zero. It's just, it's a lie. It's a negotiating tactic on his part, because the true objective, destroy the current leadership, do a regime change in Iran, get a government in place in Iran that's going to be compliant, that will be a good vassal of the United States, that will do what the United States wants it to do, and will be a way to help block and weaken Russia. That's the longer term strategy here, because this is about defeating Russia and China ultimately. Iran again is just another, let's call it, it's not a mere pawn. Let's put it as a knight on the chessboard, but nonetheless, it's not the king or queen of this move. And the issue to negotiate, again, if this was simply about getting a deal to make sure that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon, the deal is very easy to have. Russia was willing to certify, China's willing to certify, and Iran was willing to let inspectors come in and say, hey, we're not building a nuke. And on top of what has been the position of the Ayatollah Khamenei going back, 22 years? So the deal was there to be had. They didn't want the deal. This is all about regime change. The nuclear weapon thing is, in fact, it's just an excuse. This is a replay of the Saddam Hussein strategy. That let's accuse them of doing something that they're not doing so that we can go in and justify ourselves for taking over and destroying the country. That's what's going on,
Professor Marandi, many people were arguing, let's find some sort of political solution with the United States and in Iran and outside Iran. Do you think that these people right now with the attacks are convinced that the United States doesn't have any sort of will, any sort of commitment to make some sort of deal with Iran?
Oh, I think he temporarily froze there, Dima.
It seems that
he's there. He's back.
Can you hear me, Professor Marandi?
He moved slightly, and then
yeah, it seems that there is a problem with the connection. Can you hear me, Professor Marandi? Yeah. Larry, let's go ahead with you. And since Professor Marandi is not, it seems that the connection has some sort of problem.
Yeah, he can jump back in and interrupt me at any point.
Yeah.
Rather hear
go ahead with the question. Those people who were arguing that there is a solution with the United States, we can negotiate with the United States. We can find many people in Iran with the current president of Iran, the current government of Iran, they were in favor of negotiating with the United States.
Yeah.
How do you find their position right now?
I think it's been destroyed. It's been, if they're standing by that now, they're fools. And look, I understand why they took that position initially. They were, they really wanted to believe that that the United States could be their friend, that the United States was willing to accept Iran as a legitimate negotiating partner. And I guess they really didn't appreciate the degree to which the United States is a hostage to the Zionist movement. Here he's back.
Yeah.
Those who in Iran who were pressing for negotiations, I think I'd be shocked if any of them now still believe that that's a viable path forward. Maybe Professor Morandi can weigh in on that.
Go ahead, Professor.
I agree. I've always been a critic of the nuclear deal, and although I'm not hostile towards the negotiators, but I always thought from 2015, I was with them in Vienna, and I said to them, Dr. Zarif personally, that I don't think the United States is going to abide by its commitments. And I think I was proven correct. But now I think it's impossible really to do a deal with the United States under Trump. Trump is constantly changing his position. He, even after deals are signed, as in like in the ceasefire for Gaza, he changes his position and undermines the deal. He could ultimately, he shifts his position with regards to the negotiations with Iran, and the West will follow him wherever he goes. And so will a number of other countries across the world that are weak and need or want some concession from the West or some sort of aid from the West. So he'll get his little coalition to always support him. But even if there is a deal signed, he could undermine it the next day and nothing will happen. He can post something on Truth Social and say, no, I don't want this deal. It's the Iranians are cheating, or the Iranians are doing this, or they're doing that. And he'll just undermine it. And the Germans and the French and the British and the Europeans, they'll all say, yes, that's exactly true. And the Iranians are evil. And Israel has the right to defend itself to the last Palestinian and to the last Amalek and to the last Iranian and to the last Arab. That's the position that they'll take. The elites, that's what they'll do. And so for Iran, it's impossible under these circumstances to negotiate. And then, of course, there's the issue of sovereignty. What Trump is demanding of Iran is a violation of Iranian sovereignty. It's like taking a piece of territory from Iran. It's just not going to happen. So we are at a dead end right now. I don't think there's any hope for negotiations, and the only way forward is for the Americans and the Israelis to face a situation like in Yemen, where they fail. But I think people will die, and I think a lot of harm will be done. And war is something that is almost impossible to contain. This could spiral out of control, and if it does, then all the oil and gas assets in the region, they could disappear. They could be destroyed. And that would, as I said earlier, that would be the end of the global economy. So the Israelis, Netanyahu, his people, they are willing to sacrifice the United States, the world, the global economy for their own selfish interests. But what Trump is doing, this immorality aside, the immorality of the Europeans and the West aside, and the fact that they are supporting crimes against humanity and war and genocide. But all that aside, they are putting the world economy at grave risk. And it is quite plausible, in my opinion, to see such a situation where there's no more oil and energy from the Persian Gulf region. And have no doubt, if that happens, these family dictatorships will be gone in days, if not hours. And it will be a catastrophe across the globe. But Iran is put in, but
yeah, it seems that the connection.
The
problem is
that the West wants.
He's back. He's back.
This is all about the West wanting to support Netanyahu, a genocidal maniac. and demonizing Iran because it is supporting the Palestinian people. It is extraordinary.
Larry, to what extent the Trump administration is able to defend Israel? We have some sort of idea, some sort of understanding what would be the reaction, the attack on the part of Iranians. Do you feel that the Trump administration would do something beyond what the Biden administration was capable of doing in those days, or they're gonna do the same because that wasn't sufficient to somehow intercept the missiles coming from Iran, the drones coming from Iran? How capable is the United States today to defend Israel if Iran decides to go hard on Israel?
Well, the United States and Israel are capable of shooting down drones if that's the first wave of an Iranian attack, because they're not traveling at hypersonic speeds. They travel at a much slower speed, but you then get to an issue of basically how much ammunition do you have? Can Iran fire enough drones that they will end up draining the supply of anti-aircraft or air defense ammunition that's being fired at the drones? Then when you introduce the hypersonic missiles, and what we saw, the true promise won by Iran was initially just a demonstration to say, hey, we can attack you. We can use a combination of drones and missiles to attack you, hoping that would have dissuaded Israel from its aggressive posture towards Iran, but it didn't, which then led to the True Promise 2 attack. I believe it was like the 1st of October last year. And again, that was more forceful. It was actually, it was again a demonstration saying, okay, we can evade your missile defense system and hit targets, but they didn't do it in such a way as to really cause significant casualties on the side of Israel. I think recognizing that they had, then it would have escalated this into a war. But again, trying to send Israel a message. Well, Israel didn't get the message, or Iran was very naive in believing that it could, by doing this, it would say, okay, you got to take us seriously. They don't take Iran seriously. And I think, as Professor Morandi was pointing out in his initial comments, once he came on air, that there is a lot of artificial intelligence generated disinformation being put out to portray Israel's attacks on Iran as being far more devastating than they actually have been. Just remember what we saw out of Ukraine in the early hours after the attacks on June 1st at the strategic air bases, reportedly 5 air bases. Later turned out only 2. They claimed 41 aircraft destroyed. They showed you videos of it, planes burning. Again, artificially generated. Wasn't true. I think the total number of planes, I've heard between 3 to 5, 3 to 7, and not all of those were modern active aircraft. A lot of them were mothballed or were there to be used for parts. So I think part of what we're seeing now with a lot of the information being put out on Telegram and other social media platforms is portraying this as a devastating attack and that there's no way Iran can respond to it. And I think part of that is designed as well to try to discourage the Iranian people from being willing to retaliate. Now, I don't think it's going to work. And in fact, it may have just the opposite effect. It will redouble Iran's desire to fight back. So this is, we're less than 24 hours since this thing started. And I made the comment earlier that the Japanese on December 8th, man, they were celebrating. They had a great victory in Pearl Harbor. How did that turn out? It turned out very badly for the Japanese. So, like I said, an early Pyrrhic victory does not translate into a strategic victory. And I think that from a standpoint of logistics, manpower, that Israel and political isolation, that apart from some of the support that it's getting from Europe, apart from the support that it's still getting from the United States, that it's standing around the world has eroded dramatically, and this is only going to accelerate that. And we're going to, it's also, I guess, sort of exposing the United Nations as a completely inept, feckless, useless institution. Because despite condemnation and criticism, no action of any consequence will be taken towards Israel, just as they've been allowed to carry out genocide with no consequences.
And what's different when I compare Israel to Iran, Larry, what comes to my mind, and in a war of attrition, if something goes to that direction, a war of attrition between Iran and Israel, Israel cannot sustain it. Iran produces everything they have, despite air defense system that they're getting from Russia, but they have their own air defense systems in Iran. They build everything. It's Israel that is receiving 90%, more than 90% from the United States, and they're not capable of producing ammunition in Israel the way that Iran is capable of. How is that going to be seen with the administration in the United States?
Well, no, Trump is he's wedded to Israel. The Zionists control the U.S. government. Anybody who dares speak out against the Zionist genocidal policies is labeled an anti-Semite, and in some cases arrested. If you're not an American citizen, you're expelled. But even American citizens are facing possible prosecution for hate crime, simply for speaking out and describing what Israel is doing as accurately as a form of genocide. So Israel right now, Israel doesn't have to worry about political support, at least in the short term. But the middle to long term is problematic, because a growing number of people under the age of 50, they don't share this nonsensical view about Zionism and that Jesus is coming back and we got to preserve Israel at any cost. They're not buying that, and they're recognizing that Israel is behaving in an inhuman manner and treating the Palestinian people as just human garbage. And at some point, Israel's going to find itself dramatically isolated. However, that's not on the immediate horizon, I don't think. So it's just we're stumbling into war. There's no other way to put it. We're walking. We don't have a blindfold on. We see exactly what's happening, and we're walking into war.
פתיחה מאוד מוצלחת. אנחנו פגענו בפיקוד הבכיר, פגענו במדענים בכירים שמקדמים את פיתוח פצצות האטום,
Warmonger Netanyahu has done it again. After deliberately igniting a war with Iran, he cowardly abandoned his bunker and fled to Greece. Israeli media, in their usual shameless fashion, report that the Polish man masquerading as Jewish left his bunker after his warplanes slaughtered scores at the heart of Tehran, only to bolt to Greece in clear, disgraceful fear for his life. Netanyahu knows full well that with the scale of devastation unleashed on both Iranian military and civilian infrastructure, the response from Iran will be brutal and uncompromising. Intelligence sources have revealed plans by the Iranians to toss aside international law considerations and strike critical, high-value targets inside the occupied Palestinian territories, especially Ben Gurion Airport. There is currently a surge in panic buying in Haifa and Tel Aviv, as there are reports of fear and anxiety across the occupied land. As a desperate countermeasure, the Ben Gurion Airport has been hurriedly evacuated, with every passenger jet cleared out in anticipation of the retaliatory strikes now hanging over the heads of the occupiers. Netanyahu, terrified at the thought of being trapped in the aftermath, calculated that the destruction of the airport would leave him cornered and possibly finished. So he ran. His flight is not just a personal act of cowardice, but a glaring admission that rather than securing peace for Israel, he has been the chief architect of endless chaos, bloodshed, and instability for the Middle East and the Israeli occupiers worldwide. Meanwhile, YouTube is actively censoring our videos exposing this latest wave of Israeli aggression. Make sure to like and share this to help us break through the censorship and get the truth out to the world.
Israel launched Operation Rising Lion, a targeted military operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival. This operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove this threat.
While official channels claim he fled as a security precaution, his press appearance from the bunker betrayed his real condition. His trembling voice, hollow reassurances, and fear-stricken eyes painted the picture of a man desperate to convince a shaken public and himself that he still holds the reins. Greece, as a NATO member with a history of aligning with Western interests, offers Netanyahu a temporary shield from Iran's reach. Its geographical distance from the Middle East reduces the immediate threat of Iran.
And that's why Khomeini and the top Iranian leaders should go to Russia, just like I said, so Netanyahu and them can't kill them. Since he want to run, they should go and be protected too while this battle go on.
Iranian missile or drone attacks, which are more likely to target Israeli soil, particularly strategic hubs like Haifa. Greece's refusal to enforce the International Criminal Court's ICC arrest warrants against Netanyahu, as noted in X posts from earlier in 2025, further ensures it serves as a safe haven for a leader accused of war crimes. By hiding in Athens, Netanyahu exploits Greece's complicity in shielding him from legal accountability, highlighting the hypocrisy of Western nations that claim to uphold international law while protecting a figure responsible for escalating regional violence. Netanyahu's flight to Greece is a damning indictment of his leadership and Israel's imperialist agenda. Rather than facing the consequences of his decision to attack Iran's nuclear facilities and military leadership and act, condemned by nations like China, Saudi Arabia, and Indonesia as a violation of sovereignty, Netanyahu chooses to cower abroad, leaving Israelis, particularly in vulnerable cities like Haifa, to endure the terror of retaliation.
It was a surprise attack. The Iranians were lulled into a false sense of complacency by the American insistence on, focusing on a sixth round of negotiations that was scheduled to take place on Sunday. And Israel was working with the United States on that narrative, saying that if there wasn't a deal reached Sunday, then Israel would be considering an attack. This was very closely coordinated, in order to give Israel the opportunity for maximum surprise to achieve maximum damage. While America may not have sent resources or assets to participate in this attack was closely coordinated with the United States, done with the knowledge of the United States, done with the support of the United States. This, by any definition of the word, was a joint U.S.-Israeli attack on Iran. This was not a legitimate negotiation. The Iranians, I believe, did everything possible to make these negotiations work, but the Trump administration set unrealistic expectations.
The tyrants of Tehran have brazenly, openly called.
The fear he radiated from inside that bunker sent waves of panic across the entire Israeli population. Social media platforms and local news outlets are awash with reports of mass hysteria as terrified Israelis stormed supermarkets in a frenzy of panic buying. Shops experienced an unprecedented 300% surge in shoppers, with desperate occupiers stripping shelves bare of essentials like water, bread, baby food, hygiene products, and batteries. The atmosphere of dread Netanyahu created through his cowardice and reckless warmongering has gripped the entire settler population in fear of what's to come. This anxiety buying and panic hit places like Haifa and Tel Aviv. The pain in Haifa is palpable as residents live under the shadow of Iran's promised harsh punishment for Israel's aggression. Social media posts from the region describe scenes of chaos, with shelves stripped bare and families hoarding supplies in anticipation of prolonged conflict. The closure of schools and cancellation of major events, such as the Tel Aviv Pride Parade, reflect the broader societal paralysis gripping Israel. But Haifa's suffering is particularly acute due to its strategic significance. The city's residents are not just afraid of missile or drone attacks. They fear the collapse of normal life, as Israel's provocative strike has disrupted regional stability and invited retaliation that could target critical infrastructure. The psychological toll is immense, with reports of anxiety-driven injuries as people rush to shelters, a testament to the terror sown by Israel's own actions. By attacking Iran without regard for the consequences, Israel has turned Haifa into a frontline city, exposing its people to the wrath of a powerful adversary it foolishly underestimated. Haifa's strategic importance makes it a prime target for Iranian retaliation, amplifying the city's vulnerability and the panic among its residents. As Israel's largest northern port and a key hub for military logistics, Haifa is central to the Zionist regime's naval dominance and economic survival. The port handles critical imports, including fuel and military supplies, making it a lifeline for Israel's war machine. Iran and its allies, particularly Lebanon, have long identified Haifa as a high-value target, with Resistance's 2024 drone footage of the port signaling Iranian intent to strike. Posts on X highlight Haifa's exposure, noting that the entire axis of resistance, including Lebanese resistance, the Yemen's army, and Iranian allies, has the capability to hit the city with drones and missiles. Iran's retaliation could aim to cripple Haifa's port, disrupting Israel's supply chains and sending shockwaves through its economy. The city's proximity to Lebanon, where resistance possesses over 150,000 rockets capable of reaching Haifa, heightens its risk, as does its role as a base for Israeli naval and air operations. Moreover, Haifa's strategic value is compounded by its industrial and energy infrastructure, including oil refineries and chemical plants, which are potential targets for precision strikes. An attack on these facilities could cause catastrophic environmental and economic damage, further punishing Israel for its aggression. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC, has demonstrated its ability to saturate Israeli air defenses, as seen in the October 2024 missile barrage, and Haifa's limited bomb shelter capacity, acknowledged by local officials, leaves civilians dangerously exposed. The city's Rambam hospital, forced to move 2,000 beds underground, underscores the inadequate preparations for a full-scale Iranian assault. By striking Iran, Israel has painted a target on Haifa, knowing full well that its actions could provoke a response that devastates this critical northern hub. This is the skies over Israel as Iran unleashes a blistering counter-offensive against Israel, hammering Tel Aviv and Jerusalem with waves of ballistic missiles and Shahed drones, in a righteous response to the Zionist regime's relentless aggression. Please take a moment to like and share this video to help boost its visibility. Israeli, very protected defense headquarters was hit. 7 lives were reportedly lost. Dimona nuclear facility was hit, and more missiles are currently underway against critical targets around occupied Palestine.
Yeah, John Sandra, you saw those live images. Israel is under a massive ballistic missile barrage. I've reported here for nearly 7 years and never seen such an attack against an Israeli city. The amount of air defense that you saw going off there it's unprecedented. It appears that they are targeting some of the centrally located positions in Tel Aviv. Remember, Israel's Ministry of Defense, the Kiryat, their version of the Pentagon, is located just a couple miles from here. The fact that they had to start using those short-range missile defense systems indicates that this is a direct attack on Israel's second largest city. We don't know what's happening in other areas.
Dubbed Operation True Promise 3 by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC, the strikes shattered Israel's illusion of invulnerability as its overhyped Iron Dome and Arrow defense systems crumbled under the onslaught. Explosions tore through Tel Aviv's glittering skyline, forcing terrified residents into bomb shelters as their so-called impregnable cities faced the consequences of Israel's warmongering. Iranian state media hailed the attack as a direct retaliation for Israel's Operation Rising Lion, a barbaric assault that saw over 200 F-35 jets and drones pummel Iran's nuclear and military sites, slaughtering senior IRGC commanders and nuclear scientists in a flagrant act of imperialist hubris.
Okay. Go. Go. יא בני זונות. יו, אני בהלם. אני בהלם. אני בהלם. יו. אני בשוק. אני פאקינג בשוק. אני פאקינג בשוק.
با ملت عزیزمون در میان بذارم اینه که رژیم صهیونیستی اشتباه بزرگی کرد، خطای بزرگی کرد، غلطی کرد و عواقب او رو بیچاره خواهد کرد به توفیق الهی. ملت ایران از خون شهدای گرانقدر نخواهد گذشت، از تجاوز با آسمان کشورش صرف نظر نخواهد کرد. نیروهای مسلح ما آماده هستند و مسئولین کشور و همه آحاد مردم پشت سر نیروهای مسلح. امروز از همه جناح‌های گوناگون سیاسی کشور و آحاد گوناگون کشور پیام‌های مشابهی صادر شد. همه
Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, who has long branded Israel a criminal regime, declared the strikes a necessary reckoning for decades of Zionist atrocities, from the genocide in Gaza to the reckless bombing of sovereign nations like Iran. The chaos in Israel, with air raid sirens blaring and buildings rocked by missile impacts, lays bare the catastrophic failure of its US-backed military machine, which has provoked this crisis through unchecked aggression.
So what is that, John? عدالت فکر بازه.
The U.S. intel view that among the targets were Israeli airfields, but also, and this is crucial, the headquarters of Mossad, the International Intelligence Service of Israel, which is inside Tel Aviv. It's in the northern part of Tel Aviv, but it's in the city. It's in a densely populated area. And of course, the concern is if you're
walk around, why are you hiding your CIA building, Mossad, in amongst the population that's using humans as shields? You got human shields, your population.
Firing, even though Iran might consider that a military target, it is in a densely populated city with civilians around it. And that's just one more layer of escalation.
In a further blow to Israel's bloated military ego, Iran's air defenses executed a masterful ambush, allegedly shooting down 3 of Israel's prized F-35 stealth fighters in a meticulously planned operation that has humiliated the Zionist state. A female pilot was reportedly captured. Iranian sources claim the IRGC tricked the jets into entering Iranian airspace under a false signal of surrender, only to obliterate them with advanced anti-aircraft systems. Grainy footage circulating on X shows a pilot ejecting from one of the wrecked F-35s, with unconfirmed reports suggesting Iran has captured the pilot, ready to hold them accountable for Israel's crimes. The loss of these cutting-edge aircraft, symbols of Israel's US-funded dominance, exposes the fragility of its air force and raises damning questions about the billions poured into its war machine. Israel's military, predictably silent on the debacle, cannot hide the embarrassment of this defeat, which undermines its narrative of untouchable supremacy. Posts on X erupted with condemnation of Israel's reckless incursion into Iranian territory, with users across the globe slamming the Zionist regime for sparking this crisis through its endless provocations. Iran's bold strike has flipped the script, proving that the days of Israel's unchallenged arrogance are over. Iran's retaliation, far from an act of aggression, is framed as a desperate stand against a regime that respects no borders and no laws. In Tehran, massive rallies have erupted, with citizens chanting retaliation against Israel and praising the IRGC for striking back at a nation that has terrorized the region for too long. Israel's claim of moral superiority lies in tatters, as its actions, disguised as self-defense, reveal a rogue state hell-bent on sowing chaos. The global fallout from Iran's strikes has exposed Israel's vulnerabilities and sent shockwaves through a world weary of its belligerence. Oil prices have skyrocketed, with Brent crude hitting record highs as fears mount that Israel's reckless escalation could engulf the Middle East in a broader war. In Tel Aviv and Jerusalem, the psychological toll is undeniable, Residents, long insulated by propaganda about their nation's invincibility, were forced to confront the reality of their government's failures as missiles breached their defenses. Israel's military, scrambling to save face, downplays the damage, but reports of civilian injuries and shattered infrastructure tell a different story. On X, Iranian users and their supporters celebrate the strikes as a long overdue humbling of the Zionist regime, while speculation swirls about Iran's next moves, including whispers of a possible nuclear test to counter Israel's aggression. Iran, meanwhile, grapples with the devastation from Israel's earlier strikes, which crippled military sites and disrupted civilian life. Yet Tehran's resolve remains unbroken, its leaders vowing to continue resisting a regime that has brought nothing but death and destruction to the region. Israel's gamble that it could strike Iran with impunity has backfired spectacularly, proving that its arrogance is its own undoing. The international response, predictably skewed by Israel's allies, has done little to address the root cause of this crisis: the Zionist regime's unyielding aggression. The United States, ever the obedient lapdog, condemned Iran's unprovoked attack, while ignoring Israel's role in sparking the conflict with its murderous raids. Russia and China, by contrast, have rightly pointed to Israel's violations of international law, calling for UN action to curb its reckless behavior. The cycle of violence, driven by Israel's refusal to coexist peacefully with its neighbors, has left the Middle East teetering on the edge of all-out war. Analysts warn that Israel's strategy of preemptive strikes and regional bullying, long enabled by Western powers, has finally met its match in Iran's fierce resistance. On X, the sentiment is overwhelming. Israel's decades of oppression from Palestine to Iran have ignited a fire it cannot control. As Iran stands tall against a regime that thrives on violence, the world watches a historic shift unfold, one where Israel's myth of invincibility lies in ruins and its victims are finally fighting back. The Zionist state, once untouchable, now faces the consequences of its own hubris, with Iran's missiles serving as a stark reminder that no oppressor can escape justice forever.
Okay. Go. Go. יא בני זונות. יו, אני בהלם. אני בהלם. אני בהלם. יו. אני בשוק. אני פאקינג בשוק. אני פאקינג בשוק.
I'm going to give a second here to get up and streaming, make sure that I am connected. As soon as I see some people pop into the chat, we'll get started here. All right, hit the like button on your way in. Let me know you're out there. All right, welcome back to Blackstone Intel. Good to see you again. I'll probably see a couple of you guys that we saw during the early morning 6-hour live stream. Let me know if you're hearing me okay out there in the chat. Make sure I've got my audio good here before we get too deep into this. So last night, I had just put up a video on something else and was sitting there in the premiere of the video when the strikes by Israel against Iran started. And so got done with that around 4:30 this morning after I started live streaming this. And I couldn't go to sleep. Of course, I wanted to find out as much as I could about what was going on. So I didn't get to bed until around, I don't know, 10 or 11 this morning. So I've only had about 4 hours sleep. So if I look haggard, sorry about that. That's how it goes. But I kept waking up to check my phone to see if there are any updates because I was expecting the Iranian retaliation to begin. And once it did, I went on to Twitter. I was thinking, you know what, I'll just sit here in bed and post to Twitter. And with 23,000 followers on Twitter, you'd think I could reach somebody, but no, I don't have any reach at all there. Let me pull up my Twitter account. So I was posting here at first thinking, well, I'll get some footage out. You can see there, I've got 1 like, 2 likes, 1 like, 2 likes, 1 like, 2 likes. So I'm posting all these videos on Twitter and not getting any reach at all. So I decided, you know what, let me just hop on and live stream some of this and go through some of the social media stuff, and then I'll go back to bed because by then we'll probably have the this opening round of retaliatory strikes by Iran will probably be over by then. I also debated doing whether or not to do this because this is the kind of video that YouTube does not like. Since it's talking about war, definitely no monetization from advertising revenue, but whatever, who cares? That's not what this is about. We got to get the information out. So let's talk about what is going on. So Israel really, really hit Iran hard, effectively, very good precision strikes. They took out a lot of Iran's top military leadership, and that just shocked me that Iran did not seemingly have something in place, a protocol in place to quickly bring everyone up to speed, get everyone replaced. They had to know, having seen the way that Israel took out Hezbollah's leadership not once, but when they had their next tier moved up into the positions of authority, they got wiped out too. So surely Iran knew this was coming, but there was no immediate response. There was word that about 100 drones were launched from Iran, and that was just kind of a token thing. The USA and Jordan and possibly even Saudi Arabia had helped to take those out before they got anywhere close to Israel. I think only 1 drone made it into Israeli airspace, and it was quickly taken out. So that wasn't going to be Iran's response. And I have to admit, I've been kind of ticked off that Iran has not, until this, done much more than talk tough. And I was afraid that we were going to see Iran do the same thing that it has done in previous interactions with Israel, and that's do something very light, very proportionate, if that, and then say, look, it's over, let's be friends. But it appears that in these strikes, and we'll look at some video footage in a minute, they're not messing around. They really went for broke with this opening series of salvos into Israel. So let's take a look here at what Iran has done so far. First of all, I'll show you a couple, I'll show you some video footage from my channel, from my Twitter feed, and then we'll go to some others. These are just going to be some different clips. All right, here is very similar footage. That may even be the same footage. Sorry, I know you can't see that very good. Let's go down. Let's take a look at this one. This is the view from Nablus. I spent a little time in Nablus when I was over there. From Palestinian territory. That's watching the missiles overhead. According to Israeli government officials, U.S. military is actively participating in the defense of Israel. So if there was any doubt whatsoever about whether or not Donald Trump was going to get involved, he absolutely is. I believe firmly that he had absolutely certain knowledge that this was coming. I do not think that it caught him off guard. I think that he was being very treacherous. I think that he has really shown the world, not just Israel, not just Iran, but North Korea, Russia, everybody knows with certainty now that you cannot trust the United States whatsoever. That if we say we're going to engage in diplomacy and we're going to hold off and make sure we keep Israel on a leash or whatever it may be, that's bullcrap. Because all along, they've been planning this. This was not Israel's strike was so precise. There was so much intel there. Even though the Mossad has got a fantastic amount of intelligence work, this was beyond their capability alone. They have been planning this with the assistance of United States intelligence for a long time now, probably for the entire duration that Trump has been back in office. So when Trump last night went out and said, "Oh yeah, we're going to have a 6th round of talks, and I hope it's going to work out," and blah, he knew right then and there that this attack was imminent. And so that does huge damage to the U.S. reputation in the world. And hopefully it's going to do damage to Trump among at least some of his supporters who will wake up and realize, this guy, all his talk about how he's, peace and no foreign intervention and America first. It's Israel first, always has been, always will be.
וואי, זה נראה כמו זיקוקים. וואו, איזה יופי.
And I think that was the strike on the defense headquarters in Tel Aviv. There, that where it hit. But we'll look at some other footage in a minute. Here we go. In the past, so many times when Hamas has fired off their rockets, these are not much bigger than firecrackers. What Hamas does, tiny little things. They're not precision guided. They hit random places, and when they do strike something, it puts a little pothole in the ground. And Iron Dome is able to knock those out very easily. That's not what's happening here. These ballistic missiles, and you'll see some footage here in a minute of them just hitting over and over. Iron Dome is not able to take these out. At least not all of them.
Watch this one, and at the end of this is some pretty good footage of the defense headquarters in Tel Aviv getting hit. So they're sending up interceptors from around the defense headquarters, the military defense headquarters in Israel, but they're not intercepting. Boom. Look at that. For those that don't know, Tel Aviv is kind of the New York City of Israel. It is their big financial center. Jerusalem, Tel Aviv has been the capital of Israel from the beginning, at least internationally recognized as its capital. They wanted to call Jerusalem their capital, and I guess they do, especially since Trump's first term, when the United States under Trump recognized Jerusalem as the undivided capital of Israel and moved the U.S. embassy there, and then shut down the U.S. consulate to the Palestinian Authority. But everything is really still concentrated in Tel Aviv. This is that's why Tel Aviv is being targeted. I've got some pictures of Tel Aviv from right outside. I was in Tel Aviv, but I got some good pictures of the skyline there from the beach, from the coastline. Down there to the south. Anyway. Now, I will say this. There is a possibility. I have not vetted every single one of these. Typically, what I see anytime there's some kind of military skirmish is that old footage from previous incidents gets mixed in and shared as if it's current stuff. So if you happen to see anything that you are pretty certain is old, let me know, because I've not researched each one of these. I'm just kind of this real fluid, and I'm going along with what I'm seeing. But most of this, from what I can tell, is current. And someone pointed out in the comments that the other thing we're dealing with now is AI footage is popping up out there of things that aren't happening. And it really is making the fog of war even foggier. It was announced earlier by Iran that they shot down 2 Israeli Air Force jets during an earlier attack, and that they have taken one of the pilots, a female pilot, hostage. So they have her. John Bolton, good to see you. John was with us last night in the live stream. He says, brother, no need for Iron Dome when you literally have BB Bald Dome with the rest of his brothers, Mad Ben and Smootrich. They can defend them, no problem. He's Mr. Security, all right. Yeah, I think that a lot of the people in Tel Aviv are really going to be shocked by this, by these strikes. Now, to Iran's credit, they are not targeting civilian infrastructure. Almost certainly they will have hit. In fact, I know that they've hit some civilian infrastructure there in Tel Aviv. But if they wanted to be causing mass casualties, they would not be targeting the government sites. They would not be targeting the military sites. They'd be exclusively trying to knock down apartment buildings. And clearly that's not what they're doing. So it is good that they are trying to avoid a lot of civilian casualties. But I expect that there are going to be a good number of Israeli casualties from this. You know, they sorry, Israel, you did it first. You attacked, you killed children in Iran last night. This is how it goes. You get a taste of your own medicine. Look at this. One missile after another striking. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of strikes. So there was the initial salvo that of about 100 missiles. This is, who knows how accurate this is what I'm hearing. About 100 missiles were fired. And then within an hour, another salvo was sent off, and then a third. Ernie Truth says, "Hi, Jake. We'll listen later. Thanks for pulling double duty." Hey, Ernie, good to see you, brother. Yeah, it's crazy. We're back on again. Ernie was with us during the live stream last night too. Thank you, Ernie. Appreciate you so much. You and John are awesome. At least 7 ballistic missiles struck Tel Aviv in the first wave of attacks. And guys, you can go to @Morphonios on X. I've got 2. Let me put in the chat here. I've got 2 accounts. The one I used to use mostly was Morphonios. And they shut me down there where I don't get anything. The other one is just Blackstone Intel. That one I don't do as much on that, but they're in the chat now. Some photos here. Damage. In a second, I'm going to check my lists on Twitter and see what the most recent footage shows. No audio on this one. Look at that. Those supersonic missiles, they've got them. All right, let's start taking a look over here at some of the newer footage, some stuff that I have not necessarily seen since it has come out while we've been talking here. This person says, "I'm an American citizen. I stand with Iran." People are waking up. It's good to see so many Americans actually backing Iran over Israel. Probably for the first time, we may see a majority of people, at least in social media, speaking out in defense of Iran rather than backing the genocidal regime of Zionist Israel. Some propaganda videos there. Breaking: the U.S. is trying to convince Iran to return to the nuclear talks. Hey, Squirrel and Wesson. Nothing unites people more than watching Tel Aviv get bombed, is what someone says. I may have shown this video already. This is the one where I wonder if it's old, but I'm not sure about that one. Iranian armed forces. Iran rejects all calls for restraint at this time. Blood for blood. Yeah, here's another view. All right. Let me switch to another list. Here's the people of Iran celebrating the strikes against Israel. Hey, John Benson says, thanks for all you do. Is this the start of World War III? I wouldn't. I could say yes and I could say no. I don't consider it the start of World War III at this point. I do consider it the start of what is probably going to be a protracted regional war. Typically, how this works, how it's happened every other time, is Israel does some, Iran does some. Everyone knows they need to calm down and things settle down. But this is far more provocative because what's going to happen now that Iran has hit Israel? Remember last time, Iran was very measured. It gave the United States and Israel fair warning. It allowed the United States to move its carrier group into the area so they could help intercept the missiles. And it wanted to show, it wanted to demonstrate, look what we can do if we want to target you. But I don't think that anyone was killed in that Iranian strike. And back in, I think it was November of 24, and they were mocked mercilessly by Israel and Israel supporters, saying, oh, look how ineffective they are. Well, they were not trying to hit. They were trying to show what they could do. Well, this time is different. This time they are hitting, and this time there will be Israeli casualties. And this, remember, Israel is kind of like the bully who just doesn't believe that anybody would dare to square up, and has not yet learned that it can get its ass kicked far easier than it overestimates its strength. So Israel is still emboldened. The people are not yet, based on what I've seen, this is not enough carnage to make the people of Israel turn on their government and say, this is not in our best interest, stop. It's not worth the price of our blood that we're going to have to pay for whatever it is you're trying to accomplish. So stop it. It's not at that point. And so for the immediate period, what we're going to see are the people of Israel demanding that their government, which is very willing to do this, strike back, strike harder this time, and maybe even try and take out the supreme leader, the Ayatollah in Iran. And so even if they don't do that, there's going to be a major retaliatory strike. These are already planned. Israel already has its cards laid out. They know what they're going to do. They know which sites. They've already got the intel. The United States has already helped them pre-plan this. So it's ready to go, and they will do it. Possibly even tonight. Israel is not one to sit around and wait too long before they strike back. So this is not going.
And Iran not going to wait neither. It's use it or lose it. So Iran just going to keep striking before they lose those missiles. They should.
To settle down as quickly as the last time back in November. And we have to wait and see what happens. Iran, I don't personally think, right from what I have seen of Iran, I think that they know what position they're in. They're not stupid. The United States, under Donald Trump, is saying, we'll destroy you. You hit our bases, you attack us, you attack America, we're going to do this. Well, America is an active participant fighting against Iran right now. Iran has every right to attack the United States, to hit our bases. The question is, will they do it? Because they know what the consequence is going to be. It's going to be that the USA is going to join in a full-scale regime change operation, and they're going to have to fight the USA in addition to Israel. So if you are Iran, what do you do in a situation like that? How do you defend your people? How do you stand up? Really, it comes down to Iran has to be willing to throw a Hail Mary pass with this. They have to be willing to go so hard that that it makes the United States and it makes Israel realize, damn, these people are willing to get wiped out to defend themselves. They are willing to stake everything on this. And are we really, do we have that much motive to continue fighting against a party that's willing to act that way? And if Iran doesn't do that, I'm afraid that we're just going to see Israel come out on top of this with escalating perhaps to the point that the only way they're going to get the nuclear bunkers in Iran that are deep underground is for tactical nukes to be used. And even then, you'd have to use a few of them to knock out the facility. You can hit the facade and the stuff up on top, but you're not going to, you can blow up the entryways. You can make it so it's going to be hard to get to it for a while, but you're not going to put it out of commission. And so I don't believe, I have not believed at any point that this is about trying to stop Iran's nuclear program. That's what Israel says. But what Israel wants is what Israel has always wanted. It's what Netanyahu has been calling for decades, and that is total regime change. They want to do to Iran what they did to Iraq. They want to remove the leader. They want to remove the government. They want to put in a puppet parliament to run the government, a parliament that's going to allow Western oil corporations to come in and take control of the Iranian oil assets. That's what the United States wants. What Israel wants is to get rid of the only opposition to their geopolitical expansion in the region. They know that Iran's the last man standing. No one else is going to stand up to them. Egypt isn't. Jordan isn't. Jordan actually, I think that when Iran is done teaching a lesson to Tel Aviv, I think they ought to drop a missile into the middle of King Abdullah II's palace in Jordan, because that guy is not on the side of the Palestinian people. He's not on the side of Iran, certainly. He's a traitor. He's a traitor. He helps Israel at every turn to attack Iran. So anyway, let me take a look here. John Bolton, imagine if they hit Pollard. You think Trump will mourn him like my old brave hero of the USA? Like my old friend John McCain, may he smile down on us from heaven. John, the things you make me say in a live stream that people can screen grab and use against me. Look, Jake is praising John McCain. Thanks, man. You're hilarious. And Eric Hatchett, thank you so much, brother, for that donation. Listen, I in my little goal thing up there at the top of the chat box, I have my email address. If you can't see it, it is jake@blackstoneintel.com. Anyone who makes a donation of $5 or more, you're welcome to email me with your contact information and tell me what your handle is in the chat where you made the donation. And you send me your address or whatever. I'd be glad to send you a personal letter of thanks. Nothing fancy, just a letter from me. But anyway, let's go ahead and look a little bit more of this. Thank you so much, Eric. I appreciate it, brother. Let's see, what else have we got here? Let me reload this page and then... Lebanese celebrate Iran's retaliatory missile operation against the Zionist regime. And there will be major celebrations across the Levant. Where it's going to be in Syria and Iraq, Yemen, probably Saudi Arabia, cheering for at least the people cheering for Iran, even though they have been in a proxy war against Iran for a handful of years now. Let's see. Yemeni crowd erupts and cheers. Hey, thank you, Katie Campbell. I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you so much for that donation. And of course, Israel is saying Iran made a grave mistake targeting Tel Aviv. Actions have consequences, and now they'll face them. I do think that Israel is gonna have a very nasty response to this. I think they're going to hit Iran very hard. I think that it's going to dwarf what we saw in Israel's opening strikes. I think they're going to try and hit more reactor sites, more bases.
And Iran gonna keep
But
them
Iran has the opportunity to hit Israel some more at this point. If it were me, I would want to not have this tit for tat, proportionate back and forth, whatever. I would want to demonstrate overwhelming firepower to make them think, oh, dang, if this is what's going to happen to us when we hit them, maybe we ought to think twice about hitting them again. But that has not been Iran's practice in the past, so we'll see. If you're out there, even though I can't see you, you're welcome to raise your hand in solidarity with whatever Rahita Malik is saying here. All right, let's turn to another list. See if there's anything new. Get some new video footage here, hopefully. All right, Iran has executed a large ballistic missile attack on Israel with multiple missiles impacting amidst a barrage of interceptors. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has called on the Iranian people to take to the streets and rise up against the regime. He stressed that as Israeli forces advance toward their strategic objectives, they are simultaneously helping to clear the path for blah, blah, blah. Yeah, go out into the streets, says Netanyahu. What do you think he's going to do? He's going to try and smash them as soon as they get out in the streets, because that's what Zionists do. That's how they behave. Casualties from the Iranian ballistic missile attack against Israel has risen to 40 injuries, 2 in critical condition. Israeli security cabinet meeting in an undisclosed secure location. They're not surprised by any of this. They knew what Iran's response would be. I don't think that Iran has done anything yet that is unexpected. Parts of either an interceptor or an Iranian ballistic missile fell earlier in Tel Aviv. Minor damage, no injuries. Rafael Grossi. Now, I'll tell you, the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, is very much allied with Israel. It didn't used to be. It used to be more neutral. But this is a watchdog group that monitors, but they have become, over the last year or so, a basically a propaganda outlet for Israel. But anyway, they are saying that the above ground facility at Natanz, used for enriching uranium up to 60%, has been destroyed, resulting in radiological and chemical contamination inside the site. No indication of a direct attack on the underground enrichment halls. Damage to the power supply may have affected centrifuges. So, like I'm saying, it's going to be very hard for Israel to take out any of Iran's underground facilities in any meaningful way without tactical nukes. But you know what? I would not be surprised if that is on the agenda. I don't think that that is beyond Israel's nuttiness to utilize. 2 U.S. officials confirmed to Reuters that the U.S. helped shoot down a number of ballistic missiles launched by Iran earlier. We are aware of reports circulating on Iranian news channels suggesting that Iran may be preparing to conduct a nuclear test tonight. Rest assured, the IDF and Mossad have been closely monitoring the situation and will neutralize any potential threat. I think that's propaganda. I think that's Zionist propaganda they're putting out. And we listened to the video in the live stream last night of Netanyahu's little propaganda remarks at the outset of all of this. And he admitted in it, he said, we don't know when they could have a nuclear bomb. It could be a year from now. They don't know. Actually, they do know. They know that that even if you have the enrich the uranium, you still have to be able to build the components and everything. You have to assemble the warhead, and they are not there. They're not in a position to do that. It would be a while. There was absolutely no justification for this. Iran was not on the verge of having a usable nuclear weapon that could be used against anyone. It's just not true. Just not true. Negotiations could have resulted in some breakthrough. The original talk from Trump, which now appears to have all been bullcrap from the beginning, but basically what Trump was doing or talking about doing was just copy and pasting Obama's Iran deal that he had pulled out of, because that's the only thing Iran's going to go back to. Iran is not going to go and say we're going to give up our nuclear energy program, but that's what they wanted. That's what the Zionists wanted. And so U.S. negotiations with Iran, while they started out looking like they were in good faith, and originally Trump was saying, yeah, they should be able to have a program where they can develop nuclear energy for their country. That's what Trump said. And then they switched it. During the negotiations, under pressure from Israel, it became, you know what? You have to give up everything related to your nuclear program. You cannot have nuclear energy. You can't do anything. And I believe that switch was made consciously. I think that it was pre-planned. I think that it was intended to give the appearance that Iran is not even trying. We were acting in good faith, and they have just walked out of nuclear talks. Now we have no choice but to attack them. I think it was all a manufactured pretext. All of this, what Trump has done with the nuclear talks, I think all along the knowledge and intent has been regime change in Iran, and this has just been a big show. Rescue teams in Tel Aviv sweeping buildings. I think we saw this one earlier. Boom. And that was the one that hit the Ministry of Defense headquarters. Here's some damage to apartments And this is mostly damage to the facade. There could be some casualties. There could be some fatalities. But when you think about what we see in Gaza, we see this hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times. This is what you see in Gaza initially, before Israel comes back and collapses the entire structure because they didn't take it out the first time. So even though I don't like violence, it is satisfying to see an aggressive occupation, genocidal regime, and the society that fully supports it being on the receiving end of some of the kinds of things that they do to other people. That's just, I think, human nature. We don't like injustice. We don't like to see innocent people, women and children, unarmed civilians being massacred by a bunch of extremists like the Zionists in Israel. Of course, you know what everything's going to be in social media. It's going to be all of these people who are praising Iran or whatever. It's only because they hate Jews. That's the only reason. See, this is why we need to destroy Iran, because, and next we've got to go out because everyone in the world is trying to destroy us. Look, here's my victim card. Oh, we're such victims. While completely ignoring everything that they have done to bring the wrath of the international community down on them. Be like Charles Manson after the Sharon Tate murders, pleading to the camera for people's understanding. You just don't get me. You just don't understand. I've not done anything wrong. All of this hatred against me is bigotry. All of your statements, it just wounds my tender heart. But that's the mentality of psychopaths. CNN reports that Israel is expected to escalate its strikes against Iran, destroying economic and infrastructure targets such as oil and natural gas facilities, as well as ports, in response to tonight's Iranian ballistic missiles attack, which appear to have mainly targeted population centers in Israel. If you're sending hundreds of ballistic missiles at a population center and you don't have any fatalities, maybe you weren't targeting the population center. But we can't really rely on Western media to use any logic here. There's old Trump. Let's see what else we got here. U.S. Army is assisting in shooting down incoming Iranian missiles with Patriot PAC-3 missiles and with THAAD, official tell Fox. Crown Prince and the U.S. President discussed the importance of restraint, de-escalation, and resolving all disputes through diplomatic means. Yeah. So the message has to be, oh yeah, Iran is definitely targeting civilian population centers, because the next phase, what Israel wants to do is they want to lop off the heads of the entire government. They want to kill the president of Iran. They want to, well, he's the last one they want to kill, because the current president of Iran is a lot more of a pacifist, a lot less aggressive in his rhetoric and in his positions toward Israel. So they don't necessarily want to get rid of him and have him replaced with someone even worse. But what does it matter if you're gonna, if Israel kills the Ayatollah, it would be interesting to see if he's Shiite, so it's not like the Sunni nations have any fealty to him, but the fact that they would go after any Muslim leader like that, who knows? Who knows? I'm not seeing so far any substantive efforts by anybody in the Arab world to take a stand alongside Iran against Israel. Not seeing anything yet. Who knows? Maybe that'll change. China condemns Israel's attack on Iran's sovereignty. Let's see. Let's watch this one.
Okay. يا بنات ظنون يو أنا بعلم أنا بعلم يو أنا بالشوك أنا fucking بالشوك أنا fucking بالشوك.
All right. Oil prices jumped to $72.98 a barrel. If Iran closes the Strait of Hormuz, 20% of global oil gets choked off, prices spike, markets destabilize. Mariam Barghouti, Israel is not only waging a regional war, but Israeli paramilitary groups in the West Bank, joined with Israeli forces, are carrying out violent acts against Palestinians. In the north, the Israeli army is taking over civilian homes, kicking families out, and turning the homes into military bases. In the center, areas in Ramallah, Israeli settlers are carrying out large-scale attacks against Palestinian families. In the south areas in Hebron, armed Israeli militias are carrying out attacks against Palestinians. You know, the Jews talk a lot about the pogroms during World War II, and it's really awful, very disappointing to see that here we are, not even 100 years later, and they are carrying out their own pogroms against an unarmed population. And the victims have become the perpetrators. It's such an awful thing to see. So regardless of what has happened in the past, it does not justify you becoming the evil that once was used against you. But I've seen them there. My first night in Jerusalem, so I flew over there, and my first night was going to be the only night I was going to spend in Jerusalem. And the reason why I spent the first night in Jerusalem, in West Jerusalem, is because flying in, there were going to be questions potentially about what my purpose is there, and the others that I was with. You know, what are you there for? And if the first night, if it shows you coming in and they look to see where you're staying, and they do check your papers, and your first night is going to be in the West Bank, well, that doesn't look good. So the first night, the first hotel night, was booked for the in West Jerusalem, with kind of the cover that I'm a Christian tourist there to tour holy sites. But that night, I knew it was probably going to be the only chance for me to just get over to the Mount of Olives and visit there, having read much of my life about the stories in the New Testament. I wanted to go see the area for myself. So I got a taxi and went over there, and it was nighttime and it was kind of late. And I thought, this could be ugly, but we'll see. And I got up there at the Mount of Olives, and it kind of is sitting across valley from the Temple Mount, from Al-Aqsa Mosque. And I was up there taking pictures, just walking around by myself amidst some of the olive trees. And right behind me was a settlement, Israeli settlement. And all of the settlements, they've got bars, barbed wire, rolls, just security cameras. Well, I'm standing there, no one else around anywhere. And this car pulls up, little red car pulls up, and a handful of 4 Israeli settlers get out. You know, they got the beanies and the side curls, and they take some steps toward me, and I'm standing there. I've got my camera on a tripod. I also had something else with me for protection in case it came to that. But they just stood there, and we just looked at each other, and I thought, what are these guys going to do? Because they didn't know me, but I was a tourist, I guess. But just the seething anger in their eyes that I was there in that area. Public place. It was a place that during the daytime is brimming with tourists. It's not like I was in some unusual area. Well, they got back in the car and drove off. But a few minutes later, as I was walking through a path that kind of winds through the Mount of Olives, these teenagers came along and circled me. They formed a circle around me. And I these Jewish kids, I thought, you know, they're just think it's funny that here's some tourist, whatever, no big deal. And they're giggling kind of and talking, but then they started doing the same thing. They got kind of aggressive, and I thought, gee whiz, here I am. Am I going to have to smack some kids around my first night in Israel and get myself thrown into a gulag? But they ended up leaving. They kept kind of coming back a little bit and laughing and pointing fingers, but they'd go off, and they didn't do anything. But I was like, you know, this is going to be a rough trip. Well, then I don't know if it was the next day, or I think it was the next day. No. It was a couple days later. So I spent the rest of the 10 days from that trip in Ramallah, in a hotel there. But come back to East Jerusalem, and there were a bunch of different areas where I'd walk through with a guide some of the time, talking about history, and we walked through this area where the kind of 2-3 story tall cement apartments built that kind of overlook down on the ground going through the old city. They've got bars on it and everything. Well, you would see these settlers kind of come up to the window and look. Nothing friendly about them. But at one point, I feel something. I'm like, what? I turn around and I didn't see the person, but you have that sense somebody's up there. I'm like, did somebody just throw something at me? So I turned around, and a minute later, again, I got pelted with a handful of pebbles. They weren't big. It wasn't enough to do any damage or anything. From the same window, from the home of a settler. And they probably couldn't throw anything a whole lot bigger because of the bars on the windows. I don't know. But that was the mentality. I did have at one point, I think it was when I was in Jaffa, not far from Tel Aviv, there was an Israeli man who came up and was yelling, "You don't believe anything the Palestinians say, they are all liars," and blah, blah, blah. I've got some of it on video because I was recording something else when he came up to me. Just as a society, they were hateful. Everywhere I went, they were hateful. And yet, every single place that I went, in the Palestinian territories, whether it was East Jerusalem, the West Bank, everybody was as nice and friendly as they could be, and not one person, and I asked tons of people, because this is a, kind of a fact-finding mission. I wanted to learn, and not one person, when I asked them about their views about the conflict and Jews, not one person said that they hated Jews. They all said, we want peace. We just want peace. We just want them to stop raiding our homes. We want them to stop choking off our water so that we can have access to water. We want them to stop seeing us as terrorists. We just want to be normal people and have normal lives. No one expressed hate. I talked to farmers. I talked to random people on the street. A very, very different experience between the average Israeli citizen that I talked to and the average Palestinian that I talked to. Very different. But anyway, let's see here. Yeah, we'll be hearing a lot more about this. Trump's pretend diplomacy enabled Israel's war on Iran. He went along with this, lying to the people. Lying to the American people, giving his own supporters the impression that he was working toward peace, while behind the scenes, he's plotting and scheming with Israel. I'm not seeing a whole lot of new activity here, but we'll just keep scrolling for another minute. 35 people wounded in the ballistic missile attacks, according to medical officials. One woman in critical condition, 4 others moderately hurt. If they don't have fatalities, civilian fatalities, it's astounding, considering how densely packed Tel Aviv is, to be able to strike dozens of targets and not kill a single civilian. I think Iran is really trying to avoid escalating, and normally I think that's a good idea, but not anymore, not with Israel, not knowing what they intend to do. Let's see, is this damage in Tel Aviv? I think that before it's over, we'll have some reports of where there have been at least a few fatalities. All right, well, not seeing a whole lot of new footage, so it could be that the salvos are over for now. Let's see. People in Gaza celebrating. Oh yeah, this was something interesting. There were people putting out videos saying that Iranian subs launched missiles, including the this site, which I don't know if this is an official site. People are community noting it, saying it's a 3-year-old video of a Russian sub firing missiles at Ukraine. I think that it is unlikely that it's
already
an Iranian sub. Iran's only got 19 subs, so it's possible they do have some submarines, but I don't have any confirmation. This does say Euro News, so I don't know. I've seen that. I haven't taken the time to look into it. Abby Martin says Israel has assassinated scientists in Iran for years while media justified it by lying about Iran's nuclear program. U.S. Israel are the nuclear armed aggressors trying to provoke war. Iran has the right to defend itself, but has shown enormous restraint so far. Whatever horrors ensue, the United States is to blame for holding the world hostage and plunging us into the abyss. China, Russia, North Korea, Pakistan have announced full support for Iran, pledging military assistance and all aid necessary. I don't know that that's true. In fact, I'm pretty sure that's not true.
North Korea did come out and speak on this. That's absolutely a fact. They said they
all right. So
any assistance.
That's all of the stuff that I've got from social media at the moment. We'll keep watching. Footage showing an Iranian one-way drone being downed earlier by an Apache helicopter. The drones are easier to take out with the Apaches than other aerial vehicles. 10 minutes ago, Israeli strikes against Iran appear to have resumed, with air defense activity and explosions now being reported over Tehran.
Yeah, but Iran air defenses
So, who knows? Maybe we'll see something here in just a minute. I'm going to go ahead and flip my screen so I can do some stuff in the background here. Let me check the chat too. David Mohammed, thank you, sir. I appreciate it. David, I mentioned to folks earlier, my email address is jake@blackstoneintel.com. If anyone who makes a donation, $5 or more, wants a letter from me, just email me your contact. I'd be glad to send you personal thanks. Hey, Iron Man Metal, good to see you again. Yeah, I saw the news that his jet went to Greece. I don't know yet if Netanyahu himself went to Greece. It's possible that that it's a ploy, that he didn't actually go to Greece, but it could be. It could be. He is a coward, but they do have underground bunkers where he could hunker down there in Israel. He doesn't have to go to Greece to be safe. He could be safe there in Israel. So I don't know, but they did, at least his jet was flown to Greece. I think it's possible it's more like they did with a lot of like El Al Airlines and some of the other Israeli commercial airlines. They flew their planes out of Israel so that if Ben Gurion Airport gets targeted, it's not going to do damage to their fleets. So it could be that they were just trying to protect Netanyahu's jet from being targeted. I'm going to check over here, see if there's anything on Al Jazeera. Iran's president tells Putin nuclear arms not part of Tehran's plans. After this, it may be. Fears that a building in Tel Aviv could collapse. Israeli attacks could push Iran to pursue nuclear weapon. And of course, Trump had said previously, it's not too late for Iran to stop. Iran
on Iran?
I think it's clearly a massive attack. I mean, they're attacking in waves. They're attacking all over the country. And they've made it clear that this is just the beginning. So this is a major conflict. And the Israelis are well aware that the Iranians are going to retaliate. We don't know exactly what that retaliation looks like. Yeah. So you're basically going to have a situation where we go up the escalation ladder. And then the question becomes, what does it look like at the end when this is finally concluded?
Do we know if the Iranian offensive, Chris is back in his element here. Do we know, Chris the dog, not producer Chris, do we know if the Iranian offensive weaponry has been impacted by this attack?
It hasn't.
Well, I think there's no question that some of it has. The question is how much. The Iranians have a lot of that, a lot of those missiles, cruise missiles and ballistic missiles hidden underground. And furthermore, there are just limits to how many of the missiles can be attacked by the Israelis because they can only put so many aircraft over the target. But at the same time, I think it's quite clear that the Iranians got caught with their pants down. This was a surprise attack. Scott Ritter on the show earlier today talked about this being Iran's Pearl Harbor. I think that is an apt analogy here. So I think it is clear the Israelis did get more than a few ballistic and cruise missiles, but how many remains to be seen.
I just had to get up and close the door to try and insulate us from Chris's expressing his opinion on all these things. There doesn't seem to be any question about United States involvement after reading what the president said. I'm not so sure it was wise what he said, but I'd like to read it out loud since it's a Truth Social poster. Chris, if you want to put it up, please. This is the president of the United States about 6:15 this morning Eastern time. I gave Iran chance after chance to make a deal. I told them in the strongest of words to just do it, but no matter how hard they tried, no matter how close they got, they just couldn't get it done. I told them it would be much worse than anything they know, anticipated, or were told, that the United States makes the best and most lethal military equipment anywhere in the world by far, in caps, and that Israel has a lot of it with much more to come. And they know how to use it. Certain Iranian hardliners spoke bravely, but they didn't know what was about to happen. They're all dead, in caps, now, and it will only get worse. There has already been great death and destruction, but there is still time to make this slaughter, with the next already planned attacks being even far more brutal, come to an end. Iran must make a deal before there is nothing left. And save what was once known as the Iranian Empire. No more death, no more destruction. Just do it before it's too late. God bless you all. The anti-war president saying, if you don't negotiate the way we want you to, we'll kill you, either directly or through our proxy, Benjamin Netanyahu. Is that the way you read that?
Yeah, no question about it. Just a couple other points. The Times of Israel has a big story that's easily accessible on the internet that makes it clear that Trump colluded with Netanyahu to basically bamboozle the Iranians and make it look like there was not going to be an attack, at least until the negotiations were finished. And in fact, Trump knew the attack was coming as of Monday, and he pretended that he didn't know, and that in fact he was working overtime to make the diplomatic route work. So he's in collusion with the Israelis on this one.
So Professor Sachs, your colleague, and Scott Ritter say that Trump's behavior in this, as you've just outlined it, renders anybody who's negotiating with the United States absolutely suspect about whether or not to believe Donald Trump or anything the United States says. Do you agree with that?
I agreed with that before these attacks took place. I think any country on the planet that trusts the United States is remarkably foolish. That includes our close allies as well as our adversaries.
Right.
I'm sure that Vladimir Putin doesn't trust Donald Trump as far as he can throw him, and he can't throw him any distance because he can't get his hands on him.
Yeah. I wonder if Donald Trump shared with Marco Rubio, the de jure, not de facto, the de jure Secretary of State, the American involvement, or if Mr. Rubio has a problem with the truth. Here's what he said. Tonight, this is last night. Tonight, Israel took unilateral action against Iran. We are not involved in strikes against Iran, and our top priority is protecting American forces in the region. Israel advised us that they believe this action was necessary for its self-defense. President Trump and the administration have taken all necessary steps to protect our forces and remain in close contact with our regional partners. Let me be clear. Iran should not target U.S. interests or personnel. There's not a word of truth in the first two sentences there, is there?
No, he was just trying to provide cover early on, but that cover has been blown by today. Let me make a general point about what I think is going on here.
Please do.
I think Trump has fallen into a trap that the Israelis set. What I mean by that is I think Israel's ultimate goal here is to make sure Iran does not get nuclear weapons, but they don't have the capability to do that by themselves. So what the Israelis are doing here with this attack is, number one, they're putting an end to the negotiations. There's not going to be any more negotiations. That's meaningless at this point. But furthermore, they're drawing us into the fight. The Iranians are going to retaliate, and we have said that we will help defend the Israelis. Furthermore, this war is going to escalate, and we are going to get drawn in. Trump has already made it clear that he is standing with the Israelis. And what Trump has wanted to do was avoid a war, and he wanted to settle this one diplomatically. Well, there's no diplomatic solution possible now, and he is in the war with the Iranians.
The allurement to American presidents of the opportunity to kill people in foreign countries must be utterly irresistible. This so-called anti-war, pro-peace president, we're going to play a clip in just a minute of his, at the time, his surrogates, now members of his cabinet, praising him for being anti-war, is funding the war in Gaza even more so than Joe Biden, continues to fund an utterly losing effort in Ukraine. And now the neocons are triumphant and the Zionists are triumphant by dragging us into eventually a war against Iran, which has posed zero threat to American national security. So much for the anti-war president.
It's hard to disagree with that. The only thing I disagree with that you said is I don't call it a war in Gaza. I call it a genocide.
It is, and I'm entirely with you, and I stand corrected. Chris, play the clip of Tulsi Gabbard and Bobby Kennedy.
A vote for Donald Trump is a vote for a man who wants to end wars, not start them.
He said, I want to end the wars.
And who has demonstrated already that he has the courage and strength to stand up and fight for peace.
I want to end this surveillance and censorship.
Did we choose censorship or freedom?
I want to protect the Constitution. I want to protect freedom of speech.
History will look back on us at this moment for the choice that we make. Did we choose war or peace?
Y'all chose war.
Every one of those statements, which were made at the Republican National Convention last summer, has been defied poignantly by Donald Trump. From freedom of speech, ask some Muslims on the Columbia University campus, to these perpetual wars.
I don't disagree. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah.
I mean, Trump, I did not think Trump would turn out to be a warmonger, but he has. I mean, what else can you say?
Here he is himself in his inaugural address, January 20th.
We will measure our success not only by the battles we win,
but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into.
Do you think that the true purpose of this attack, from the perspective of the Israelis and maybe from the perspective of the United States, all right, I'm complicating the question, but nothing's too complex for John Mearsheimer. Do you think that the true purpose of this attack was to degrade the Iranian ability to enrich uranium, or to bring about regime change in Iran?
Well, I do not think the Israelis have the capability to eliminate the nuclear enrichment capability that the Iranians have, certainly at the Fordow installation. But even I think at Natanz, it's just not in the cards. I think it's only the Americans who might, and I want to underline the word might, be able to do that. But I think, as I said before, the attack is mainly designed to get the Americans in the fight, to end the negotiations, so that we can make sure that Iran does not acquire nuclear weapons. In other words, we, the United States. The other alternative route to this end is regime change, which is the Israelis go in, they bash Iran, and the end result is that the Ayatollahs are overthrown. You get a liberal democracy, and that liberal democracy, or those new leaders, show no interest in acquiring nuclear weapons. I think that's a pipe dream. I tend to believe the Israelis understand that's a pipe dream. I mean, first of all, you want to look at all the states around the world that have nuclear weapons. A good number of them are liberal democracies. The United States and Britain and India have nuclear weapons. France has nuclear weapons. These are liberal democracies. Moreover, if you're the Iranians, what's the message that you take from what's happened here, whether you're a liberal Democrat or you're an Ayatollah? The lesson is that you should have gotten nuclear weapons a long time ago. And now you definitely have to get them in the future, because if you had nuclear weapons, this wouldn't have happened. Look at North Korea. North Korea got nuclear weapons. Kim Jong-un is thriving in North Korea. Colonel Gaddafi got rid of his weapons of mass destruction program. He's now 3 feet under. And look at what's happening to the Iranians. So the message is clear here. And I think that tells you that regime change is not going to do the trick. So what the Israelis want is they want us to do the dirty work. It's very important to understand that the Israelis have reached the point where they are remarkably dependent on us.
Yes.
If you look at the weaponry that was used against the Iranians, and I think this includes intelligence too, if you look at the weaponry that's used in the genocide, it's the Americans who provide that weaponry.
Right.
And the Israelis are depending on us to help defend them when the Iranians retaliate. So they are deeply dependent on us. And it's therefore hardly unsurprising that they're looking to us to solve their problem.
I don't want to give you heartburn, but probably the most pro-Israeli, pro-war, never met a war he didn't want somebody else to fight, member of the United States Senate from South Carolina, thinks this is a game. There it is, on his own account. Game on. Pray for Israel. I don't even know how to analyze the human mind that would say something like that by calling it game on. This is a massive, unprovoked, illegal war crime attack on a sovereign nation, which the United States duped into a false sense of security by pretending to negotiate with it. I think we are as culpable as the Israelis are, but that culpability is not going to be redressed on the battlefield.
Well, the fact that somebody like Lindsey Graham gets such a prominent platform inside of the United States tells you how much trouble we're in.
Right.
But just to take it a step further, it is important to understand that he's just one of many senators and congressmen who are backing Israel to the hilt and will back Israel to the hilt no matter what it does. He just happens to be more vociferous and more foolish in his public performances than the others. But he's just one of many. And as I've said many times, it just goes to show you the extent to which Israel and the lobby here in the United States basically owns Congress.
Right, right. Do we know the nature of the damage caused? The BBC described it as unprecedented damage on Iran's elite. I think they're referring to the attacks in a suburban neighborhood where many of the generals and Revolutionary Guard senior officials resided, and they're dead.
I believe that when all is said and done, the most successful part of the Israeli attack will be the decapitation. I mean, they actually were able to kill a significant number of Iranian leaders, mainly generals, and they were also able to kill a handful of nuclear scientists. But the question you have to ask yourself is whether this decapitation strategy will work. And the fact is that there are people in the second echelon, the third echelon, who will be moved up to replace those individuals. And I'm sure that in some cases, the second and third echelon people who are moved up will be more competent than the people they replace. In some cases, they won't. But the idea that this is a paralyzing attack that will make it impossible for Iran to wage a protracted war against Israel is, in my opinion, wrong. I think the decapitation strategy worked in the sense that lots of people in Iran at the top were killed. But beyond that, I don't think it's going to have much effect on the war.
And we don't know of Iran's capability to respond or to retaliate in a massive way because we don't know how much damage the Israeli assault caused.
No, I think that's wrong. I think they still have the capability to respond in a massive way. I don't think that the Israelis destroyed so much of their missile inventory that the Iranians can't pound Israel and pound American bases in the Middle East and oil installations in the Gulf. They can do that. I think there was some damage done for sure. How much we can't tell. But I don't think massive damage was done. And by the way, you know, one thing we haven't talked about and few people are talking about is what happens if this war goes on and the Israelis hit oil installations inside of Iran and the Iranians retaliate by hitting oil installations in the Middle East more generally. Shut down the flow of oil out of the Persian Gulf. This will have catastrophic.
Well, we'll have $10 a gallon gasoline in the United States. Thank you, Donald Trump.
Yeah. Well, you want to say thank you, Israel.
Right. Well, Israel would be nothing without him. Is it fair to say the neocons are now triumphant? I mean, what became of the realists? What became of the American firsters, the Vice President Vance group that was on that telegram or signal call, whatever it was, that supposedly was arguing for restraint? They certainly didn't prevail here.
Well, there's no question they're triumphant at the moment, but you want to remember how triumphant everybody was when we went into Iraq. You know, the first day, first week, it looks terrific. But then once the cold douche of reality hits, it doesn't look so good. And I don't think you can tell a good story about how Israel ends up with a happy ending here. I think that this one will not work out over the long term. So all the triumphalism that you see today, I believe, will melt away like snow on a May day. But just a quick point on what happened to the restrainers, what happened to the realist, so to speak. The fact is, when it comes to foreign policy in the Middle East, Israel owns us, and the restrainers in the end don't matter because Israel can do pretty much anything it wants. This is a truly remarkable situation that most Americans can't understand. It's just unfathomable that a small country with a couple million people is able to get the United States to do its bidding, to get unconditional support from the United States. But that's where we're at. Israel can do almost anything. I mean, to put a positive spin on what Trump has done, he's in a straitjacket. He just doesn't have any choice. there's no way he can really contest the Israelis because the lobby is so powerful that if he contested the Israelis in a meaningful way over Gaza or over Iran, they crucify the guy.
Here's Colonel McGregor a few minutes ago. June turned out to be Iran's Pearl Harbor. Iran will now react as we did in 1942 when we were caught napping. What was limited to the region between Israel and Iran will now become regional. Trump's statements after the fact are an admission of his own level of complicity.
Hard to disagree with that.
Right.
As I said before, with regard to Scott's comments earlier this morning, I thought the use of the term Pearl Harbor was appropriate here. And furthermore, as I said, if you look at the scale of these attacks against Iran, it's really quite extensive. These attacks are quite extensive, and they're supposed to go on for days, if not weeks. And I think the end result is you're going to get a major war here. It's people who are talking about let's put a damper on this, let's put an end to this. I mean, I think this is delusional. The Iranians simply have to respond, and they have to respond in a massive way. And the Israelis will retaliate, and then we're off to the races.
And we have 90,000 American troops. According to Ritter, the vast majority of them are support personnel, not frontline infantry, who are almost in a semicircle in that area. What happens when some of them get killed?
Well, that will give us an incentive to get deeply involved in the war. This is what I was saying to you before. The Israelis have a vested interest in sucking us into the war, right? What they want to do is get Americans killed, because if Americans get killed, that guarantees that we come in. So
do you think Donald Trump understands that his buddy Bibi Netanyahu wants Americans to get killed?
I don't know exactly what he understands. He obviously has acknowledged that he's thrown his lot in with the Israelis. I mean, he's with them now, right? We're joined at the hip, and we're going to get pulled in. This reminds me a lot of the Cuban Missile Crisis. Of the Bay of Pigs operation that President Kennedy was involved in April of 1961, shortly after he became president. The Bay of Pigs operation, if you look at it, was doomed from the start. There was no way it would work. And when you read about it, you wonder, what was the CIA thinking when they pushed JFK to launch the boats and to invade in the Bay of Pigs? Well, what was going on here is the CIA understood that we would be defeated in the Bay of Pigs operation. But their belief is that Kennedy would then have no choice but to double down, get deeply involved in Cuba, and then that was the way we would overthrow the Castro regime, right? So, in other words, the CIA understood the initial attack would not achieve its goal. But the idea was that you suck President Kennedy into commitment to topple the regime in Cuba. And in this case, I don't believe the Israelis think that they can eliminate Iran's nuclear capability with these attacks. It just can't be done. And they understand full well, I'm sure, that they're going to enrage the Iranians, and the Iranians are going to attack Israel. But this is all good news, because the name of the game is to suck the Americans in, just as they wanted to suck JFK in with the Bay of Pigs operation. And Trump has played right into the Israelis' hands. And here we go.
And after the Bay of Pigs, JFK was so furious at the CIA, he said, "I'd like to smash them into 1,000 pieces." And then came November 22nd, 1963.
Well, there's no question that he wanted to get rid of the head of the CIA, Allen Dulles, and he did that very quickly. And he was thinking about reforming the CIA because he understood that it was a rogue actor. But with regard to the Israelis, right? Israel is a rogue state, and it has us tied around its finger, and it can go off and do all sorts of things, and it knows that it can depend on us to bail them out.
Last question, Professor Mearsheimer. Do you see any military action coming from any other country in the region, notably Egypt or Turkey?
No, I think everybody's going to keep their heads down. The last thing they want to do is get involved in this fight. There's nobody that has the capability to take on the Israelis or the Americans. And I think that all around the region, people regret that this attack has taken place. They see no good coming from it, quite correctly, I would add, but they're not going to get involved in the fight.
Okay. Professor Mearsheimer, thank you very much.
Beirut, where it's now well into the night, and we hope you're keeping safe. As all of you, or many of you will know, Laith is the executive director of Free Palestine TV and has been doing throughout the genocide extraordinarily courageous reporting from I think it's fair to say, a pro-resistance perspective. Welcome back, Laith.
Good to be with you, Dimitri. Although the news is not that great, but I want to say that it's already missiles are falling on Tel Aviv as we are speaking right now. There's 100 ballistic missiles that are already entering the airspace of the Zionist colony. And so this is going to be a long night. It's going to be a long war. And this is just the first few hours of it. People need to buckle up. This is not going to end except with one of the two parties ceasing to exist. The Zionists have, and behind them, the whole Zionist empire, not only the colony, have declared this a existential war from day one, October 7th. And anyone in the axis of resistance, or anyone that is freedom-loving people that thought that there's going to be reasonable leadership in the West that could not actually lead us towards World War III, they have now found themselves to have been foolish.
Mm-hmm. Laith, I have so many questions for you, but I want to share with our audience an excerpt from a speech I gave in Tehran on May 7th, so a little bit more than a month ago, when I was there for the Soap Media Festival. And you'll see that this is edited. The only thing that's been edited out of my speech was the translation in Farsi. So the actual English part of my speech is there in its entirety. And this is what I had to say in the latter half of my speech about Trump.
White House. In February, the U.S. Secretary of Defense gave a speech in Brussels about what Europe needed to do with regard to Ukraine. Hegseth told the Europeans that they needed to drastically increase their military spending and provide weaponry to Ukraine. Hegseth said that this would allow the United States to reallocate its resources to other adversaries. How can anybody take seriously Donald Trump's claim to want to end the Ukraine war when his defense secretary is telling the Europeans to drastically increase their military spending and give weapons to Ukraine? So who are these other adversaries that the US wants to focus on? Those adversaries are Iran and ultimately China. Iran is critically important because it is the last bastion of resistance to US domination in this region. The former top NATO general Wesley Clark revealed to us many years ago that the United States government had formulated a plan to destroy 7 resistance states. They included Libya, Iraq, Syria, and Sudan. Only one remains standing. Are we seriously to believe that the United States is going to stop now? What we have witnessed over the past 18 months is an attempt to isolate Iran and to prepare for the final assault on this country. The wholesale destruction of Lebanon, Syria, and Yemen are part of that plan. Now, some of you may ask, if all of this is true, why is the Trump administration trying to negotiate with Iran over nuclear enrichment? The reason is that the Trump administration knows that the vast majority of Americans do not want a war with this country. Donald Trump knows that the war with Iran is going to be very costly to the United States. So he wants to be able to say to the American people, when the price is being paid for that war, that he did all that he could to achieve peace.
So, why am I showing this to you all? I want to be very clear. I went on to say, I don't think you saw it in that clip, and I meant it. It was entirely sincere, that I really, really was hoping that I was wrong. This is not a prediction that I wanted to be right about, that they were going to attack Iran, but I was right. And the reason why I'm showing you this is not to boast. In fact, I can tell you I've made mistakes. I've made political misjudgments, and my analysis has been incorrect. So it's not that I'm trying to convince you that I'm infallible, far from it. The reason is because there are a lot of people out there in the alternative media during the last 3 to 4 months who have been people who, many of whom have done very, very respectable and important work. And oftentimes they're right, they're spot on. And a lot of these people have not hesitated to condemn Israel, for example, for committing genocide and to condemn its aggressions against other actors in the region and US support for Israel. So a lot of these analysts are doing good work, but for some reason, they keep giving Donald Trump the benefit of the doubt. And they keep legitimizing this idea that the man has an interest in peace. And I say to you now, and this is why I wanted to draw this speech to your attention, it was obvious. I've been saying for months that the United States was going to attack Iran, either directly or through Israel. It was obvious. And I think that the reason why these geopolitical commentators, it's not that they're trying to deceive you. My personal feeling, I'm trying to understand why they are so blind to the obvious warmongering nature of Donald Trump. I think it's because they like his domestic agenda. And so they're hesitant just to write him off completely from a foreign policy perspective. So, maybe they're in love with the fact that he's so hostile to immigrants. Maybe they're in love with the fact that he's cutting taxes, he wants to shrink the US government, that he's waging a war on wokeness, whatever that means, that he's hostile to the environmental movement. Something or things about the guy's domestic agenda is attractive to these people. And so they keep giving him the benefit of the doubt when they should stop. So I'm maybe I'm being a bit charitable here, but I think that's what's going on. And I'm prepared to assume that they're telling you what they honestly believe and that they are acting in good faith. But at this stage, my friends, if any geopolitical commentator tells you that Trump is trapped, that he didn't want to go down this path, and that he's really trying genuinely to bring an end to these wars, then when it comes to their analysis of Donald Trump, you should not listen to them. They're leading you astray. This man is a psychopathic war criminal, and his record demonstrates that abundantly. So that's what I wanted to say before we get into it with Laith. Laith, if you want to add anything to what I've just had to say about these people who keep giving Donald Trump the benefit of the doubt when it comes to peacemaking, please feel free to chime in.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just watching these glorious images live of the Ministry of Defense being destroyed in Tel Aviv.
Can you give me a link, and maybe can we pull it up on the screen so people can see?
I'm just watching Al Jazeera Arabic. If you put Al Jazeera Arabic live in your search, you'll get it there. And I just have it on my phone here. I'm looking. And also you can probably all put Al Mayadeen and you'll get that too. So, what you're talking about is the main problem in all of those individuals that you're hinting to is that these people want to have America great power somehow still. These individuals are nationalist Americans. And me as a Palestinian, I wish the destruction of America. That's the only way that the rest of humanity can live, can survive. This is where our the limitation of their analysis lies. The end of their thinking stops at America ceasing to be a superpower. And they think that they want to have a good emperor over an empire that they're scared that is collapsing. Their cohesion of their society and their productivity and their innovation are falling behind. And they believe that stopping these wars will allow them to become number one again. So the limit is that they're, in the end, American supremacists. The rest of humanity cannot escape to a better future as long as the United States is not collapsed as an empire. The rest of humanity cannot have one day of peace if Israel continues to exist for one more day. This is where the difference in our analysis, me and you, to those who are limited by their dreams of having a benevolent empire.
Yeah. Are these the images you're seeing, what I pulled up on the screen there?
Yes. Yes, and if you see there's a play button on the top there, you can go, that's the live broadcast. On the left, yes, that's it. Yeah. Yeah. So this is Tel Aviv, and you can see one of the missiles hitting the Ministry of Defense.
Yeah, there's definitely missiles getting through, no question about it.
And this is the first wave, and I would say, like, it's one of the statements that you probably your viewers would love to hear is, just half an hour ago, the Ayatollah Khamenei appeared on a live broadcast to the nation. The Israeli and Western Zionist empire were attempting to attack the towers of broadcasting in Iran to take down this speech because, as you can understand, part of the whole psychological warfare, if you noticed, in all the statements by Trump and the Israelis are trying to say that Ayatollah is now isolated. You're alone, buddy. Just give up, right? So they didn't want him to speak to the nation. And what he did is he, in his statement, he said the armed forces will make the enemy feel regret. Okay. The Iranian people should feel assured that the entity will not get away from punishment. That our armed forces will paralyze the enemy, and we will not resort to half solutions in our response. This is, I think, the most crucial point, which means we're now in a full-out war. And again, we go back to the fact that this war is an existential war. It's a decolonization war. And that means two things. An existential war means there will be only one existing party at the end of it. Mm-hmm. And I believe this Earth, this planet, cannot afford and will not be wide enough to have space for Zionism on it. It is us or us as indigenous people of this land that will, be standing at the end of this war. And decolonization war means that, and one more thing about the existential war, is that our enemy, the Americans, the whole Zionist empire and the colony itself, when they say this is an existential war, it means all bets are open. Every tactic will be used, no matter how forbidden, including genocide, as we see in Gaza, including targeting people in their homes and beds, including targeting embassies, including targeting nuclear reactors with nuclear fallout already being registered, by the way. There's already a nuclear leak, according to the Iranian nuclear power agency. And that means now that I think Iran has finally decided to engage in this existential war on that scale. What we will see is similar responses from Iran now with these words from the Ayatollah. And the decolonization war means that millions of people will perish in this war that started on October 7th. And this war cannot be less than a 5-year war. And we're only in the beginning, first 2 years of it. And now we're getting to a scale of full regional war with serious armies, not militias versus the whole Western power, as has happened up until now. And look at those images from Tel Aviv as we're speaking. You see that? This is the block where the Ministry of Defense is. This is the block where it's also near the Knesset. So we should be expecting command centers in the Israeli state to be destroyed tonight. And I think, given the speeches by both the French president that said they will be defending Israel, or the German chancellor who said that they condemned Iran's attack on Israel before it even happened, we are going to a full war with all the might of the empire, and this is not going to be a ride in the park.
Yeah, I completely concur. So people are asking in the chat, because I did mention this, whether Netanyahu fled to Greece. So I'm reading a post by Matt Kennard on X. Matt Kennard is I would describe him as an anti-imperialist journalist. I think he's got a lot of credibility. I think he might be with Declassified UK, but I could be mistaken about that. And he wrote 3 hours ago, Benjamin Netanyahu's official plane Wing of Zion took off at 6:28 a.m. this morning and spent 45 minutes circling off the coast of Tel Aviv before landing. 4 hours later, it took off again and flew to Athens, Greece. What is this about? So, of course, we don't know who was in that plane, in the Wings of Zion, as they call it. But would anybody be surprised if, the genocidal war criminal fled the jurisdiction and went to the, sunny beaches of the Attican coast, just like his cowardly son is lounging in Miami as his fellow Israelis, lay down their lives for a genocide in Gaza? That wouldn't surprise me. But in any case, we really aren't in a position here to confirm whether or not, not at this stage, whether or not Netanyahu went to Greece. It wouldn't surprise me, by the way, at all, given the pro-genocide policies of Greece's disgraceful Mitsotakis government, that they would welcome him and give him refuge. But yeah, those look like some serious hits there in the heart of Tel Aviv. That's to be sure. I want to just read just to put a finer point on what you were saying, Laith. A statement, and I did already share this with our audience, but I'm just going to repeat the last part of the statement from the General Staff of the Iranian military today. There are no longer any limits to our response to this crime. The hand of divine vengeance shall reach this brutal terrorist entity and its supporters. Strong language, to be sure. What do you make of the words "and its supporters"? Do you anticipate that we are going to see strikes on U.S. military bases now in the days ahead, or do you think that the Iranian government is more likely to wait and see whether the U.S. becomes directly involved and officially involved on Israel's? I mean, they are directly involved, let's be serious here, but officially involved with the full force.
That's the beauty of that missile, the way they keep on putting on loop coming down like that. Look, I just want to say that those words are, and the words of the Ayatollah are some of the harshest that we've heard. And I don't think Iran is not going to deliver on this because of the severity of the situation and the fact that the Israelis themselves said that they will continue to attack Iran for the next 14 days. Okay, this is what Netanyahu told his nation, that it's going to be 14 days of war on Iran. So no, we will see, I think, the assets of any country that is now participating in the taking down of Iran's missiles and drones, meaning the Jordanian state probably will be the primary target of this.
They absolutely should.
This will open a space for the Iranian retaliation and also open a very much possibilities of destabilization on the ground that could lead to a ground path for any resistance groups that want to move from Iraq. This is where we're moving. We're going for a full-out war, so there's not going to be any pullbacks right now. And the best strategy right now for Iran is to shuffle the whole playing field as fast as possible to destabilize the footing of the Zionists and the West in the region. Another thing that we should be expecting is
I just want to, sorry to interrupt you. Watch this. You see that thing taking off there? So yeah. Let's just watch this again because this is very interesting. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Laith. So you'll see the incoming missile. If they're going to play the loop again, let me see if they do. There's an incoming missile which hits, it strikes the ground.
Yeah, it strikes probably the battery for the air defenses, and the air defenses start, fire whatever is in their battery.
Yeah, watch the missile goes up after the impact, and look, it looks like it's going to strike the ground, the thing that came up from the battery. In any event, before you continue, I just want to say this is going to be very interesting in terms of who's going to run out of ammo first, because I think it was Hegseth or somebody said recently in response to complaints by Ukraine that it wasn't getting more air defense systems. We don't have any more to give, he was saying. The reports about the number of missiles and drones that Iran has in its arsenal, one can imagine a scenario. Right now, they do appear to be, taking out a significant number of the incoming drones or missiles. Hard to say which ones they are. They might just be the slower moving drones, but they're going to run out. And if Iran's arsenal is as large as some people suggest it is, things are going to degrade rapidly for the Israeli air defense systems, and then all bets are off as to the level of devastation that Iran may be able to inflict. But I'm sorry to interrupt you, Laith.
The other thing that we should be expecting Iran to target is all the airfields, not only inside the Zionist colony, but close to it, that the Zionist Air Force would be using, meaning Jordan, Greece, Cyprus, maybe Turkey, maybe Egypt. But they probably will keep Egypt and Turkey behind in their target list in terms of airfields. But for now, clearly all the Israeli Air Force, including the presidential plane, are being housed mainly in Cyprus and Greece. The whole Israeli Air Force is not on the tarmac inside the colony anymore. They're scared of the mass destruction that could happen to their Air Force, which is the only advantage they have. And therefore, I expect the Iranians to chase those jets to whoever is housing them, especially that all NATO main leaders have said they will be entering this battle on the side of the Zionist colony. So our brothers and sisters in Greece should get on the move on the streets to safeguard their nation before their own airfields are also destroyed.
What do you think about the, Israel its population is highly dependent for travel in and out of the country on Ben Gurion. And also, I believe there's a significant commercial airport in Haifa. But it wouldn't be difficult for Iran to basically make it impossible for Israelis to leave the country on commercial airliner. One would imagine they have the capacity to disable Ben Gurion, and the airport in Haifa. Do you think they're likely to attempt to do that?
Yeah, I mean, already all flights to and out of the Zionist colony have been stopped since the morning. In fact, flights to Jordan also. And I think this is to continue. And, maybe the martyr Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah was right when he warned these colonists that they should get out before their airports are closed. And this is where we're going, the path that we have taken. You did mention that those attacks on Russia's nuclear bombers, we have surpassed right now the nuclear threshold twice in the span of a week or something. The attacks on those nuclear bombers, and now the attacks on nuclear reactors using nuclear-tipped GBUs. So I think people should understand the severity of the situation, and Iran will be targeting the nuclear capabilities of the Zionist colony in the course of its response right now. So the nuclear fallout will be not only in Iran or the region. This is going to spill on a global scale. And, I don't blame what's happening on the Zionists and the West that is captured by these Zionists. I blame what's happening on the world powers like Russia and China that didn't take the threat seriously up until now of global catastrophe brought on us by the continued genocide in Palestine conducted by the Zionists and the existence of the Zionist colony. So, many parties in this world are going to be regretting the day that they allowed the genocide to continue for so long.
So, yeah, I thought about. I was quite confident that this subject was going to come up today, the subject of Russia and China. I want to just take us back to a conversation you and I had when the regime of Bashar al-Assad fell, and you felt that Russia had done a deal to secure the United States cooperation on the incorporation of those 4 oblasts and Crimea into Russia's sovereign territory, that in exchange for a commitment from Trump that he would support that, the Russian Federation basically abandoned Assad. And at the time I expressed skepticism because I didn't think that the Russians, I didn't find it difficult to believe that the Russian Federation would prioritize, the Ukraine war over what was happening in Syria. That was entirely plausible to me, but I just found it difficult to believe that the Russian Federation would trust Trump to keep his end of the deal. And as you've seen, Laith, Trump is not, he has not at all indicated a willingness to satisfy Russia's demands when it comes to those oblasts. He's not willing to recognize Russian sovereignty over any part of that. He just wants to temporarily freeze the conflict, which Russia has said repeatedly is unacceptable. So when it comes to Russia, I don't know that what such a deal was done, but that's really not the main point I want to make. The main point I want to make is they are involved in an existential war against the whole of NATO on their own border. So one can understand, at least I will say this, you may not feel the same way. One could understand their unwillingness to become embroiled in the wars in West Asia. I have more difficulty accepting the passivity of the Chinese government. And I think it's time for China to get in the game, not to go to war necessarily. I certainly don't want to see China going to war with a nuclear armed state. Absolutely not. But there are many ways in which China can assist Iran now, which now is going to be faced with the full force and fury of NATO. It's not just going to be the United States. It's not just going to be the rabid Israeli attack dog. We all know that the Brits and the Germans and the French, they're all going to get in on the action. And Iran is likely to need some assistance. So I hope that China provides, material assistance to Iran to prevent the destruction of the country by the West, which is exactly what the West has done repeatedly. It has destroyed countries in the Muslim and Arab world that have refused to be vassals of the United States. So do you think we may finally see some meaningful overt action on the part of China to support Iran?
I doubt it. Honestly, I wish I had a different answer for you, but I doubt it. And I doubt Russia will intervene either, even if the whole West attacks Iran simultaneously, even if they nuke Iran. Okay. And the situation in Syria with Russia, let me be very clear, Russia didn't have to defend Syria. Russia just had to allow Syria to liberate its land. It was Russia that stopped the Syrian forces and Hezbollah from liberating Idlib in 2018. And it was also the Russians that didn't allow the Syrians to use their air defenses, including the S-300 that they bought from Russia, to shoot down Zionist Air Force. And the Zionist Air Force has been the crucial factor in the mass assassinations and mass destruction across the whole region that Russia could have ended with just deliveries of weapons. Look at Iran right now. It never got its S-400s delivered to it. So that's a choice that Russia is making. It doesn't have to defend Iran by giving it nuclear weapons or a nuclear umbrella like it does to Belarus or other Central Asian former Soviet states. It just has to give some weapons, like, 10% of what the US is giving to Israel would probably be enough. So look at, I say all these things, and at the same time, I want it very clear that even the day of the fall of Damascus, there was columns of Hezbollah armored vehicles outside Homs, and the 4th Brigade of the Syrian Revolutionary Guard, Presidential Guard, that were liberating Hama and moving on from Hama towards the borders of Idlib city when they were actually attacked by unidentified jets coming from the coast of Syria. So the fall of the Syrian government was not a fluke, and Russia made its bets, thinking that maybe it will delay things in Ukraine, even if it doesn't trust the United States. And now Russia paid for it with what we saw, those attacks on its strategic bombers. The pager terrorist attacks are a prelude to everything that we saw in Russia. And what we're seeing right now in Iran is a continuation of that. And I don't see equivalent even military aid, let alone military alliance from the Russians and the Chinese, with their only remaining standing challenger to the West other than them on the whole planet. And so I don't know where this will go. Iran is just going to fight this alone. And I believe it's going to succeed with or without the Chinese and the Russians.
So I want to ask you about the Gulf monarchies, Laith. And by the way, I want to be clear. Like when I the kind of assistance that I'm contemplating, I'm not suggesting that anybody should provide nukes to Iran. I don't want to see this war get escalated any more than it already has been. But what I would hope is that the Chinese and the Russians would at least help bolster the country's air defenses and protect, above all, its civilian population from the horrors of a release of radioactive material, and to protect the nuclear facilities, which are being, sabotaged in the most brutal and criminal manner imaginable by Israel with U.S. and Western backing. So, that would be something not only in the interests of the Iranian people, it would be in the interest of all humanity that Israel be prevented from conducting any further strikes on those nuclear facilities. That's an extremely dangerous thing for us all. But in any event, with that clarification, I just want to talk to you about Saudi Arabia. So the foreign ministry of the Saudi autocracy put out a statement, looks like just after midnight today. And it was as follows: the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia expresses its strong condemnation and denunciation of the blatant Israeli aggressions against the brotherly Islamic Republic of Iran, which undermine its sovereignty and security and constitute a clear violation of international laws and norms. While the kingdom condemns these heinous attacks, it affirms that the International Community and the Security Council bear a great responsibility to immediately halt this aggression. Now, Laith, you don't need to convince me that these people are pawns of the Anglo-American Empire.
You see that beautiful shower of missiles?
No, I missed
it.
Right? I missed it.
Look at on the right, that shower of missiles just decimating Tel Aviv. Yeah, I mean, look, the statement is so, over the top, over the top pro-Iranian that is begging you to understand that they mean every opposite of the words that they wrote there. Brotherly, Muslim nation, whatever, these are all words that you've never heard Saudis say. So it's even done, I think, purposefully, so blatantly comedic in its wording to get everybody to understand. And
why, Laith? Why are they using this comedic? I mean, it sounds good on paper, right? But we know that there isn't any sincerity behind it. Why are they using this language?
This is all part of the psychological warfare, and they're flying Saudi and Emirati and Jordanian Air Force, shooting down missiles and drones, and they allowed their airspace, Saudi, Jordanian, and plus violated the Syrian and Iraqi airspace to attack Iran. So Iran needs to right now respond to all of this. And I think because the West is telling us that this is an existential war, it is important to target all the bases of the United States in the region, starting with their airfields. And this is why the majority of America's Air Force left Qatar, Al-Udeid, but they should destroy Al-Udeid. They should destroy the oil fields and gas fields of all of these, vassal kingdoms in the Arabic world, because the trillions of dollars that these countries gave Trump a few weeks ago when he arrived is what's paying for the attack on Iran right now. It's what's paying for the genocide of Palestine.
Right. And by the way, I completely agree with you that if Israel ever had a right to exist, and I contest that that was a valid statement of the law, it certainly forfeited that right. And
breaking news, the Iranians shot down an Israeli jet and captured the female pilot.
Wow. Where's that news, Laith?
I was on the running under there on Al Jazeera.
Oh, in Arabic?
Yes.
Wow. That is, what would be consistent with Netanyahu's behavior up until now is that he finds a way to have that pilot killed. The last thing he's going to want is a prisoner of war in the hands of Iran, a live one at any rate. So to go back to the Gulf monarchies, I mean, we can have a very interesting discussion about what we think should happen to them. Again, do you think that Iran's immediate inclination is going to be to attack military bases in the Gulf monarchies or other facilities like oil rigs? Or do you think, at least in the initial phases of this existential war that it is now in, it is going to focus its its ire on Israel?
I think tonight will be directed at Israel, but we will see the destruction of the air bases around the region as the next step, and who knows where we go after that. I don't think they will be destroying the oil fields and gas fields immediately, but the West is not going to allow us to escape that reality. And I say this, many people, tell me, why would the West want these oil and gas fields destroyed in the region? And the truth is, because this is what's feeding the factories in China. And the West wants to cut off the path for China to have energy, and also the trade routes for China as a prelude for an attack on China. So while it may look like it's suicidal for the US because its assets, these oil fields and gas fields that it controls, but it has its own gas and oil fields, as the United States being, I think, the #1 producer in the world. And this will increase the dependency of Europe on American gas and oil. And that's all in the interest of the United States.
Right. So what's the mood there in Beirut, Laith, at this hour? Have you had an opportunity to gauge it, or have you basically been indoors gathering information about what's transpiring?
I've been mainly glued in front of the TV here, but I can tell you that the city is very quiet. I think everybody's just not even asking questions. They're just waiting to hear what's going to happen. There's not much questions to ask anymore, honestly. We're in the midst of it. You're going to see the answers come at you faster than asking the questions. And there's this, by the way, comment that keeps on popping, a Zionist that loves Israel on the screen here.
Yes,
I don't know. Yeah, we need to block them immediately and nuke them on the internet.
How does one do that? Sorry, this is confusing. Yes, I see this person is descended into troll hell. In any case, let's stay focused on the questions at hand here. So, they put you've got people on the ground in the West Bank, in the occupied West Bank, obviously, and the reports are that they put the entire the genocidal entity has put the entire West Bank in lockdown. Can you tell us anything about what's going on there right now? I mean, are you able to get any information from your people on the ground about whether the terrorist military of Israel is now escalating its crimes against the Palestinian people in the West Bank, or is it just basically locked down and nothing really happening?
I think it's mainly locked down, and they're all in their bunkers. Number one, the vicious colonists. Colonists like to bully unarmed civilians, but now they're all like rats in holes. And the Israeli military is also in their bunkers. And what we're not seeing out of these pictures on Al Jazeera is that we know that bases and colonies inside and around Jerusalem are being hit also, not only Tel Aviv. So what we're hearing from people in the West Bank and all the way in Amman, Jordan, is that they're hearing the explosions in Jerusalem and around Jerusalem. So the explosions are loud enough to carry that far, and that gives us a hint why there's a total media blackout on what's happening in Jerusalem and in the West Bank. We may even find out as soon as this more news starts coming out that colonies in the West Bank have been targeted. And I've said this before, I'm sure the Iranians have interest right now to assassinate Ben Gvir, who lives with his family, and 2 other fanatic Zionist colonist in the heart of Hebron, and Smotrich, who lives in another Zionist colony in the West Bank, which I right now, Kadumim colony. Those houses and those colonies could be probably on the list of targets of Iran tonight.
Right. Sorry, excuse me for 1 moment. Let me find a way to shut that down. My apologies, everybody. I'll just turn that off. So you were saying, please continue.
Yeah, so I think there's currently attacks on colonies in the West Bank by Iran and on targets inside. Whoa, you saw that?
Oh, wow, that's right in the heart of Tel Aviv, it looks like.
Yeah, right in the heart of Tel Aviv. And look,
that thing was
the
coming
Ministry of Defense right there.
Is that which one? The one where the column of smoke is coming up?
On its left, the lower one that's circular, that's going to get hit right now. You saw that?
Yeah, that's the Ministry of Defense?
Yeah.
That thing is coming in at high velocity. Wow.
Yeah, so it's a hypersonic missile there, and it has a heavy load. So
Right.
that building is decimated.
Wow. Now, what about Gaza? You know, I think a lot of us fear the worst, that as the eyes of the world are now fixated on the retaliation. And let me just say, I have to pause for a moment before we talk about Gaza. Everybody who cares about this conflict, as far as I'm concerned, everybody should care about this conflict because of the potential for human suffering and the dangers for all of us. You know, beware that you are going to get bombarded if you live in the West or pay any attention to the Western media. You're going to get bombarded with hyperbole about Israel's military successes, a lot of hyperbole, outright fabrications about what Israel accomplished, and the Western media will undoubtedly downplay to the maximum possible degree any damage that Iran manages to inflict on Israel in retaliation for its Israel's declaration of war on the Islamic Republic. So it's important to understand that you're not going to get anywhere close to an accurate picture from the Western corporate media about what is happening. And frankly, I don't think you're likely to get it from Al Jazeera English. So I think that they are very much in the American camp. Never forget that Qatar, is the site of the largest U.S. military base in West Asia. It is not pro-Palestinian. It is not a friend of the resistance. It is an enemy of the resistance. And their news organization, Al Jazeera, despite all of the sympathy it expresses for the Palestinian people, is at the end of the day beholden to the Anglo-American Empire. That's just reality, in my opinion. I think it's important to stress that. Now, going back to Gaza, Laith, what is happening there? What can you tell us about conditions on the ground? Has there been any change since within the past 24 hours? Do you have any indication of how the people there who have been undergoing genocide for 20 months, how they're responding to the retaliation by Iran and so forth?
Well, the Zionists cut off the internet yesterday across the whole Gaza, and we haven't been able to receive much communication except with people that have satellite eSIMs, and that's far, and few and far between. And we know that at least 120 somewhat civilians were killed since the morning in Gaza around those eight traps, eight killing fields, whatever you want to call them. And so the starvation and the genocide continues. There was a few air raids in the past few hours by the Zionists on Jabalia area in Gaza. And that also, again, proves that the Israelis are not doing all these attacks alone. They can't be attacking Gaza and Iran and Syria and Lebanon and Yemen all by themselves at the same time. So I think people in Gaza are watching and they're hearing the explosions in Tel Aviv and in the Negev desert. They remember the last time Truthful Promise happened. There was internet, and we saw this mass celebrations in the streets of Gaza at the time. The feelings in the streets of Gaza must be as much as they can. They're still probably somber because of how much further the genocide and the destruction of Gaza are right now, and nothing will quench the feelings of people in Gaza except the total defeat of the Zionist colony.
Entirely understandable. Now, apparently, Hezbollah has put out a statement that it would not, as I understand the statement, Hezbollah will not initiate its own attack on Israel in retaliation for Israel's strikes on Iran. What do you make of that statement, Laith?
I think, we should keep it in the context of the fog of war right now. And we are seeing drones fly and hit Israeli targets in the north of Palestine. Up until now, we don't know who are the people that are firing these drones. Are they Iraqi? Are they Iranian? And or they Hezbollah? So I'm sure Hezbollah would like to stretch this ambiguity as far as possible. There will be an eventuality when there's a full-out war with everybody involved in it. This is, again, something that's coming no matter what they try to do. They will announce entering into this war when it's going to actually have much better results. We'll see what happens to the Israeli first lines of defense around Lebanon in the retaliation by Iran in the next few days, and how that will open new avenues for Hezbollah's involvement in it.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that we might see one or more, now that this is expanded to this level, that we might see one or more of these vassal regimes in the Gulf, and particularly I'm thinking about Jordan, removed from power by an indigenous revolt, not by Iranian military force, but by an indigenous revolt?
I think that indigenous revolt could only happen under the pressure of total destruction of the power of the regime in Jordan. I don't think that will happen by itself. There has to be targeting of that regime, and there has to be involvement of fighters from outside the country, because the people in Jordan are not armed enough to confront the American presence in their country and the British and the French bases that are there. So, we'll see how much of the assets of the West gets destroyed inside Jordan over the next 48 hours. That will be crucial to understand how things could change inside the country. I caution that we, think that there's going to be a fast timeline.
Revolutionary salute to our Queen Yaya's kids for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love and support, Queen. Salute.
For the various stages of this war. If Iran wants to actually win this war, it has to have striking blows to the air defenses, air capabilities of the West in the region, and then take the rest slow in terms of raising the level. But the most crucial thing is the next 48 hours, how much of Iran, the West's capabilities in air power in the region will be affected.
Right. Well, we've been going for well over an hour and a half now, so I think we're going to call it a day. Before we do that, though, do you have anything you want to add, Laith, to what's happening? Any issue you think we ought to chat about before we sign off?
Yeah, I mean, the media is saying right now the number of Israeli jets downed over Iran is up to 2 now. They captured, as I said, 1 pilot. They're looking for the other pilots. You know, people in the West, and this is the audience that's watching this, they have a role to play in this war and avoiding us going to the bottom of the abyss of a nuclear holocaust for all of humanity. And what it entails is to take serious action to stop the movement of the war machine. We're not talking about demonstrations. We're talking about serious actions to get in the front of the war machine that the West is deploying right now. And people in Italy, in Greece, in France, in the UK, in Canada, in the US, they all have a chance and they can deliver on you know, strategic defeats to the West themselves as citizens if they take this these things seriously.
Hear, hear, Laith. I'm very glad that you made a point of raising with our audience the ways in which we can contribute. This is a multi-front war. It's a multifaceted war. And even if you're not involved in the military aspects of it, you can make a contribution, a very significant contribution through peaceful resistance and what I like to call militant civil disobedience. If you act with sufficient vigor and you're determined and you don't get discouraged easily, you have what I've sometimes referred to as the warrior spirit, and you maintain, you don't allow, you know, temporary setbacks to diminish your determination to come to the aid of our brothers and sisters in Palestine and throughout West Asia, then you can make an important contribution to defeating the scourge of Western imperialism and racism, which we're watching and having to cope with every day of our lives in this terrible time in which we live. So thank you very much, Laith. Sorry, people, I don't think we're going to have time today for a Q&A. We typically do have a Q&A just because of time limitations. I have something else I need to attend to right now. We'll be back.
Cool, follow me.